In 1994, Naguib Mahfouz survived an assassination attempt by Islamic extremists who were angered by his novel Children of the Alley, which they considered blasphemous. He was stabbed in the neck outside his home and suffered nerve damage that affected his right arm and hand. He was one of the most prominent writers of fiction in the 20th century. Born in Cairo in 1911, he began writing when he was 17. Over his long career, he wrote nearly 40 novel-length works and hundreds of short stories, ranging from reimaginings of ancient myths to subtle commentaries on contemporary Egyptian politics and culture. His most famous work is the Cairo Trilogy, consisting of PalaFe Walk, PalaFe of Desire, and Sugar Street, which focuses on a Cairo family through 3 generations, from 1917 until 1952. In 1988, Mahfouz became the first writer in Arabic to be awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature. He died in August 2006. Children of the Alley, by Nobel Prize winner Naguib Mahfouz. Preface. This is the story of our alley, its stories, rather. I have witnessed only the most recent events, those of my own time, but I have recorded all of them the way our storytellers told them. Everyone in our alley tells these stories, just as they heard them in coffee houses or as they were handed down for generations. These sources are my only basis for what I'm writing. Most of our social occasions call for storytelling. Whenever someone is depressed, suffering, or humiliated, he points to the mansion at the top of the alley at the end opening out to the desert, and says sadly, "That is our ancestor's house. We are all his children, and we have a right to his property. Why are we starving? What have we done?" Then he will tell the stories and cite the lives of Adam and Gabal, of Rifa and Qasim, some of our alley's great men. But this ancestor of ours is a puzzle. He has lived longer than any man dreams of living. His long life is the stuff of proverbs. He has dwelled aloof in his house for long ages, and no one has seen him since he isolated himself up there. The stories of his old age and isolation are bewildering, and perhaps fantasy and rumor have helped to make them so. Anyway, he was called Gabalawi, and our alley was named for him. He owns everything and everyone in it, and everything in the desert around it. Once I heard a man say about him, "He created our alley, and from our alley grew Egypt, the most important place in the world." He lived here alone when the place was empty and desolate, and became master of it by force and his standing with the ruler. There will never again be anyone like him. He was tough, the wild beasts dreaded his very name. And I heard someone else say, he was truly noble. He was unlike other leaders. He didn't collect protection money or behave arrogantly. He was kind to humble people. Then came a time when some people talked about him in a way unsuited to his rank and dignity. You know how people can be. I always found talking about him fascinating, never boring. How often that moved me to stroll around his tall mansion trying to catch a glimpse of him, always in vain. How often I stood before his massive gate, gazing at the stuffed crocodile mounted above it. How often I sat in the macadam desert, not far from his high walls, able to see no more than the tops of the mulberry, sycamore and palm trees enclosing the house, and the closed windows that disclosed no sign of life. Is it not sad to have a grandfather that we never see, and who never sees us? Is it not strange of him to disappear inside that locked mansion, while we live in the dirt? If you are curious about what brought us to this, here are the stories. You will hear all about Adam, Gabal, Rifa and Qasim, though none of it will soothe or comfort you. I said that no one had seen him since he secluded himself. That did not bother most people, as all they ever cared about was his estate, and his much talked about 10 conditions. This was how the dispute started before I was born, whose ferocity has only grown with the passing of generations, up until today, and tomorrow. So I do not want any bitter ridicule when I speak of the close family ties that bind the people in our alley. We were and still are one family, which no stranger has penetrated. Everyone in our alley knows everyone else, men and women alike, and yet no alley has ever known the terrible quarrels ours has, nor have any people even been as divided by controversy as we. And for every decent man you will find 10 gangsters brandishing clubs and ready to pick a fight. The people are even used to buying their safety with bribes, and their security with obedience and abasement, and were severely punished for the smallest thing they said or did wrong, or even for thinking something wrong. The strangest thing is that the people in nearby alleys, in Atuf, Kafr al-Zaghari, in al-Barasa and al-Hassaniya, envy us because of our alley's property and our tough men. They say property and a well-protected alley mean wealth and invincible protectors. All that is true, but they don't know that we are crushed by misery, that we live in squalor, with flies and lice, that we are content with crumbs, that we are half naked. They see our protectors strut around on top of us and are struck with admiration, and our only comfort is to look up at the mansion, and say, in sorrow and pain, there is Gabalawi, the owner. He is our ancestor, and we are his grandchildren. I have witnessed the recent period in the life of our alley, and lived through the events that came about through the coming of Arafah, a dutiful son of our alley. It is thanks to one of Arafah's friends that I am able to record some of the stories of our alley. One day he said to me, "You're one of the few who know how to write, so why don't you write down the stories of our alley? They've never been told in the right order, and even then always at the mercy of the storyteller's whims and prejudices. It would be wonderful if you wrote them carefully, all together so that people could benefit from them, and I'll help you out with what you don't know, with inside information." I acted on his advice, both because it struck me as a good idea and because I loved the person who suggested it. I was the first in our alley to make a career out of writing, though it has brought me much contempt and mockery. It was my job to write the petitions and complaints of the oppressed and needy. Although many wretched people seek me out, I am barely better off than our alley's beggars, though I am privy to so many of the people's secrets and sorrows that I have become a sad and broken-hearted man. But I am not writing about myself or my troubles, which amount to nothing compared with those of our alley, our strange alley with its strange stories. How did it happen? What was it all about? And who are the children of our alley? Adam. 1. The site of our alley was a wasteland. It was part of the Macadam Desert that stretched to the horizon. There was nothing in the void but the mansion Gabalawi had built almost as if to challenge all the fear and savagery and lawlessness. Its huge, high wall encircled the roomy expanse, the western part of which was a garden, and the eastern part a 3-story residence. One day the benefactor summoned his children to his lower reception chamber adjoining the garden. All his sons came, Idris, Abbas, Ridwan, Galil and Adam, in silk jalabiyas, and stood before him, so awestruck that they glanced up at him only furtively. He ordered them to sit down, and they sat on the chairs around him. He gazed at them a little while with his eyes, as piercing as a falcon's, then rose and moved toward the chamber door, and stood in front of the great door, gazing out at the vast garden crammed with mulberry, sycamore and palm trees flanked by bowers of henna and jasmine, above whose branches the twittering of birds could be heard. The garden rang with life and song, while the chamber was shrouded in silence. The brothers thought that the ruler of the wasteland had forgotten about them. His height and bulk made him seem superhuman, like an alien from another planet. They exchanged glances. This was the way he was when he had something weighty on his mind. What worried them was that he was as powerful in this house as he was out in the open land, and they were powerless against him. The man turned to them without leaving his place and spoke in a deep, grating voice which echoed powerfully through the chamber, whose high walls were covered with curtains and carpets. "I think it right that someone else should take over managing the property." He gazed at them closely once more, but their faces gave away nothing. Managing the property was not a thing to tempt anyone who loved leisure and calm and youthful pursuits, besides which Idris, the eldest son, was the natural candidate for the job. None of the others there questioned that. "What a pain, no end of problems, and those miserable tenants," said Idris to himself. "I have chosen your brother Adam to look after the property under my supervision," continued Gabalawi. Their faces reflected the impact of this surprise, and they quickly exchanged looks of astonishment, all except for Adam, who timidly lowered his gaze in confusion. Gabalawi turned away from them. "That is why I summoned you here," he said casually. Idris felt a surge of rage so strong that it felt like drunkenness. His embarrassed brothers looked at him, each of them, except for Adam, of course, hiding his anger at this insult to Idris and to all of them in silent protest. Then Idris spoke so calmly that the voice might have come from some other body. "But, father." "But..." Gabalawi cut him off coldly and turned toward them. They cast their eyes down lest he read their minds, except for Idris, who said insistently, "But I am the eldest brother." "I think I knew that," said Gabalawi crossly. "I am your father." Idris answered in a steadily escalating fury, "The eldest has rights which cannot be put aside except in cases of..." The old man held him in a long gaze, as if giving him time to compose himself, then said, "I assure you that in making my decision I took everyone's good into account." Idris absorbed this blow with waning patience. He knew how backtalk irritated his father, and knew that he must expect harder blows if he kept this up, but his anger left him no chance to consider the consequences. He took a few steps until he was almost touching Adam, puffed up like a haughty rooster to show everyone the differences in brawn, complexion and beauty between him and his brother, and spoke up with the randomness of a shower of spittle drops from a thirsting mouth. "My full brothers and I are the sons of a respectable lady. He's the son of a black slave woman." Adam's tawny face paled, but he did not flinch. Gabalawi shook his fist. "Watch out, Idris," he warned. But Idris was overcome by a mad tempest of rage, and shouted, "And he's the youngest of us all, why should he be preferred to me, unless the times we live in belong to servants and slaves? Be quiet for your own good, you fool. I'd rather lose my head than live with this disgrace." Ridwan raised his head to face his father, and smiled gently. "We are all your sons, and it is our right to grieve if we have lost your favor. It will be just as you say. We only want to know why." Gabalawi turned from Idris to Ridwan, containing his anger for reasons of his own. "Adam knows what kind of people the tenants are, and he knows most of them by name. And he can read and do sums." Idris and his brothers were astonished to hear this. Since when was familiarity with the common people anything to set a man apart? Or knowing how to write? Would Adam's mother have sent him to school for any reason other than her doubt that he could make it in a man's world? "Is all this excuse enough to humiliate me?" asked Idris derisively. Gabalawi made a gesture of irritation in Idris' direction. "These are my wishes, and all you need to do is hear and obey." He turned abruptly to Idris' brothers. "What do you say?" Abbas could not bear his father's glare, and said dejectedly, "I hear and obey." Gallo was quick to lower his eyes and say, "Yes, father." "I will obey," said Ridwan, his mouth dry. Idris let fly an enraged yelp of laughter that so changed his features he actually became ugly. "You cowards!" he shouted. "I expected nothing but sickly failure from any of you. Thanks to your cowardice, this black slave's boy will rule over you." "Idris!" Gabalawi bellowed, his glowering eyes shining with danger. But fury had destroyed Idris' reason, and he too shouted. "What kind of a rotten father are you? You were always a boss and a bully, and that's all you'll ever be. We're your own sons and you treat us the same way you treat all your other victims." Gabalawi took 2 slow but purposeful steps toward him, his features distorted ominously, but his voice low. "Be quiet. You won't frighten me, you know I can't be frightened. If you want to raise the son of a slave above me, I won't serenade you with any of this hearing and obeying. Don't you know the punishment for defying me, you fiend? The real fiend is that son of a slave." Gabalawi's voice suddenly rose to a hoarse shout. "She is my wife, you troublemaker. Watch out or I'll flatten the ground with you." The brothers were terrified, none more than Adam, for they all knew their father's almighty temper, but Idris' rage had reached such a pitch that he no longer recognized danger. He was like a madman attacking a crackling inferno. You hate me. I never knew it before, but that's it, you hate me. Maybe it was that slave woman that made you hate us. You are the lord of the desert, owner of the estate property, and the biggest gangster of all, but a slave was able to manipulate you, and tomorrow the people will have all kinds of things to say about it, lord of the desert. I told you to be silent, fiend. Don't curse me to please Adam, even the stones of the earth will rise up. Your grotesque decision will make us the talk of every neighborhood and alley. Gabalawi's shout could be heard even in the garden and the harems. Get out of here. This is my house, my mother is here, and she is its rightful mistress, no one can deny it. You are banished from here forever. His great face darkened until it was the color of the Nile at full flood, and he moved forward with that river's inexorable majesty, his granite fists clenched. Everyone knew Idris was a dead man. This would be only the latest of the tragedies this house had endured silently. How many pampered women had a single word transformed into wretched beggars? How many men had limped out of this house, after long service, their backs showing welts from lead-tipped whips, their mouths and noses running with blood? The consideration everyone enjoyed in good times was of no help to anyone, no matter how exalted, in times of wrath. So everyone knew Idris was a dead man. Even Idris, the firstborn, his father's rival in strength and beauty. Gabalawi took 2 steps closer to him. You are not my son and I am not your father. This is not your house, and you have no mother, brother or friend here. The world is before you, go forth with my anger and my curse. Time passing will teach you your true worth as you wander forlornly, having lost my love and protection. Idris stamped his foot on the Persian carpet. This is my house, I will never leave. His father grabbed him even before Idris saw him coming, and holding him by the shoulder in a grip tight as a vice, pushed him along in front of him, backward, through the door to the terrace. Idris fell staggering down the stairs, then Gabalawi pushed him down the path enclosed with rose bushes and henna planted over with jasmine, down to the great gate, where he threw him out and bolted the gate. Everyone in the big house heard Gabalawi's shout. Damnation to anyone who lets him back in or helps him. He raised his head to the shuttered windows of the harem, and shouted again. And divorce to anyone who dares to try. 2. From that black day onward, Adam went to work in the estate office in the reception hall to the right of the mansion's main gate. He worked zealously, collecting rents, paying out money to creditors and submitting the accounts to his father. He dealt with the tenants with honesty and decorum, and they liked him although they had a reputation for being surly and crude. The rules of the estate were secret, known only to Gabalawi, whose decision to have Adam run things awakened fears that this might be a prelude to his making Adam his heir. In truth, the father had never betrayed any sign of partiality among his sons until that day, and the brothers had lived harmoniously together thanks to the reverence their father inspired, and his justice, and even Idris, despite his strength, beauty and occasional excess of high spirits, had never offended any of his brothers until that day. He had been a generous and sociable boy who attracted friendship and admiration. Perhaps the 4 full brothers harbored a feeling of apartness from Adam, though none of them showed him any discourtesy, in word, deed or behavior, and perhaps Adam was most conscious of all of this apartness. He may have been too aware of the difference between their radiant color and his dark color, their strength and his slenderness, their mother's high status and his mother's humble origin. And though this may have caused him inner suffering, some pain he repressed, the fragrant air of the house, laden with aromatic herbs, and obedience to his father's power and wisdom, did not allow any resentment to settle in his soul, and he grew up with a pure heart and mind. Give me your blessing, mother, Adam said before reporting to the estate office for the first time, for what is the work he has entrusted to me but a test for you and me both? May success be your shadow, my boy, she answered humbly. You are a good boy, and good people always prevail. Adam left for the reception hall under the eyes of watchers in the terrace and garden, and those peering from windows. He sat in the official estate trustee's chair, and began his work. His work was the most important being pursued in the whole desert region between Muqaddam on the east and ancient Cairo to the west. Adam's watchword was honesty, and for the first time in the history of the estate even the tiniest payments were recorded in the ledger. He paid his brothers their salaries with such tact that they forgot the bitterness of their feud with him, and he was prompt in turning all revenues over to his father. How do you like the work, Adam? His father asked him one day. Because you entrusted it to me, it is the greatest thing in my life, said Adam humbly. The man's great face beamed, for despite his omnipotence he was charmed by the sound of praise. Adam loved sitting with Gabalawi. When he did, he stole admiring and loving glances at him. And how he loved to listen, with his brothers, to the stories of long ago, the exploits of the adventurers and youths, how Gabalawi had strutted around this area brandishing his fearsome club and conquering every place where he set foot. After Idris was expelled, Abbas, Ridwan and Gallo met on the rooftop just as they had before, eating, drinking and gambling. Adam could only relax sitting in the garden. He had loved the garden and loved playing the flute, and he still played it even after he had taken over managing the estate, though he no longer gave it most of his time. If he finished up his work early, he spread out a carpet by the edge of a stream and leaned his back against the trunk of a palm or sycamore tree, or lay flat in a bower of jasmine to rest, gazing at the sparrows and doves. He played his pipe to imitate the chirping, cooing and warbling, what lovely mimicry it was, or watched the most beautiful of skies through the tree branches. Once his brother Ridwan came by when he was like this and looked at him jeeringly. What a waste of your time, looking after this property. If I weren't worried about making our father angry, I'd complain, Adam said, smiling. Let us praise the creator of leisure. May it do you good too, said Adam innocently. Ridwan spoke, masking his provocation with a smile. Don't you want to be like us again? What could be better than spending my time in the garden, with my flute? Idris was dying to work, said Ridwan bitterly. Adam lowered his gaze. Idris had no time to work, he got mad for other reasons. This garden is where true happiness is. When Ridwan had gone, Adam said to himself, the garden and its singing inhabitants, and water, and sky, and my delighted self, this is life. And it's as if I'm looking for something. But what is it? Sometimes the flute almost tells me what, but the question goes unanswered. If this sparrow could talk, she would tell me so that my heart might rest secure. Even the shining stars know something. As for collecting rents, it's a false note in my melodies. One day as Adam stood gazing at the shadow he cast on the path between the roses, a second shadow detached itself from his, signaling the arrival of someone from the lane behind him. The new shadow seemed to drift out of his rib cage. He turned around to see a black girl about to flee after noticing his presence. He gestured for her to stay, and she did. Adam looked at her for a long time. Who are you? He asked softly. Umayma, she stammered. He remembered the name. She was a slave, a relative of his mother's, and much as his mother would have been before his father married her. He felt like talking to her. What brings you to the garden? I didn't think anyone was here, she answered, her eyes cast down and nearly closed. But you are not allowed here. I'm sorry, she said almost inaudibly. She backed away until she disappeared in the lane, and then his ears caught the sound of her running footsteps. Suddenly he was murmuring feelingly, "You are adorable." He had never felt more like one of the creatures in the garden than at this moment, and it seemed to him that the roses, jasmine and carnations, the sparrows, doves and he were all part of the same melody. Umayma is beautiful, Even her thick lips are beautiful. All of my brothers except proud Idris are married, and isn't my color like hers? And how bewitching it was to see her shadow mingled with mine, as if it were a part of my longing-racked body. My father won't mock my choice. After all, didn't he marry my mother? 5. Adam went back to the estate office, his heart overflowing with a beauty as subtle as perfume. He did his best to review the day's accounts, but the only picture in his mind was of the black girl. It was not strange that he should have seen Umayma for the first time only today, for the women in the mansion were like the internal organs which a man knows of, and thanks to which he lives, but which he never sees. Adam sank into his rosy daydreams until he was torn out of them by an enraged bellow so near that it seemed to be exploding from somewhere in his own office. I am here in the desert, Gabalawi. I curse all of you. A curse on all your heads, men, women, and I challenge anyone who doesn't like what I have to say. Are you listening, Gabalawi? Idris. Adam called, and came into the garden from the foyer. He saw his brother Ridwan coming toward him, looking visibly upset. Idris is drunk, was Ridwan's hurried greeting. I saw him from the window, falling down drunk. What new scandals are in store for our family? Adam closed his eyes in pain. My heart is breaking with sorrow, Ridwan. What should we do? This is a catastrophe threatening us. Don't you see that we must talk to our father about this? Ridwan frowned. Father never changes his mind, and this will only make him twice as mad at Idris. Can nothing spare us from these troubles? Adam murmured sadly. Yes, the women are crying in the harem, Abbas and Galal are busy with recriminations, and our father is alone in his chamber, and no one dares go near him. Adam was lost in worried thought, sensing that this conversation was leading him into a predicament. Don't you see that we must do something? Of course, all of us want to be safe, and nothing threatens safety more than seeking it at any cost. Besides, I'm not going to do anything rash, not even if the sky falls. As far as family honor goes, it is being soiled this very minute, in the form of Idris. So why did you come to me? Overnight Adam himself had become as inauspicious as a cawing crow. He sighed. I have nothing to do with all this, but I won't be able to live with myself if I do nothing. You have enough reasons that obligate you to do something, Ridwan told him as he left. Adam was left alone, with the words "you have enough reasons" ringing in his ears. Yes. He was on the spot though he had done nothing. Like a jug crashing onto a man's head, pushed by the wind. Every time someone felt sorry for Idris, he cursed Adam. Adam headed for the gate, opened it gently and passed through it. Idris was not far off, staggering around in circles and rolling his eyes. His hair was disheveled, and the front of his shirt was open, exposing his chest hair. When his eyes lit on Adam, he bounded up and pounced at him, like a cat diving at a mouse, but he was too drunk and fell down. He gathered dirt in his fist and threw it at Adam. It hit him in the chest and scattered down his cloak. My brother, Adam said to him gently. Idris continued to rage and stumble around. Shut up, you dog. You son of a bitch. You are not my brother and your father is not my father. I will bring this house down on your heads. You are the pride of this family, Adam pleaded, and one of its noblest sons. Idris cackled humorlessly. Why did you come here, slave boy? Go to your mother and put her back in the servants' quarters where she belongs. Don't give in to your anger, said Adam in the same kind tone. Don't slam the door on people who want to help you. Idris raised his fist. It's a rotten house where only cowards can feel at home, who dunk their food in civility and worship their degradation. I will never come back to any house where you are in charge. Tell your father I am living in the wasteland that produced him, that I've become a thief as he was, and an evil troublemaker as he is. Everywhere I spread corruption people will point to me and say, he's a child of Gabalawi. This way I can drag you all through the mud, all of you who think you're gentlemen, when you're just thieves. Wake up, Idris, Adam begged, don't say things you'll regret. The way back isn't closed to you unless you close it yourself. Everything can still be as it was, I promise you. Idris took a halting step toward him, as if walking against the wind. By what power do you make promises, slave boy? Adam gazed at him warily. The power of brotherhood. Brotherhood. I shoved that down the first toilet I found. I've never heard you use this kind of language before, said Adam, sounding pained. Your father's injustice helped me speak the truth. I don't like people seeing you this way. Idris let out a screech of angry laughter. They'll see me worse than this every day. I'll cover you all with shame and scandal and sin. Your father expelled me without a second thought, and now he can just take what he gets. He pounced at Adam, who swiftly stepped aside. Idris nearly fell on the ground, but righted himself against the wall, panting with fury as his eyes scanned the ground for a stone. Adam retreated softly to the gate and slipped in, his eyes brimming with tears. Idris was still yelling. Adam turned to the terrace and saw his father through the door as he crossed the hall, then started toward him almost without realizing, his sorrow momentarily stronger than his fear. Gabalawi looked at him, his eyes revealing nothing. His commanding height and broad shoulders loomed against a portrait painted in a wall niche behind him. Adam lowered his head somewhat. Peace be upon you. Gabalawi gave him a searching look, and spoke in a voice that cut to the depths of his heart. Say what you have come to say. Father, it's about my brother Idris, Adam whispered. His father stopped him with a voice like steel on stone. Don't mention his name in my presence ever again. Then, as he went back in, get back to work. 4. Still the sun rose and set on the desolate land as Idris deteriorated into ever more terrible mischief, adding some new folly to his credit every day. He loitered outside the mansion, shouting the filthiest curses, or sat near the gate, as naked as the day he was born, basking in the sun and singing the most indecent songs. He roamed the nearby neighborhoods, domain of the bullies and gangsters, menacing pedestrians with rude stares and starting fights with anyone who got in his way. People avoided him and did not speak to him, but whispered to one another, he's Gabalawi's son. He never worried about food, he simply reached out for whatever food attracted him, whether in a restaurant or on a cart, and ate until he was stuffed, then went on his way without a word of thanks from him or payment for the others. When he felt like fun, he reeled into the first bar he found and drank barley beer until he was drunk, at which point he became a veritable fountain of his family's secrets, and all their gossip, their ridiculous traditions and loathsome cowardliness. He particularly emphasized his rebellion against his father, the biggest bastard in the whole city. Then he started rhyming, only to collapse laughing, or singing and dancing, and his happiness was complete if the night ended with a brawl. Then he left with a greeting for everyone. He was known everywhere for this behavior. People stayed away from him as much as they could, but were resigned to him as they were to any other natural disaster. His family, of course, suffered terrible pain and sadness. Idris' mother was defeated by grief, and she became paralyzed and then died. When Gabalawi had come to bid her farewell, she pointed her good hand at him accusingly, and fell back dead in sorrow and anger. Grief settled over the family like a cobweb. The brothers' long talks on the rooftop stopped, and Adam's flute was no longer heard in the garden. One day Gabalawi exploded again. This time the victim was a woman. His bellowing voice resounded as he cursed Nargis, a servant girl, and threw her out of the house. He had found out that day that she was pregnant, and questioned her until she confessed that Idris had raped her before his expulsion. Nargis left the mansion wailing and smiting her cheeks, and wandered all day long until Idris found her and took her in without welcome but without mistreatment, as the time might come when she would make herself useful. But every tragedy, however great, eventually becomes a mere fact of life, and life at the mansion returned to its normal course, just as a populace returns to the homes an earthquake has forced them to leave. Ridwan, Abbas and Gallo resumed their evening conversations on the roof, and Adam his evenings communing with his flute. Umayma, he noticed, shed light in his mind and warmed his senses. The image of her shadow mingled with his was sharply etched in his memory, and he went to see his mother in her room, where she sat embroidering a shawl, to tell her everything. "She is Umayma, mother, your relative," he concluded. His mother smiled a rather pallid smile which showed that her pleasure at the news could not erase the pain of her illness, and said, "Yes, Adam, she is a good girl, as right for you as you are for her. She will make you happy, God willing." When she saw a blush of delight appear in his cheeks, she went on. "Don't show her any attention yet, my boy, or all will be lost. I'll talk to your father about it, and perhaps I'll be blessed with the sight of your children before death claims me." Gabalawi did summon him, and when Adam saw his father's kind smile, he said to himself, "There's nothing like his severity except his kindness." "Now you're looking for a wife, Adam. How time goes by. This house scorns the poor, but in choosing Umayma you honor your mother, and you will have fine children. Idris is lost to us, Abbas and Galil have no children, and so far none of Ridwan's children have lived. None of them have inherited anything but my arrogance. So fill this house with your children, or I will have lived for nothing." No one in the neighborhood had ever seen anything to match Adam's wedding procession, and to this very day the memory of it is the stuff of proverbs in our alley. Lamps were suspended from tree branches that night, and over the walls, so that the mansion seemed to be a lake of light in the midst of the dark plain. A large tent for the singers, both men and women, was set up on the roof. Tables holding food and drink filled the hall, the garden and the open desert outside the mansion gate. The wedding procession started at the edge of Gamaliya after midnight, and included everyone who loved Gabalawi or feared him, until everyone had joined. Adam walked proudly between Abbas and Galil in a silk jalabiya and an embroidered cloth around his skullcap. Ridwan walked in front, flanked on the right and left by people bearing candles and roses, led by a vast crowd of singers and dancers. The singing resounded with the moaning of the instruments, and the applause of Gabalawi's and Adam's well-wishers until the whole neighborhood woke up and thrilled with joy. The procession moved from Gamaliya to Atuf and Kafr al-Zagari and al-Mubayda, to the cheers of the gangsters themselves. People danced and bars gave out free beer, so that even young boys got drunk. Water pipes were passed around in all the tea shops along the procession street as a gift to the partygoers, and the air became fragrant with hemp and Indian hashish. Suddenly, in the light of the processional lamps, Idris loomed like a demon radiating darkness at the end of the street, at the curve where the street led into the desert. The lamp-bearers stopped marching, and mumbles of Idris flitted through their number. The singers noticed him and stopped singing, their throats blocked by fear. The dancers saw him and froze where they stood. Then the flutes and drums fell silent, and the laughter died away. Most wondered what to do now. If they let him have his way they would not be safe from his harm, but if they opposed him they would be opposing a son of Gabalawi. Idris brandished his club and shouted, "Whose procession is this, you cowardly trash?" No one spoke up. They craned their necks toward Adam and his brothers. "When were you ever friends of the slave boy or his father?" Idris asked. Ridwan stepped forward and called out, "Brother, the wisest thing is for you to let this procession through." "You should be the last one to talk, Ridwan." Idris glowered. "You are the brother of a traitor and the son of a coward, a worthless fool who sold out his honor and brotherhood for a comfortable life." "These people have no part in our differences," said Ridwan gently. Idris screeched with laughter. "These people know what scum you all are, and if it weren't for their fine old tradition of cowardice you wouldn't see one of them piping or singing in this procession. Your father entrusted your brother to us, and we must protect him," Ridwan replied firmly. Idris emitted another screech of laughter and said, "Can you defend yourself, let alone the slave boy. Where is your sense, Idris? Using your head is the only thing that will bring you back home. You're lying. You know you're lying. As far as I'm concerned, I don't blame you, but let the procession through in peace. Idris' response was to tear into the procession like a raging bull. His club swung up and down, smashing lamps, splitting drums and scattering roses, as the terrified people fled like sand before a gale. Ridwan, Abbas and Galil stood together to shield Adam, redoubling Idris' rage. You cowards, defending someone you hate, afraid you won't be fed. He lunged at them, and they let their own clubs absorb his blows as they withdrew, without hitting back. Suddenly he threw himself between them, struggling toward Adam. There were screams from the windows above, and Adam prepared to defend himself. Idris, he called, I am not your enemy. Come to your senses. Idris raised his club. Gabalawi? Someone yelled. Your father is coming, Ridwan said to Idris. Idris jumped to the side of the road and looked back. He saw Gabalawi approaching amidst a halo of servants bearing torches, clenched his teeth and shouted in mockery. Soon I'll delight your eyes with a bastard grandson. He rushed away in the direction of Gamaliya, as the crowd divided to make a path for him, until he was swallowed by the darkness. His father went to where the brother stood, pretending to be calm before the thousands of watchful eyes, and spoke in a tone of command, let things be as they were before. The lamp-bearers took their places again, the drums and pipes sounded, the singers sang, the dancers danced, and once again the procession moved along its route. All night long the mansion was alive with music, drinking and singing. When Adam went into his room, which overlooked the Muqaddam desert, he found Umayma standing by the mirror, her white veil still over her face. He was drunk and befuddled, barely able to stand on his feet, but came near her, doing his utmost to control himself. He lifted the veil from her face, which shone with the most breathtaking beauty, and bowed his head to kiss her on her full lips, and said drunkenly, what matters besides happy endings? He made for the bed, alternating firm steps with stumbles, and threw himself across its width still in his turban and turned up shoes, as Umayma gazed at his reflection in the mirror, smiling tenderly. 5. Adam discovered in Umayma a happiness he had never known before. Being naive, he expressed it in everything he said and did until his brothers made fun of him. At the close of each prayer he extended his hands, palms upward, and rejoiced, praise the Lord of grace, praise him for my father's contentment, praise him for my wife's love, praise him for the station I enjoy, in place of those more deserving, praise him for my garden, song, flute and companion. All the women in the mansion said that Umayma was a good wife. She looked after her husband as if he were her son, loved and served her mother-in-law and the rest of her in-laws too, and kept her home as spotlessly clean as though it were a part of her own body. Adam was a husband whose heart overflowed with love and companionship. Running the estate had always detracted from his innocent fun in the garden, and now love consumed the rest of his day, and overwhelmed him so that he did not even think of himself. The blissful days passed, lasting longer than the cynical Ridwan, Abbas and Galil might have wished, eventually giving way to a profound serenity, as a raging downhill stream ends in a placid river. Wonderment returned to Adam's heart. He felt that time did not pass in a flash, that night followed day, that intimate conversation lost all its meaning if it lasted forever, that the garden was a true delight too good to leave, and yet that none of this meant that his heart was straying from Umayma. His heart was still all hers, but life has phases one recognizes only day by day. He went back to his favorite spot by the brook, and gazed kindly and almost pleadingly around at the flowers and birds. Umayma had followed him, radiantly lovely, and sat beside him. I was watching from the window to see what was holding you up. Why didn't you ask me to come down too? I didn't want to bother you. He smiled. Bother me? I love this garden. Do you remember how we first met here? He took her hand in his, resting his head against a palm trunk, and lifted his gaze to the branches and the sky between them. Umayma was again telling him how much she loved the garden. The more intent he was upon silence, the more she talked, for she hated silence as much as she loved the garden, and her sweetest words were reserved for praising their life within it. Then she went on at length about recent goings-on in the mansion, especially as concerned her 3 sisters-in-law. Then she lowered her voice almost reprovingly. "Are you there, Adam?" He smiled. "Aren't you always in my heart? But you aren't listening to me." That was true. He had not welcomed her appearance, but it did not bother him. If she had tried to leave, he would have earnestly persuaded her not to. He truly felt her to be a part of him. "I love this garden," he said apologetically. "Before I met you, sitting here was the sweetest thing I knew. Its lofty trees and rushing brooks and twittering birds all know me as much as I know them, and I want you to love them as much as I do. Have you seen what the sky looks like through the branches?" She raised her eyes for a moment, and then smiled at him. "It really is beautiful, and deserves to be the thing you love most in life." Adam saw the implicit reproof in her words and hastily replied, "That was before I knew you." "And now?" He squeezed her hand tenderly. "You make its beauty complete." She looked at him. "It's a good thing it doesn't get jealous when you spend time with me." Adam laughed and pulled her toward him until her cheek was against his lips. "Aren't these flowers more interesting than my brother's wives?" "The flowers are more beautiful," said Umayma seriously, "but your brother's wives talk about nothing but you, your running of the estate, always the estate, your father's confidence in you, and so on and on and on." Adam frowned, suddenly far from the garden. "They're into everything. I really worry about the evil eye on you." "God damn the estate," said Adam. "It weighs me down, turns people against me and makes me lose sleep. Who wants it?" She put a finger to his lips. "Don't be ungrateful for good things, Adam. Running the estate is an important responsibility, and might open new doors to us we haven't even dreamed of. All it's brought so far is trouble. And look at Idris." She smiled, but her smile did not express delight as much as it underlined the deep worry so conspicuous in her eyes. "Look at our future the same way you look at the branches and the sky and the birds," she said. Umayma diligently kept by his side in the garden, only rarely falling silent. He had grown accustomed to her, and listened with only half his attention, or less. Whenever he liked, he picked up his flute and played whatever music came to him. He could say, in perfect contentment, that everything was good. He had even gotten used to Idris' mischief. But his mother's sickness grew more serious, and she suffered pains she had never known before, to his intense grief. She often called him to her side to pray lavishly over him, and once begged him to pray to the Lord to deliver you from evil and guide you to the right path. She did not let him leave, but wailed and lectured him, and reminded him of her last wishes until she died in his arms. Adam wept for her, and so did Umayma. Gabalawi came and looked at her wearily, then solemnly shrouded her up, his hard eyes shining with desperate sorrow. No sooner had Adam gone back to his old familiar ways than an abrupt change came over Umayma. He did not understand it. It started when she stopped spending time with him in the garden, which did not please him as he had sometimes imagined it might. When he asked her why she stayed away, she gave him any excuse, work, or weariness. He noticed that she no longer greeted him with her former excitement. When he greeted her, she responded without any real joy, as if she were only showing courtesy, a bothersome courtesy. What was wrong? He had already experienced something similar himself, but his love had held, and he got past it. He might have become stern with her, and was sometimes tempted to, but was held back by her fragility and pallor, and her own incredible gentleness toward him. Sometimes she seemed sad, sometimes confused, and once he caught such a fugitive look in her eye that he felt a wave of fear and exasperation at the same time. He told himself, be patient with her, either she'll improve, or she can go to hell. He went to see Gabalawi in his office, to show him the month's final accounts. His father gave them a cursory glance and asked him, what's the matter? Adam raised his head in surprise. Nothing, father. The man narrowed his eyes to slits and murmured, tell me about Umayma. His glance fell under his father's penetrating stare. She's fine. Everything's fine. Tell me what is on your mind, said Gabalawi with a hint of irritation. Adam was silent for a long moment, fully believing that his father would find out everything, so he admitted, she's very changed. She seems afraid of me. A strange glint appeared in Gabalawi's eyes. Are you two having trouble? Nothing. Gabalawi looked at him delightedly. Stupid. Treat her gently, and don't go near her until she asks you. You are going to be a father. 6. Adam sat in the estate office receiving new tenants one after the other. They stood in line, the first before him and the last at the rear of the large reception hall. When the last tenant's turn came, Adam asked him rather brusquely, without raising his head from his ledger, what's your name? He was taken aback by the voice that said, Idris Gabalawi. Adam looked up in fright and saw his brother standing before him, then bounded to his feet to defend himself, watching Idris warily. But Idris seemed different, even unrecognizable, shabby, quiet and humble, dejected and pliant, like a starched shirt soaked in water. Although this appearance disarmed Adam of all his old resentment, he was still not completely reassured. Idris, he said in a tone of mingled caution and hope. Idris hung his head and said, with unfamiliar gentleness, don't worry. I'm only your guest in this house, if you can find it in your heart to let me. Were these sweet words really coming from Idris? Had his suffering refined him? Truly, this humility was just as uncanny as his depravity had been. And wasn't receiving him as a guest an insult to Gabalawi? Still, he had not invited Idris, though he now found himself motioning him to sit by him. They sat together and exchanged curious gazes until Idris spoke. I hid in the crowd of tenants so that I could get to you alone. Did anyone see you? Asked Adam uneasily. No one from the house, don't worry about that. I haven't come to cause you any trouble, but I need your sweet nature. Adam lowered his eyes from shame as blood rushed to his face. Maybe you're shocked by the change in me. Maybe you're wondering what's happened to my arrogance and boasting. You must know that I have endured suffering few people could survive. But in spite of all that, I'm not telling anyone but you. People like me can only forget their pride with kind people. God bless you, and us, how your fate has ruined my life. I should have known that all along, but anger had blinded me, and alcohol took away my dignity. Then the life of a vagrant and a thug finished off everything that was human in me. Would you ever have thought this of your older brother? Never. You were always a good brother, and the best of men. Those days are gone, lamented Idris. Now I'm worthless. I hang around the desert hauling this pregnant woman around with me, wrecking every place I go, making a living doing terrible things and being hateful. You are tearing at my heart, Idris. Forgive me, Adam. I've always known you to be like this. Didn't I carry you around in my arms? Didn't I watch you grow up from boyhood, and wasn't I always aware of your nobility and wonderful qualities? What a terrible thing anger is. Nothing is more terrible, Idris. Idris sighed and spoke as if to himself, with all I have done to you, there is no punishment too harsh for me. God give you rest, Idris. Do you know, I always knew you'd come home. Even when our father was angriest at you, I spoke up for you. Idris smiled, showing rotten yellow teeth. That's what I always knew in my heart. I knew that if there was any hope of my father changing his mind, it would be on your account. I can see God at work guiding your good soul. Don't you think the time has come for us to talk to Father? Idris shook his disheveled head in despair. Older by a day, wiser by a year, and I'm 10 years older than you are, not just one. I know that our Father can forgive anything except an insult from anyone. Father will never forgive me after what's happened. I have no hope of ever going home to the mansion. This was perfectly true. This is what bothered Adam and depressed him. He murmured gloomily, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Idris smiled again. "Don't even think of giving me money, because I know how honestly you must run the estate. If you gave me a helping hand, it would be your own money, and that I cannot accept. Today you're a husband and tomorrow you'll be a father. I haven't come to you here driven by my poverty. I've come to tell you I'm sorry for the things I've done to hurt you, and to return your friendship. And I have something to ask." Adam looked at him attentively. "Tell me what you want, Idris." Idris moved his head closer to his brother, as if he were afraid the walls would hear him. "I want to feel secure about my future. I've lost the present. I'm going to be a father, like you. What kind of a life will my children have? I am at your command for anything I can do." Idris clapped Adam gratefully on the shoulder and said, "I want to know if our Father is going to deprive me of my share of the inheritance." "How would I know that? But if you want to know what I think—" "I'm not asking what you think," Idris interrupted him restlessly. "I want to know what your father thinks." "You know that he never tells anyone what he's thinking. But he must have a record of his will with the estate deed." Adam shook his head but said nothing. "Everything is in those documents," urged Idris. "I don't know anything about them, and you know no one in our house knows anything about them. The work I do is completely under our Father's supervision." Idris transfixed him with a sad stare. "The estate documents are in a big book. I saw it once when I was small and asked what was in it. That was when he loved me the best. He said it was all about us, and wouldn't talk about it or answer my questions about it. Now there is no question but my fate is decided in it." Adam felt cornered. "God knows," he said. "It's in a secret room off of our Father's bedroom. You must have seen the little door at the end of the wall, on the left. It's always locked, but the key is kept in a little silver box in the drawer of his bedside table. The big book is on the table in that narrow room." Adam raised his thin eyebrows in alarm. "What do you want?" "Any peace of mind left for me in this world," sighed Idris, "depends on finding out what is written about me in that book." Adam seemed alarmed. "It would be easier for me just to ask him what's in the 10 conditions. He wouldn't say, he'd get angry, and might think badly of you for asking, or get thinking about why you were asking in the first place, and he'll get angry. I would hate for you to lose your father's trust as punishment for acting charitably toward me. He certainly doesn't want to broadcast his 10 conditions. If he wanted us to know that, we would all know. The only sure way to the book is the one I've described to you. It will be very easy to do at dawn, when he goes out for his walk in the garden." Adam paled. "What a horrible thing to ask of me, Idris." Idris hid his frustration with a weak smile. "It's not a crime for a son to read what concerns him in his father's papers. But you're asking me to steal a secret that our father guards with his honor." Idris sighed audibly and said, "I said to myself when I decided to come to you, there's nothing harder than convincing Adam of something he considers contrary to his father's will. But I was deluded by hope and thought, maybe he'll do it if he sees how badly I need his help, and after all it's no crime. It will go smoothly, and you'll see that you can lift a soul from hell at no cost to yourself. May God keep us from evil. Amen. But I'm begging you to save me from torment." Adam rose anxiously and was followed by Idris, who showed him a smile signaling his hopeless surrender. "I have really troubled you, Adam, One of the things about my wretchedness is that I bring trouble to everyone I meet, one way or another. Idris is still a cruel curse. How much it pains me, not being able to help you. It is the worst pain I know. Idris came near him and placed his hand tenderly on Adam's shoulder, then kissed him affectionately on the forehead. I'm the only one responsible for my hard life. Why should I ask more of you than you're capable of? Let me leave you in peace. What will be, will be. And with that, Idris left. 7. Excitement crept into Umaima's face, after a long absence, as she asked Adam earnestly, "Hasn't your father ever told you about the book before?" Adam was sitting cross-legged on their sofa, gazing out the window at the shadow-shrouded desert. "He has never told anyone about it. But you. I'm only one of his many sons. But he chose you to run the estate," said Umaima with a light smile. Adam turned to her and spoke sharply. "I just said he never told anyone about it." She smiled again to soften his irritation. "Don't trouble yourself about it. Idris doesn't deserve that much," she said slyly. "All the terrible things he's done to you can never be forgotten." Adam turned to the window and said sadly, "The Idris who visited me today is not the same Idris who did terrible things to me. He was so sad and repentant, I can't get the sight of him out of my mind." "That's what I thought, from what you were saying," Umaima said in plain delight. "And that's why I'm concerned, but you seem so depressed, and that's not like you." He gazed at the impenetrable blackness, his busy head unable to think. "There's no use worrying. But your repentant brother is asking you to take pity. My eye sees far but my arm is short. What can I do? You should make up with him and your other brothers, or someday you'll find yourself all alone before them. You're thinking of yourself, not Idris." She shook her head as if to banish any thought of cunning. "It's my right to think of myself. In doing that I'm thinking of you too, and of my baby." What did this woman want? And this blackness, it obliterated even the massive macadam. He relaxed in silence until she spoke again. "Don't you remember ever entering the little room?" He broke his short silence. "Never. I wanted to go in there when I was a boy, but my father didn't let me, and my mother wouldn't let me near it." "You must have really wanted to go in." He was discussing the matter with her because he expected her to help him resist Idris, but she was pushing him toward him. He needed someone to support the correctness of his stand against his brother. This he needed badly, yet he was like a man calling in the dark for a watchman, and having a robber emerge instead. Umaima was asking him another question. "Do you know the drawer with the silver box in it?" "Anyone who's been inside the room knows it. Why do you ask?" She slid seductively down the sofa nearer to him. "Can you swear that you don't really want to see the room?" "No," he said crossly. "Why would I? Who wouldn't want to see the future?" "Your future, you mean?" "Mine and yours, and that of Idris, whom you feel so sorry for in spite of all he's done to you." The woman was expressing his own thoughts. That was what made him mad. He stretched his head toward the window as if wishing to escape from it. "I don't want anything my father doesn't want." Umaima's penciled eyebrows rose. "Why should he hide it?" "That's his business. You're asking so many questions tonight." "The future," said Umaima, almost to herself. "To know our future, to do something for poor Idris, and all it would cost us would be reading a sheet of paper, with no one the wiser. I dare any friend or enemy to prove any bad intentions if we did that, or to show that it hurt your dear father in the least." Adam was watching a star brighter than all the others and paid no attention to her words. "How beautiful the heavens are! If it weren't for the night mists I'd be sitting in the garden, watching it through the branches. Those conditions of his must benefit somebody. I don't care about benefits that only cause problems." "If only I knew how to read," sighed Umaima. I would go look in the silver box myself. He wished she could. This made him twice as angry at her, and at himself too. He felt as though he had already succumbed to the forbidden deed, as though it were already a foregone conclusion. He turned to her, frowning. By the light of the suspended lamp which danced in the breeze from the window, his face looked gloomy and weak despite his scowl. I was lost as soon as I told you about it. I don't want anything bad to happen to you, and I love your father as much as you do. That's enough of this talk. Don't you prefer to rest at this time of day? I guess my heart won't rest until you've done this simple thing. Oh God, give her back her sense, groaned Adam. She looked at him calmly. Didn't you disobey your father when you met with Idris in the reception hall? His eyes widened in surprise. He was standing there in front of me. I had no choice. Did you tell your father that he visited? What's with you tonight, Amema? If you can disobey him in something that can hurt you, she said in a triumphant tone, why can't you disobey him in something that can help you and your brother, and hurts nobody? He could have ended the conversation there if he wished, but this was a steep slope. And the truth was that he had let her go on like this because part of him needed her support. What do you mean? He asked irritably. I mean stay up until dawn, or until the coast is clear. I thought pregnancy had only taken away your sex drive. Now I see it's taken away your sense too, said Adam angrily. You are convinced by what I say. I swear by this new life inside me. But you're afraid, and fear does not become you. His face darkened with a look very different from the profound resignation inside him. This is a night we'll remember as our first fight. Adam, she said with special tenderness, let's really think about this. It won't do any good. That's what you say now, but you'll see. He felt the heat of the fire he was moving into. If you burn, he said to himself, your tears will never put it out. He looked toward the window and imagined that the dwellers of that twinkling star were lucky to be so far from this house. No one has ever loved his father as I love mine, he muttered weakly. You would never be capable of hurting him. Amema, go to bed. You're the one who won't let me sleep. I was hoping you'd talk sense to me. I did. He said to himself in a near whisper. I wonder, am I headed for my ruin? She stroked the hand that rested on the arm of the sofa and chided him. Our fate is one, you cold thing. He answered with a resignation that indicated his decision. Not even that star knows my fate. You will read your fate in that book, she said impetuously. He looked out at the wakeful stars and the skeins of cloud illuminated by their serene light, and imagined that they had heard his conversation. What a beautiful sky, he mumbled. You taught me to love the garden, he heard Amema say flirtatiously. Let me return the favor. 8. At dawn, the father left his room and headed for the garden. Adam was watching at the end of the hall, and Amema was behind him, her hand on his shoulder in the dark. They followed the heavy, even sound of his footfalls but could not make out their direction in the dark. It was Gabalawi's habit to take a walk at this hour without a light or any company. When the footsteps died away, Adam turned to his wife. Maybe we should go back, he whispered. She pushed him and whispered back in his ear, look, you're not doing anything wrong. He moved forward with cautious steps with excruciating ambivalence. One hand closed over the small candle in his pocket while he felt along the wall with the other, until he felt the door jam. I'll stay here and keep a lookout. Go in, and be careful. She reached out and pushed the door open, then withdrew. Adam edged warily toward the room and caught the penetrating odor of musk. He closed the door behind him and stood staring into the darkness until he made out the row of windows looking out onto the wasteland and beginning to show the light of daybreak. Adam felt as though the crime, if it was a crime, had taken place with his entering the room, and that he must complete the deed. He moved along the left wall, occasionally bumping into chairs, and passed by the door of the little room, until he reached the end. He followed the middle wall, and almost immediately came upon the table. He pulled open the drawer and felt inside it until he found the box. He paused to compose himself. He then went back to the door, found the keyhole, slipped the key inside and turned it. The door opened, and now he was slinking into the little room no one except his father had ever entered before. He closed the door, took out his candle and lit it. He was in a square, high-ceilinged room with no opening but the door. A small carpet was laid on the floor, and against the right wall was an elegant table with a huge book on it, chained to the wall. Adam's throat was dry and he swallowed painfully, as if his tonsils were inflamed. He grit his teeth as if to squeeze the fear out of his quaking limbs. With the candle in his hand, he approached the table and studied the volume's cover, ornamented with gold-leaf script, then put his hand out and opened it. Only with difficulty could he control himself and concentrate his mind. He read, in slanted Persian-style script, the formula in the name of God. He heard the door open suddenly. He jerked his head toward the sound involuntarily, almost as if the opening door had controlled his head. He saw Gabalawi in the light of the candle, his large body filling the doorframe, aiming a cold, harsh stare at him. Frozen into silence, Adam gazed into his father's eyes. He could not speak, move, or even think. "Get out," Gabalawi ordered him. But Adam could not budge. He stood like a mere object, though no object can feel despair. "Get out," screeched Gabalawi. His terror spurred him awake, and he moved. Gabalawi moved out of the doorway, and Adam left the room, the candle still burning in his hand. He saw Umayma standing silently in the middle of the room, tears streaming from her eyes. His father motioned him to stand beside his wife, and he did. Then he spoke sternly, "I want you to give me truthful answers." Adam's features expressed his obedience wordlessly. "Who told you about the book?" asked the man. "Idris," said Adam, like a broken vessel that instantly spills its contents. "When?" "Yesterday morning." "How did you meet?" "He sneaked in with the new tenants and waited until he could be alone with me." "Why didn't you kick him out?" "It would have hurt me too, father." "Don't call me father," snapped Gabalawi. "You are my father," replied Adam, gathering all his courage, "in spite of your anger and my foolishness." "Did he tempt you to that deed?" "Yes, sir," answered Umayma, although the question had not been directed to her. "Be quiet, vermin." Gabalawi turned back to Adam. "Answer me." He was desperate and depressed and remorseful, and was only concerned for the future of his children. "So you did this for him?" "No, I told him I couldn't." "What made you change your mind?" Adam sighed despairingly. "Satan," he muttered. "Did you tell your wife what went on between you and him?" asked Gabalawi suggestively. Now Umayma began sobbing. Gabalawi told her to be quiet, and directed Adam, with a movement of his finger, to answer. "Yes." "What did she say to you?" Adam was silent. He swallowed. "Answer me, you scum." "I saw that she was eager to know what was in the will, and didn't think that would hurt anybody." Gabalawi glared at him contemptuously. "So you admit betraying someone who favored you above others better than you?" "I'm not trying to excuse what I did," Adam virtually wailed, "but your forgiveness is greater than any sin or excuse. You conspired against me with Idris after I kicked him out of here as a favor to you." "I have not conspired with Idris. I made a mistake, and my only hope is in your forgiveness." "Sir," cried Umayma plaintively. "Quiet, vermin," Gabalawi interrupted. He frowned at each of them in turn, and spoke in a terrible voice, "Get out of this house." "Father," begged Adam, "Get out," said the man harshly, "before you are thrown out." 9. This time the immense mansion gate swung open to witness the expulsion of Adam and Umama. Adam walked out carrying a bundle of clothes, followed by Umama with another bundle and some food. They cowered as they walked mournfully away, both crying from hopelessness. When they heard the gate snap shut behind them, they wailed loudly, and Umama sobbed, "Death is too good for me." "You're right, for once," quavered Adam, "but death is too good for me too." They had not gotten far from the house when they heard a mocking, drunken laugh. Looking around for its source, they saw Idris in front of the hut he had built of discarded planks and tin sheets, and his wife, Nargis, sitting, silently spinning. Idris laughed in gloating mockery until the astonished Adam and Umama stopped to gape at him. Then he began to dance and snap his fingers, and Nargis looked annoyed and went into the hut. Adam looked on with eyes reddened from tears and rage. At once he realized how he had been tricked, and saw the vile and criminal truth. He saw his own folly and stupidity, which even now animated this criminal's gloating, joyous dance. This was Idris, who had become the embodiment of evil. Adam's blood boiled and rose until it filled his brain. He grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it, screaming in a voice choked with rage. "You trash! You abominable thing! Even the scorpions are more human than you!" Idris answered him with even wilder dancing. He rocked his head right and left, raised his eyebrows playfully, and kept snapping his fingers. Adam's anger rose again. "Depraved, rotten, worthless, that's what liars are, and those are your good points." Idris' middle now undulated with the same grace as his head, and he mouthed obscene soundless laughter. Ignoring Umama, who was trying to urge him to keep walking, Adam shouted, "Go on, keep acting like a whore, you're the lowest of the low." Idris shook his buttocks as he spun slowly and amorously around. Blind with rage, Adam threw his bundle to the ground and pushed away Umama, who was trying to hold him back, and leaped at Idris. He got him around the neck and tried with all his strength to crush it. Idris gave no sign of feeling the stranglehold, and continued to dance gracefully. Maddened, Adam punched him again and again, but Idris went on teasing and even sang, in his most grating voice, a babyish rhyme. "Doofkai, doofkai, doofkai, spin? Where'd you get your kitty's fin?" Then he stopped, cursed violently, and hit Adam so hard in the chest that he was thrown back and staggered, then lost his balance and fell on his back. Screaming, Umama ran to him and helped him up, dusting him off. "What do you want with this beast?" she said. "Let's get out of here." He picked up his bundle without a word, and his wife took hers, and they resumed walking until the end of the property, when exhaustion overtook him. He dropped the bundle and sat on it, saying, "Let's rest a little." The woman sat opposite him and began to cry again. Then Idris' voice reached them, as strong as thunder. He stood before the mansion, looking menacingly up at it as he bellowed, "You kicked me out to please the lowest of your children, and do you see how he has treated you? Now you yourself are throwing him out into the dirt, just as you did to me, and you're worst off of all. Take notice that Idris cannot be beaten. Stay up there with your stupid, sterile sons. The only grandchildren you'll ever have will creep in the dirt and roll around in filth. And someday they'll live by peddling potatoes and melon seeds. The gangsters in Atuf and Kafr al-Zaghari will slap them around. Your blood will be mixed with the commonest blood. You'll squat alone in your room, changing your will in rage and failure. You'll suffer from loneliness and old age in the dark, and when you die not one eye will weep." Idris turned to Adam and continued to shout frenziedly, "You weakling, how will you live by yourself? You have no strength, and no one strong to depend upon. What good will your reading and arithmetic do you in the desert? Ha ha ha!" Umama was still crying, until Adam grew annoyed and told her dully, "That's enough crying." "I'll have a lot more crying to do," she replied, drying her eyes. "I'm the guilty one, Adam." "You're not the only one. If I hadn't been so weak and cowardly, none of this would have happened. The sin is mine alone. You're just taking all the blame to keep me from yelling at you, yelled Adam. Her appetite for self-criticism blunted. Umayma kept her head bowed and said softly, I didn't think he'd be that cruel with us. I know him better. I have no excuse. She hesitated before asking, how am I supposed to live here when I'm pregnant? We have to live in this wasteland after having lived in the mansion. I wish tears could help us, but all we can do is build a hut. Where? He looked around, and his gaze rested in the direction of Idris' hut. We shouldn't go too far from the mansion, he said uneasily, even if we have to end up near Idris' hut. Otherwise we'd be all alone at the mercy of this desert. Umayma thought a little, and seemed convinced. Yes, and so we can be within his sight, in case he takes pity on us. Adam groaned. Grief is killing me. If it weren't for you, I'd think all this was a nightmare. Will he never forgive us? I won't be insolent to him like Idris, no way. I'm nothing like Idris. Will he treat me the same way? This place has never known a father like yours, said Umayma bitterly. When will your tongue learn? He glared at her. I haven't committed a crime or a sin, for God's sake, said Umayma irritably. Tell anyone what I did, and how I'm being punished, and I bet you he won't even believe it. I swear to God, in the history of fatherhood there has never been a father like yours. And the world has never known a man like him. This mountain, this desert, and this sky testify to that. Any other man would have avoided the challenge. The way he acts, none of his children will be left in the mansion. We were the first to leave, and we were the worst ones in it. I am not, said Umayma hotly. We are not. The true judgment comes only through a test. They fell silent. There was not a living thing to be seen in the desert except for stragglers far off, at the foot of the mountain. The sun cast its fierce rays from the clear sky, and baked the vast sands, which glittered with scattered stones or fragments of glass. The mountain stood alone on the horizon except for a tall boulder in the east that looked like the head of a body buried in the sands, and Idris' hut at the eastern end of the mansion, planted defiantly but pathetically in the ground. The very air warned of hardship, trouble, and fear. Umayma sighed audibly. We are going to have to work very hard to make life bearable. Adam gazed up at the mansion. We are going to have to work even harder to make that gate open for us again. 10. Adam and Umayma started building their hut at the western end of the mansion. They brought stones from Macadam and gathered boards from the foot of the mountain and from the outskirts of Atuf, Gamaliya and Bab al-Nasr. It became clear to them that building their home would take much more time than they had supposed, and by this time they had run out of the stores of cheese, eggs and molasses Umayma had taken from the house. Adam decided to go out and look for a job. He would sell some of his more expensive clothes to buy a handcart, from which he would peddle potatoes, chickpeas, cucumbers and other produce, depending on the season. Umayma became so emotional watching him collect his clothes that she burst into tears, but he did not respond. Then he said, with mingled irony and irritation, these clothes aren't right for me anymore. Wouldn't it be silly to hawk potatoes in an embroidered camel hair cloak? With the desert as a backdrop, he pushed his cart toward Gamaliya, which had not yet forgotten his wedding. His heart sank and his voice died. He stopped calling out for buyers, and he almost sobbed aloud. He quickly switched to the more remote neighborhoods, and doggedly pushed his cart, and cried his wares from morning till night, until his hands were hard, his sandals were worn out, and his feet and limbs were racked with pain. How hateful it was, haggling with the women, being forced by exhaustion to nap on the ground by a wall, stopping in a corner to relieve himself. This life seemed unreal, and the days in the garden, running the property, the little room that overlooked Macadam were like fairy tales. He said to himself, nothing is real in this world, the mansion, that unfinished hut, that garden, this handcart, yesterday, today and tomorrow. I probably did the right thing to build the hut in front of the mansion, so that I don't lose my past the way I've lost my present and future. Would it be inconceivable for me to lose my memory as I've lost my father and myself? He went home in the evening to Umayma, not to relax, but to work on building the hut. One noon he sat in Wadawit Alley to rest, and fell asleep. A movement woke him, and he saw boys stealing his cart. He got up and threatened them, and one boy who saw him warned his friends with a whistle. They overturned the cart to distract him from going after them. The cucumbers tumbled all over the ground while the boys dispersed like locusts. Adam was so enraged that he forgot his decent upbringing and screamed obscenities at them, then bent down to retrieve his cucumbers from the mud. His anger redoubled with no outlet, so he asked emotionally, "Why was your anger like fire, burning without mercy? Why was your pride dearer to you than your own flesh and blood? How can you enjoy an easy life when you know we are being stepped on like insects? Forgiveness, gentleness, tolerance have no place in your mansion, you oppressor." He seized the handles of the cart, and set out to push it as far as he could get from this accursed alley, when he heard a taunting voice. "How much are the cucumbers, uncle?" Idris stood there with a mocking grin, wearing a brilliantly striped long shirt, a white turban on his head. When Adam saw him smiling and scornful, not wrought up or angry, his world turned black. He pushed the cart to leave, but Idris blocked his way and spoke in surprise. "Doesn't a customer like me deserve good service?" Adam tensely raised his head and said, "Just leave me alone." Idris did a sarcastic double take. "You don't like having your brother talk to you this way." "Idris," said Adam patiently, "haven't you done enough to me as it is? I don't want you to know me, I don't want to know you." "What kind of talk is this? We're practically neighbors." "I didn't want to be your neighbor, but I wanted to be near the house I was evicted from," snickered Idris. Adam fell silent, but his bloodless face showed his anger. "The soul yearns for the place it has been thrown out of, isn't that right?" Adam said nothing. "You want to go back to that house, you shrewd thing, you really are weak, but full of cunning. But let me tell you that I'll never let you go back and leave me here, not if the sky falls to the earth." "Haven't you done enough to me?" asked Adam, his nostrils flaring with anger. "Haven't you done enough to me? I was kicked out because of you, and I was the brilliant star of the mansion. You were kicked out because of your own pride." Idris shrieked with laughter. "And you were kicked out because of your own weakness. There's no room in the mansion for strength or weakness. Look what a dictator your father is. He allows no one but himself to show strength or weakness. He is so strong that he ruins the people closest to him, and so weak that he marries a woman like your mother." "Let me go," stammered Adam, frowning angrily. "If you want trouble, find someone your own size." "Your father starts trouble with the strong and the weak." Adam kept silent and glowered even more darkly. "You don't want to be lured into disparaging him. How clever of you. It proves that you dream of going back there." He took a cucumber from the cart and made a face. "How did you let yourself get sucked into peddling these dirty cucumbers? Is this the best you could do?" "I'm happy with this work." "You mean poverty has left you no choice, while your father lives like a king? Think about that. Wouldn't you do better to team up with me?" "That's not what I was cut out for," said Adam sullenly. "Look at my clothes. The owner was parading around in this yesterday, as if he had any right to." Adam looked shocked. "How did you get it?" "The way strong people get anything they want. He had committed robbery or even murder." "I can't believe that you are my brother Idris," said Adam sadly. "Why should anyone be surprised?" laughed Idris, "who knows that I'm a child of Gabalawi." "Now will you get out of my way?" exclaimed Adam, his patience gone. Whatever you say, moron. Idris filled his pockets with cucumbers, threw at him a look of contempt, spat on the cart, and walked away. Umayma rose to greet him when he arrived at the hut. Shadow was enveloping the desert, and a candle guttered inside the hut. The stars flashed in the sky, and in their light the mansion loomed like a giant apparition. Umayma saw from his silence that she was better off avoiding him in this mood. She gave him a jug of water to wash in and brought him clean clothes. He washed his face and feet, changed his clothes, then sat on the ground and stretched his legs out. She approached him cautiously and said, to placate him, "I wish I could bear some of your burden for you." As if she had picked at a scab, he shouted, "Shut up. You're the source of all this trouble and hardship." She slid away from him, so far that she became almost invisible in the darkness, but he shouted at her again. "You're the best reminder of my stupidity. I cursed the day I first saw you." He heard her sobbing in the dark, but it only made him angrier. "God damn, you're crying. Your tears are just leaks from the wickedness that fills your whole body. Nothing you say is worse than what I'm going through," she bawled. "I don't want to hear another word. Get away from me." He wadded up his discarded clothes and threw them at her. "My belly," she moaned. His anger began to cool and he began to worry about what might happen. She inferred from his silence that he was sorry and said in a pained voice, "I'll get away from you, since that's what you want." She got up and started off. "Do you think this is a good time to act like a spoiled brat?" he shouted. He started to get up, and called, "Come back." "Forget it." He squinted into the darkness until he saw her shape coming his way. He rested his back against the wall of the hut, and looked up at the sky, wishing he could be sure that her belly was unhurt, but he was too proud. He would ask her very soon, and he eased into it by telling her, "Wash some of the cucumbers for our supper." 1. A peaceable enough place to sit. No greenery or water, no birds singing on branches, just the bleak, hostile desert ground, which at night wore such mysterious blackness that a dreamer could imagine it to be whatever he wished. The dome of the heavens studded with stars, the woman inside the hut, and solitude that speaks. Sorrow like coals buried in ashes. The high wall of the mansion repelling the sad exile. This tyrant father, how fan I make him hear my fry? It is wisest to forget the past, but the past is all we have. That is why I hate my weakness and curse my depravity. I can stomach misery as a mate, and beget children for him. A sparrow, with no power fan bar from the garden, is more fortunate than I am in my dreams. My eyes yearn for the water that gushed between the rose bushes. Where is the fragrance of the henna plants and jasmine? Where the PalaFe of mind, my flute, you frail man? Half a year has gone by. When will your Ife cruelty thaw? From a distance Idris' raucous singing could be heard. A strange world, God, a strange world. And here he was, lighting a fire in front of his hut, a flame that shot high, and then sank into the ground. His hugely pregnant wife came and went, bringing food and drink. Overcome by a wave of drunken resentment, Idris broke the silence with a bellow directed at the mansion. "Time for your roast chicken and greens, people. I hope it poisons you." Then he resumed singing. "Every time I manage to be alone in the dark," Adam said sadly to himself, "that devil stokes up his fire and makes noise and ruins my peace." When Umayma appeared at the door of the hut, he realized that she had not slept, as he had thought. Her pregnancy had exhausted her, and hard work and poverty had worn her down. "Why aren't you sleeping?" she asked tenderly. "Just let me enjoy the only hour I have to enjoy life," he snarled. "You'll be out pushing your cart first thing in the morning, you need to rest. When I'm alone I'm a respectable man again, or I can pretend to be. I contemplate the sky and remember days gone by." She sighed audibly. "I wish I could see your father leaving the house or going in. I'd throw myself at his feet and beg him to forgive me. How many times have I told you to forget that idea?" asked Adam impatiently. That way will do nothing to get us back in his good graces. Umayma was silent for a long time, then said, I'm thinking of the fate of this thing in my belly. That's all I think of too, even though I've become one of the lower beasts. You are the best man in the world, she murmured sadly. Adam laughed derisively. I'm no longer a man at all. No one but animals think only about food. Don't be sad. How many men have started out like you, and then got rich and ended up owning stores and houses? Are you having labor pains in your brain? You'll be an important man someday, Umayma persisted. Our child will grow up rich. Adam slapped his hands together in sarcastic despair. Will I make us rich selling beer, maybe? Or hashish? By working, Adam? Working to eat is the worst curse in the world. He snapped. In the garden I used to live, and do no work except for looking at the sky or playing my flute, but now I'm just an animal. I push that cart in front of me day and night to earn some garbage to eat in the evening, and to shit in the morning. Working to eat is the worst curse of all. The only life is in the mansion, where no one works so they can eat. Everything there is fun and beauty and singing. Idris' voice split the air. That's the truth, Adam. Work is a curse. It's a humiliation I haven't learned yet. Didn't I invite you to team up with me? Adam turned toward the voice and saw Idris standing nearby. He often sneaked over unnoticed in the dark and eavesdropped for as long as he pleased, and joined the conversation when he felt like it. Go home, said Adam irritably. I was just saying, Idris pronounced with mock seriousness, as you were, that work is a curse which impairs the dignity of man. You're inviting me to be a thug, which is more disgusting than a curse. If work is a curse and crime is disgusting, how is a man supposed to live? Adam said nothing. He hated this conversation. Idris waited for him to speak, and when he didn't, he spoke again. Maybe you want to get along without working. That would have to be at the expense of others. Adam persevered in his silence. Or maybe you want to get along without working and without hurting anybody. He cackled. It's a puzzle, slave boy. Spite the devil and go home, shouted Umayma angrily. Idris' shrill wife called him home, and he left as he had come, singing, Strange world, oh God, strange world. Umayma turned pleadingly to her husband. Please avoid arguing with him at any cost. He just appears. I have no idea where he comes from. Silence fell and soothed their irritation. Again Umayma spoke up tenderly. I know in my heart that I'll make this hut into a mansion like the one we left, right down to the garden and nightingales, and our child will be happy and secure there. Adam got up with a smile she could not make out in the dark and brushed the dirt from his clothes. Sweet pickles. Get your cucumbers here. And the sweat pours off me, the children harass me, the ground burns my feet, all for a few coins. She followed him into the hut. But someday we'll be rich and happy. If you had to work, you wouldn't have time to dream. As they lay down on their straw pallet, Umayma said, Isn't God mighty enough to turn our hut into a mansion like the one we left? All I want is to go back to the mansion, Adam said, yawning. Then he yawned more deeply. Work is a curse. Maybe so, whispered Umayma, but it is a curse that can only be defeated by more work. 12. One night Adam was awakened by low cries. He floated a moment between sleep and waking before he recognized Umayma's agonized moans of "Oh, my back. Oh, my belly." He sat up and looked toward her. You're always doing this now, and it turns out to be nothing. Light the candle. Light it yourself, she groaned. This is really it. He got up and groped among the kitchen utensils for the candle, found and lit it, and stuck it on their low table. In the feeble light, Umayma lay half-propped on her elbows, groaning and raising her head to breathe with obvious difficulty. "That's what you think whenever you're in pain," the man said. Her face fell. "No, this time I'm sure this is it." He helped her support her back against the wall of the hut. "It will be this month, anyway. Can you hold on until I go to Gamaliya and get the midwife? Be careful. What time is it now?" Adam went outside to look at the sky, then said, "It's almost daybreak. I'll be quick." He set out walking briskly toward Gamaliya, and before long was threading his way through the blackness holding the hand of the elderly midwife to guide her. Imama's screams were shredding the silence as he neared the hut. His heart pounded and he lengthened his strides until the midwife protested. They entered the hut together, and the midwife took off her cloak and spoke cheerfully to Imama. "This is your happy ending, be patient, and you'll be fine." "How are you?" Adam asked. "I'm almost dead from the pain," she moaned. "My body is being broken apart, my bones are breaking, don't leave me." "He'll be fine waiting outside," said the midwife. Adam left the hut for the open air, and discerned a figure standing nearby, someone he recognized before he saw him clearly. His chest constricted, but Idris affected politeness. "Is she in labor?" "The poor thing, my wife went through it not that long ago, but the pain doesn't last." "Then you take your luck, whatever fate has in store, that's how I got Hind. She's a sweet thing, but all she does is wet herself and cry. Take it easy." "It's in God's hands," said Adam through clenched teeth. Idris laughed harshly. "Did you get her the Gamaliya midwife?" "Yes." "She's a filthy, grasping old thing. We used her, and she cost too much for what she did, so I kicked her out. She still curses me out every time I go past her house." "You shouldn't treat people that way," said Adam a little hesitantly. "Little man, your father taught me to treat people badly." Imama's voice rose in a ragged scream, like an echo of the tearing going on inside her. Adam pressed his lips together to keep in what he wanted to say, then went worriedly over to the hut, and called out in a gentle voice, "Be brave." "Be brave, Imama," Idris repeated very loudly. Adam was concerned that his wife would hear Idris, but he swallowed his anger and said only, "I think we should stand farther away from the house. Come home with me. I'll give you tea, and we can watch Hind snore." But Adam moved away from his hut without heading toward Idris, silently cursing his brother. Idris followed him. "You'll be a father before sunup," said Idris. "It's a big change, but one of the good things is that you can enjoy the kind of bond your father broke with such ease and empty-headedness." Adam gave voice to his exasperation. "You're bothering me with that kind of talk. What else do we have to talk about?" Adam kept reluctantly silent for a few moments, then said almost pityingly, "Idris, why do you always follow me around when you know we're not even friends?" Idris burst into laughter. "You impudent boy. I was woken up from a deep sleep by your wife screaming, but I didn't get mad. On the contrary, I came over to help you. Your father heard the screaming just as well as I did, but he just went back to sleep, like some heartless stranger. We both know the fate he had in store for us," said Adam crossly. "Can't you ignore me the way I ignore you?" "You hate me, Adam, not because I was the cause of your being kicked out. You hate me because I remind you of your weakness. What you hate in me is the reflection of your own sinfulness. I no longer have any excuse for hating you. In fact, now you are my comfort, you help me to forget. And remember, we're neighbors, and the first living things in this desert. Our children will learn to walk here side by side." "You love to torment me." Idris did not reply for such a long time that Adam hoped the conversation was over. But then he asked, "Why can't we get along?" "Because I'm a peddler earning a living, and you're a man whose hobbies are fighting and trouble." Imama's screams intensified and rose in pitch, and Adam raised his head imploringly. seeing suddenly that the darkness was lifting, that dawn was ascending over the mountain. "How terrible pain is!" cried Adam. "And how wonderful leisure is!" laughed Idris. "You were born to run the estate and play your flute. Go ahead and laugh. I'm in pain." "Why? I thought your wife was the one in pain." "Just leave me alone," yelled Adam, touchy with anxiety. "Do you think you can become a father without paying a price?" asked Idris with maddening calm. Adam exhaled but said nothing. "You are wise," said Idris sympathetically. "I came to offer you some work that could help make your descendants happy. What we hear happening in there is a beginning, not an end. Our yearnings can only be satisfied by building a hill of noisy children over our heads. What do you think?" "It's nearly light. Go and get some sleep." Sustained screams rose again, until Adam felt useless where he was and went back to the hut, now emerging from the dark. As he got there, Umayma was letting out a deep sigh, like the end of a sad song. "How are you?" he asked as he came to the door. "Wait," said the midwife. His heart was eager for relief, as the voice had a triumphant ring. Before long the woman appeared at the door. 2 boys. Twins. God bless them both. Idris' laughter rang out behind his back, and he heard him say, "Idris is now the proud father of a girl and uncle to 2 boys." He headed back to his hut, singing, "Where have luck and fortune gone? Tell me, time, tell me." "Their mother would like to name them Qadri and Humam," said the midwife. Transported by joy, Adam murmured, "Qadri and Humam, Qadri and Humam." 15. "Let's sit down and eat our food," said Qadri, wiping his face on his shirt tail. Humam looked at the sinking sun and said, "Yes, it's late." They sat cross-legged on the sand at the foot of Muqaddam, and Humam untied the knot of the red-striped handkerchief and took out their bread, falafel and leeks. They began to eat, glancing up now and then at their sheep, some of which roamed while others ruminated peacefully. There was nothing in the twins' features or physiques to help tell them apart, though the hunter's look so striking in Qadri's eyes lent his appearance a certain distinctive sharpness. "If this desert were ours, and we didn't have to share it," said Qadri with his mouth full, "we could let the sheep graze all over the place and we wouldn't have to worry. But this desert is for shepherds from Atuf, Kafr al-Zagari and al-Hassaniya, and we can avoid trouble by being friends with them." Qadri laughed mockingly, spraying bits of food from his mouth. "In these dead-end neighborhoods, they have only one way of handling people who look for their friendship. They slap you around." "But..." "No buts, Humam, there's only one way. You grab a man by his shirt and hit him on the head and let him fall on his face. Or his back. That's why we have more enemies than we can count." "What, is someone paying you to count them?" Humam was deep in thought, at a profound distance, whistling softly for a moment before reverting to wise silence. He selected a single leek, hefted it and stuffed it into his mouth with gusto, then smacked his lips. "That's why we're alone and spend so much time not talking." "What do you need to talk for? You sing all the time anyway." Humam looked at him confidingly and said, "I get the impression that being alone depresses you sometimes." "I can always find something to be depressed about, being alone or whatever else." Silence fell, interrupted only by eating sounds. They saw from this distance a group coming down from the mountain toward Atuf, chanting. One called out, and the rest sang responses. "This part of the desert is part of our own area. If we were to head north or south, we probably would never make it back," said Humam. Qadri yelped with laughter. "You'd find people in the north and south both who'd love to kill me, but not one who'd dare fight me." Humam was gazing at the sheep. "I'm not saying you have courage, but don't forget that we live thanks to our grandfather's name and our uncle's fearsome reputation, regardless of whatever feud we have with him." Qadri knit his eyebrows in disagreement, but did not speak his protest. He looked over at the mansion, which loomed even at a distance, far off to the west, like a colossal temple of obliterated features, and said, "That place. I've never seen anything like it. Surrounded on all sides by the desert, near streets and alleys known for their fights and nastiness, owned by the worst tyrant around, and that's our grandfather, the one his grandchildren have never seen, even though they live under his nose." Humam looked toward the mansion and said, "Father talks about him with nothing but respect and admiration. All Uncle Idris does is curse him." "Anyway, he's our grandfather," said Humam mildly. "So what good is that, boy? Our father slaves behind his cart, and our mother wears herself out all day and half the night. We go around with these sheep, barefoot and practically naked, while he sits up there behind his walls, heartless, enjoying an easy life we can't even imagine." They finished eating. Humam shook out the handkerchief, folded it, thrust it into his pocket, and threw himself on his back, his arms behind his head, to stare up at the crystalline sky that radiated invisible peace. The horizon was filled with flapping kites. Qadri got up and faced away to piss. "Father says that he used to go out a lot in the past and pass them as he went out and came back, but today no one sees him, as if he's afraid." "How I would love to see him," said Humam dreamily. "Don't think you'd be seeing anything too incredible. You'd find that he looks like Father or Uncle Idris, or like both of them. I'm amazed how Father talks about him with nothing but respect after what he did to him." "Well, either he loves him very much or he accepted that the punishment was justified. Or he still has hopes of a pardon. You don't understand our father. He's a kind and friendly person." Qadri sat down again. "I don't much like him, and I don't like you. I swear there is something wrong with our grandfather. He doesn't deserve anyone's respect. If he had one particle of decency in him, he wouldn't have treated his own flesh and blood so insanely. I think of him the same way our uncle does, as one of the curses of the age." "Maybe the worst things about him," Idris said, smiling, "are things you're so proud of, I mean, strength and bravery. He was given this land for nothing, he didn't work for it. But he's cruel and tyrannical. Don't deny what I came to admit not that long ago, the ruler himself couldn't stand to live alone in this wasteland. Do you really think that story they tell us justifies his being so mad at the world? You find lesser reasons to push people around." Qadri took a drink from the jug until he was full, then burped. "And what sin have his grandchildren committed? Does he know anything about shepherding, the bastard? I wish I knew what he's leaving us in his will." Humam sighed. "A fortune," he said dreamily, "that will spare us hardship. We'll be free to do what we want, and spend our lives having fun and singing. You sound like Father. We work in the dirt and the mud and dream of playing the flute in the shade of the garden. You want the truth. I like Uncle Idris better than our father." Humam sat up and yawned, then stood and stretched. "Anyway, we amount to something. We have a home that's big enough for us, and a living that feeds us, and goats to tend. We sell their milk, and fatten them up to sell them too, and Mother makes us clothes from their wool. What about the flute and the garden?" Humam did not answer. He picked up the staff laid at his feet and headed off in the direction of the sheep. Qadri stood up and shouted mockingly at the mansion, "Is it all right with you that we're your heirs? Or will you punish us in your death, as you did in life? Answer, Gabalawi! Answer, Gabalawi!" rang the echo. 14. From a distance they saw someone coming toward them, though they could not make out its features. The figure approached slowly until at last they recognized her, and when they did, Qadri straightened up instinctively and his beautiful eyes shone. Humam watched his brother with a smile, then looked nonchalantly at the sheep and reminded him in a low voice, "It will be dark soon. Let dawn come, who cares?" Kadri said disdainfully. He took 2 steps forward, waving his arms to welcome the young woman. She had to struggle to get close to where they stood, partly because of the distance she had come and partly because it was hard for her to walk in the sand in her slippers, fixing them both with a glittering gaze from her tempting yet insolent green eyes. She was wrapped in her cape up to her shoulders, leaving her bare head and neck free, and the wind played with her braids. Kadri called out with charm that swept all sign of harshness from his face. "Greetings, Hind." "Greetings," she said to him, adding, to Humam, "Good afternoon, cousin." "Good afternoon, cousin, how are you?" said Humam with a smile. Kadri took her hand and guided her to the great boulder that stood a few yards from where they stood, and they went around the boulder until they were on the side facing the mountain, apart from the desert and its inhabitants. He pulled her toward him, put his arms around her, and gave her a long kiss on the mouth until their front teeth met, and the young woman was lost for a moment in a stuporous surrender. She managed to free herself from his embrace, and stood breathing heavily, adjusting her cape. She met his intense gaze with a smile, but her smile vanished as if something flitted through her mind, made a face and said with a bored air, "I only got away after a battle. Some kind of life this is." Kadri frowned to show that he knew what she meant. "Don't think about it," he said sharply. "Our parents are idiots. My kind father is stupid, and if anything your cruel father is even stupider. They want to bequeath us nothing but their hatred. Idiots. Tell me how you were able to get away." She exhaled noisily. "It was just like any other day, my parents fighting all day long." He slapped her a couple of times, and she screamed at him and swore, and took out her anger on a jug. She smashed it. But that's all she did today. Sometimes she grabs him and tries to strangle him, even while he's smacking her, and curses him when he beats her. But when he's drunk, the only safe thing is to get out of there. I've wanted to run away so many times. I hate my life so much. But I calm myself down by crying until my eyes hurt. Never mind. I waited until he got dressed and went out, then I took my cape, as usual. My mother tried to stop me, but I got her out of my way and left." Kadri held her hand in his and asked, "Didn't she guess where you were going?" "I don't think so. I don't care. Anyway, she wouldn't dare tell my father." Kadri gave a brief bark of laughter and asked, "What do you think he'd do if he knew?" She echoed his laugh, a little bewildered, but said, "I'm not afraid of him, even though he's tough. I can even tell you I love him, and he loves me, in a naive way, in spite of his cruelty. It doesn't occur to him to tell me I'm the dearest thing he has in the world. Maybe that's why I'm so miserable." Kadri sat on the ground by the rock, inviting her to join him by patting the spot beside him. She sat down, shedding her confining cape. He leaned toward her and kissed her cheek. "So it seems it might be easier to try my father than to try yours. Even so, he gets furious at the mention of your father's name. He denies that there's any good in him at all." She laughed, remembering what she had heard him called. "You human. That's how my father curses him." He stared at her contemptuously. "Well, your father criticizes mine for being uncouth, and mine criticizes yours for being too nice. Anyway, they've never agreed on anything." Kadri thrust his head up as if butting the air, and said warningly, "But we will do whatever we want." Hind looked at him tenderly. "My father can do whatever he wants too. There are plenty of things I can do. What does my drunken uncle want for you?" She laughed in spite of herself, and spoke in a tone of mingled protest and pleasantry. "Talk about my father with more respect." She pinched his ear. "I always ask myself what he wants for me. Sometimes I think he doesn't ever want me to get married." He stared at her in surprise until she resumed. "One time I saw him look up angrily at our grandfather's house, and say, if he wanted his children and grandchildren to live in disgrace, does he want the same for his granddaughter? The only proper place for Hind is in that locked mansion. And one time he told my mother that a man from Kafr al-Zaghari wanted to marry me. My mother was really happy, and he got furious and yelled at her, "You slut, you stupid thing! Who do you think this person from Kafr al-Zaghari might be? The lowest servant in the mansion is better than he is, and probably cleaner." My mother sighed and asked him, "So who is good enough for her?" And he shouted, "The dictator hiding behind the walls of his house knows who. She's his granddaughter, and there is no one on earth who's good enough for her. I want her to have a husband like me." My mother couldn't help herself, and said, "Do you want her to be miserable like her mother?" He pounced on her like an animal and kicked her hard until she ran out of the hut. He's out of his mind. He hates our grandfather, and curses him every time he mentions him, but deep inside he's proud to be his son. Qadri made a fist and pounded his thigh. "We would probably have been better off if that man were not our grandfather." "Probably," said Hind bitterly. He gathered her to his chest with ardor that matched his words, and hugged her tightly. He held her in his arms until thoughts of their weary trouble gave way to the deep passion they felt. "Give me your mouth," he said. At this point Humam left his post by the boulder, and headed quietly toward the sheep with a sad and timid smile. He imagined that the very air was drunk with the breath of love, and that love heralded trouble. But he said to himself, his face was so serene and tender. He only looks that way when he's behind the boulder. There's nothing like the magic of love to wipe away our cares. The sky was growing pale as it surrendered to dusk, and soft breezes blew by from the west. Enchantment overtook the scene like a faint melody of farewell. A billy goat leaped on a she-goat. Humam resumed talking to himself. Mother will be pleased when that goat gives birth. But the birth of a human can bring terrible trouble. We are cursed before we are born. I can't believe this hatred. There is no possible reason for it, except that it is between two brothers. For how long will we suffer from such hatred? If the past could be forgotten, the present would be wonderful. But we will keep on staring at that mansion, which gives us the only glory we can claim, and causes all the misery we know. His gaze settled on the mating goats, and he smiled as he rounded up the sheep, whistling and swinging his staff. He turned toward the silent boulder, which stood in its place as if indifferent to all existence. 15. Amema woke up, as usual, when there was only one star left in the sky. She called Adam until he awoke, sighing. The man got up and left his room, still slow with sleep, for the connected outer room where Qadri and Humam were sleeping, and woke them up. The hut, which had been enlarged, now looked like a little house, and was surrounded by a wall that also enclosed a backyard as a sheepfold. The wall was covered with tendrils of ivy, which gave a graceful look to its roughness, and showed that Amema had not yet given up her old dream of improving her hut as far as possible on the model of the mansion. Father and sons met in the yard around a bucket filled with water, washed their faces and put on their work clothes. The air blown into the hut bore the scent of burning wood and the sound of the younger brothers crying. Finally they sat down around the low table before the hut entrance, eating from a pot of stewed fava beans. The autumn air was damp and almost cold at this early hour, but blew against strong bodies capable of bearing up under its gusts. From a distance, Idris' hut, also enlarged, was visible, and the mansion stood in its silence, looking in on itself, as if nothing bound it to this outer world. Amema came in with a jug of fresh milk, set it on the table, and sat down. "Why don't you sell the milk to our esteemed grandfather?" asked Qadri sarcastically. Adam turned his head, now gray at the temples, to Qadri and told him, "Eat and be quiet. A little quiet is the most we can hope for from you." "It's almost time to pickle the lemons, olives and green peppers," said Amema, munching a mouthful of food. "You used to love pickling days, Qadri. Do you remember how you used to help stuff the lemons? We were always happy when we were small, even when we had no reason," said Qadri bitterly. What's wrong with you today, Abu Zaid al-Halali? Asked Adam, putting the jug back in its place. This was the name of a fabulous folk hero. Qadri laughed but said nothing. Market day is coming, said Humam. We have to get the sheep ready. Umayma nodded. Adam turned to Qadri. Qadri, don't be difficult. I can't meet anyone who knows you without their complaining to me about you. I'm afraid you take after your uncle. Or my grandfather. Adam's eyes flashed with indignation. Don't talk that way about your grandfather. Have you ever heard me do that? And he's never done anything to hurt you. As long as he's hurt you, he's hurt us, Qadri protested. Be quiet. Do us all a favor and be quiet. Because of him, we have to live this life, the same life as Uncle Idris' daughter. What does she have to do with us? Said Adam crossly. Her father was the root of the problem. I mean, it isn't fair for women of ours to grow up in this desert wasteland. Tell me who will marry that girl. Why not the devil himself? What business is it of ours? I'm sure she's an animal just like her father. He glanced at his wife as if to seek her support. Yes, just like her father, said Umayma. Damn her and her father, spat Adam. This argument is ruining our meal, said Humam. Don't exaggerate, said Umayma tenderly. The happiest time is when we're together. Suddenly Idris' voice could be heard from afar, bellowing curses and obscenities. Morning prayers, muttered Adam in disgust. He finished his breakfast and got up, then went out to his cart and began pushing it in front of him, calling out, Take care. Goodbye, they answered. He headed off toward Gamaliya. Humam got up and took a side path to the enclosure, and before long the sheep were bleating loudly and the sound of their hoofs filled the path as they streamed out. Qadri rose, took his staff and waved goodbye to his mother, then followed his brother. As they neared Idris' hut, he blocked their way. What are you asking, big guy? Qadri gazed at Idris with real curiosity while Humam avoided looking at him, but he persisted. When may I expect a reply from the sons of the Cucumber Man? Go to the market if you want to buy, said Qadri sharply. What about if I decide to take one? Laughed Idris. Please, father, no scandals, called Hind from inside the house. Mind your business, you, he answered her lightly. I'm talking to the slave boys. We're not bothering you, don't bother us, said Humam. Oh, that's Adam talking. You should be among the sheep, not behind them. My father told us not to answer your bullying, said Humam angrily. Idris screeched with laughter. God reward him. If it weren't for that I'd have disgraced myself by now. He added roughly, You two are respectable people because of my good name. God damn you all. Get out of here. They went on their way, occasionally waving their staffs. Still pale with rage, Humam spoke to Qadri. What a bastard. That man is disgusting. Even at this hour of the morning his breath stinks of liquor. They drove the sheep from behind out into the desert. He talks a lot, said Qadri, but he's never harmed us. He's stolen sheep from us more than once, argued Humam. He's drunk, and unfortunately he's our uncle. There's no way around that. Silence fell as they neared the big boulder. Scattered clouds filled the sky, and sunlight saturated the vast desert. Humam could no longer contain what he wanted to say. You'd be making a terrible mistake if you married into his family. Qadri's eyes shone with anger. Save your advice. I get all I need from father. Our life is bad enough, continued Humam, still stung by Idris' insults. Don't make it worse. Who cares if it kills you all? These troubles you create yourselves, exclaimed Qadri. I'll do whatever I want. They had reached the spot where the sheep grazed. Humam turned to his brother. Do you think you won't suffer the consequences of what you do? Qadri grabbed Humam's shoulder and shouted, "You're just jealous." Humam was shocked. He had not expected this from his brother, though on the other hand he was used to his surprises and outbursts. He removed Qadri's hand from his shoulder and said only, "God help us." Qadri folded his arms on his chest and nodded derisively. "The best thing I can do is leave you alone until you're sorry," said Humam. "You won't admit you're wrong. You won't admit it until it's too late." He turned away and walked toward the shady side of the boulder. Qadri stood sullen-faced in the blazing sun. 16. Adam's family was sitting in front of the hut, eating their supper by the dim starlight, when something happened whose like the desert had not seen since the expulsion of Adam. The mansion gate swung open and a figure with a lamp stepped out. All eyes turned to the lamp in speechless surprise, and followed it as it moved in the dark like an earthbound planet. When it was halfway between the mansion and the hut, everyone focused on the human shape, trying to make it out by the reflected lamplight. "It's old Karim, the gatekeeper of the mansion," said Adam. Their surprise doubled when they realized that he was coming toward them. They all stood, some still holding food, some still chewing, but no one moving. The man came right up to them and stopped, his arm upraised. "Good evening, Adam, sir." Adam trembled when he heard this voice for the first time in 20 years. It stirred in the depths of his memory the sound of his father's deep voice, the fragrance of jasmine and henna and his homesickness and sorrows. The ground seemed unable to support him. "Good evening, Karim," said Adam, blinking back tears. "I hope you and your family are well," said the man with emotion he did not hide. "God be thanked, Karim. I would love to tell you what is in my heart, but I am commanded to tell you only that my master has sent for your son Humam to meet him, immediately." There was silence, and they exchanged glances in confusion until a voice asked, "Only Humam?" They turned around resentfully to see Idris, who was listening nearby, but old Karim did not reply. He raised his hand in farewell and headed back toward the mansion, leaving them in the dark. Furious, Idris shouted at him, "Walk away without answering me, you old bastard." Qadri recovered from his shock, and asked angrily, "Why only Humam?" "Yes, why only Humam?" echoed Idris. "Go home and leave us in peace," Adam told him, perhaps finding an escape from his crisis by speaking. "Peace. I stand where I want." Humam looked silently at the mansion, his heart pounding so hard that he half imagined the sound echoed off of Macadam Mountain. "Go to your grandfather, Humam," said Adam resignedly. "Go in peace." "And me?" Qadri turned menacingly to his father and asked sharply, "Aren't I your son too?" "Don't talk like Idris, Qadri. You are my son too. Don't blame me, it's not my fault, I didn't invite him." "But you could prevent him from discriminating between brother and brother," complained Idris. "That's none of your business." Adam turned to Humam. "You have to go. Qadri's turn will come, I'm sure of that." "You're a rotten father, just like your own father," said Idris as he left. "Poor Qadri. Why is he being punished for nothing? Our family curse strikes the smart ones first. God damn this crazy family." He left, and was swallowed by the darkness. "You hate me," Qadri shouted at Adam. "Don't copy him." "Come, Qadri, go on, Humam." "I wish my brother could come," said Humam in a wounded tone. "He'll follow you." "It's unfair. Why does he prefer him to me? He doesn't know either one of us, so why does he invite him?" "Go," said Adam to Humam, giving him a push. "Be careful," Umayma whispered, then hugged Qadri, crying, but he pushed her arms away and followed behind his brother. "Come back, Qadri," Adam called. "Don't risk your future." "No power on earth will make me turn back," said Qadri angrily. Amema sobbed louder, and indoors the younger children cried too. Qadri took longer steps to catch up with his brother, and when he came alongside him in the dark he saw the figure of Idris, walking along holding Hind's hand. When they arrived at the gate of the mansion, Idris pushed Qadri to the left of Humam and Hind to his right, then retreated a few steps. "Open up, Karim," he shouted, "the grandchildren have come to see their grandfather." The gate opened. On the threshold stood old Karim with his lamp. He spoke politely. "Kindly enter, Humam, sir." "This is Humam's brother Qadri," Idris called out, "and this is Hind, who is the very picture of my mother, who died weeping. You know, Idris, sir, that no one may enter here who has not been invited." He motioned to Humam, who entered. Qadri followed, holding Hind by the hand, but a severe voice Idris recognized sounded from the garden. "Go in your sin, you pests." They froze where they stood. The gate swung shut. Idris flew at them and grabbed them by the shoulders, and asked in a voice trembling with rage, "What sin is he talking about?" Hind squealed with pain as Qadri whirled around toward Idris and threw his hands off of his shoulder and Hind's. She turned and ran, vanishing swiftly in the darkness. Idris stepped lightly back, then threw a punch which the boy absorbed despite its sharp impact. Then Qadri punched him back even harder. They exchanged savage blows and kicks under the mansion wall. "I'll kill you," shouted Idris. "You son of a whore." "I'll kill you first," shouted Qadri. They punched one another until blood ran from Qadri's mouth and nose, and Adam came running like a madman. "Leave my boy alone, Idris." "I'll kill him for what he's done," screamed Idris. "I won't let you kill him. I won't let you live if you do kill him." Hind's mother arrived, screeching. "Hind has run away, Idris. Find her before she disappears." Adam pushed himself between Idris and Qadri, and shouted at his brother, "Come on, you're fighting over nothing. Your daughter is chaste, no one has touched her, but you frightened her and she ran away. Go find her before she disappears." He clasped Qadri to him and dragged him back quickly, saying, "Hurry. Your mother had fainted when I left her." Idris fled into the darkness, shouting as loudly as he could, "Hind! Hind!" 17. Humam followed old Karim down the path that led under the bower of jasmine toward the terrace. The night was a new thing here in the garden, sweet and pleasant, with the fragrance of flowers and herbs, whose delight filled the depths of his heart. The boy was overcome with a feeling of bliss and grandeur and a yearning love for this place. He knew that these were the most exalted moments of his life. His eyes picked up lights behind some of the windows' half-blinds, and a powerful light from the door of the reception hall that threw a geometrical shape on the garden below. His heart pounded as he imagined life in the drawing rooms behind these windows, what it must be like, and who lived it, and pounded even harder when a strange truth occurred to him, that he was one of the family of this mansion, a product of this life, and now was meeting it face to face, as he stood barefoot in his simple blue jalabia and faded skullcap. They went up the steps and turned right at the terrace level toward a small door, which opened onto a stairway, and ascended in a silence like that of the tomb, until they came to a long gallery lit by a lamp suspended from the ornamented ceiling. They went to the great closed door in the middle of the gallery. In some spot like this, thought Humam, deeply touched, perhaps in this very spot at the top of the stairs, my mother kept a lookout 20 years ago. What a depressing thought. Old Karim rapped at the great door to request entry for Humam, pushed him along, and stepped aside, motioning him to enter. The boy entered slowly, gracefully, and a little fearfully. He did not hear the door close behind him, and had only a strange feeling at the light that flickered in the ceiling and the corners. All his attention was drawn to the central spot where the man sat cross-legged on a cushioned seat. He had never seen his grandfather before, but had no doubt of the identity of the seated figure before him. Who could this imposing being be if not his grandfather, of whom he had heard such marvels? He approached him, transfixed by the large-eyed gaze which overpowered the whole contents of his memory, yet filled his heart with safety and peace. He bowed so low that his forehead nearly touched the edge of the cushion, and extended his hand. The other gave his, which Human kissed reverentially, then spoke with unexpected courage. "Good evening, grandfather." He was taken aback by the strong voice that replied, in which the music of mercy could be heard. "You are welcome, my son. Sit down." The boy went to a chair to the right of the cushioned seat and perched on the edge. "Make yourself comfortable," said Gabalawi. Human shifted back into the chair, his heart overflowing with happiness. His lips moved in whispered thanks, then silence fell. He studied the designs in the carpet beneath his feet, feeling the impact of the gaze trained on him, just as we feel the sun upon us without looking at it. His attention was suddenly drawn to the little room located to his right. He looked at its door with a twinge of fright and melancholy. "What do you know about that door?" the man asked. His limbs trembled and he marveled at how the man saw everything. "I know that all our troubles came out of it," he said humbly. "What did you think of your grandfather when you heard the story?" Humam opened his mouth to answer, but Gabalawi spoke first. "Tell the truth." Humam was so affected by his tone of voice that he did speak frankly. "My father's conduct seemed to me a terrible mistake, and it seemed to me that the punishment was extremely harsh." Gabalawi smiled. "That is approximately what you think. I abominate lying and deception, and that is why I evict from my house anyone who shames himself." Humam's eyes filled with tears. "You seem to me a good boy. That is why I sent for you." "Thank you, sir," said Humam in a voice wet with tears. "I have decided to give you a chance no one from outside here has ever had, to live in this house, to marry into it, and to begin a new life in it." Humam's heart beat in a rapture of joy as he awaited new words to complete this marvelous melody, as a music lover listens for song after an overture, but the man's silence was unbroken. He hesitated, then spoke. "Thank you for your kindness. You deserve it." The boy's gaze alternated between his grandfather and the carpet before he asked anxiously, "My family?" "I have clearly told you what I want," Gabalawi reproached him. "They deserve your forgiveness and your affection," Humam pleaded. Gabalawi's question was distinctly cool. "Did you not hear what I said?" "Of course, but these are my mother and father and brothers and sisters. And my father is a man. Did you not hear what I said?" The voice was annoyed. Silence fell. To indicate that the conversation was at an end, the man said, "Go tell them goodbye, then come back here." Humam rose, kissed his grandfather's hand and left. He found old Karim waiting for him. The man got up and followed the boy in silence. When they reached the terrace, Humam saw a girl standing in the light at the beginning of the garden. She hurried away and vanished, though not before he noticed her profile, neck and slim figure. His grandfather's voice echoed in his ears. "To live in this house, to marry into it. To marry a girl like this one. To live the life my father knew." How had this gamble ruined him? How, and with what heart, had he borne a life spent pushing a handcart? This fortunate change is like a dream, my father's dream for the past 20 years. But I have a terrible headache. 18. Humam went back to the hut to find his family waiting up for him. They surrounded him and plied him with questions. "What was it about, my boy?" asked Adam impatiently. Humam noticed that Qadri had a bandage over one eye, and went closer to examine his brother's face. "There was quite a battle between your brother and that man," said Adam despondently, indicating Idris' hut with a gesture. The place was shrouded in darkness and silence. "All because of the nasty, false accusation he made against her at the mansion," said Qadri angrily. Humam pointed to Idris' hut. "What's going on there?" The man and his wife have gone looking for their daughter, said Adam sadly. And whose fault is it but that damned bastard's? Shouted Qadri. Lower your voice, Umayma implored. What are you worried about? Shouted Qadri. Nothing but a fixation on a return that will never happen. Believe me, you will never leave this hut for as long as you live. That's enough of that, snapped Adam. You're out of your mind, by our God Almighty. Didn't you want to marry that fugitive girl? I will too. Shut up. I'm tired of your silliness. Living next door to Idris will be worse than ever now, said Umayma anxiously. Adam turned to Humam. I asked you what it was about. My grandfather invited me to move to the mansion, replied Humam in a voice that betrayed no pleasure. Adam waited for the rest of the story. When Humam had nothing to add, he sounded despairing. What about us? What did he say about us? Humam shook his head sadly and whispered, Nothing. A laugh like a scorpion sting escaped Qadri, who then asked sarcastically, So what are you doing back here? What am I doing back here? I don't know, except that happiness was not made to bless people like me. I didn't forget to remind him about all of you, Humam answered sadly. Thanks, said Qadri contemptuously, but why did he choose you over us? You know I had nothing to do with that. Well, Humam, of course you are better than any of us, Adam sighed. And you, father, never so much as mention him without some blessing he doesn't deserve, said Qadri bitterly. You don't understand anything, said Adam. That man is worse than his son Idris. You are tearing my heart, and depriving me of all hope, said Umayma piteously. There's no hope anywhere but in this desert, said Qadri scornfully. Get used to that and forget everything else. This stinking house is no good. I'm not afraid of the desert. I'm not even afraid of Idris himself. I can repay him double for every time he hit me. Spit on this house and forget it. Can life go on like this forever? Adam wondered. Why, father, did you revive our hopes in you before it pleased you to forgive us? What will soften your heart, if not all the time that has passed? What good is there in hoping when all this torment has not purified us enough to earn the forgiveness of the one we love? To Humam he spoke in a voice as dim as twilight. Tell me what you think, my boy. He told me to come and say goodbye, then go back there. Umayma vainly tried to hide her sobs in the darkness. What's keeping you? Qadri asked maliciously. Go, Humam, said Adam resolutely. Go with our blessing, and God be with you. Go, you gallant creature, and don't think about anyone else, Qadri said mock seriously. Don't make fun of your nice brother, shouted Adam. Qadri laughed. He's worse than all of us. If I decide to stay, it won't be thanks to you, yelled Humam. Go, pleaded Adam. Don't hesitate. Yes, go in peace, said Umayma through her tears. No, mother, said Humam. I'm not going. Are you crazy? Exclaimed Adam. No, father, I need to think about it. We need to talk about it. No, we don't. Don't make me sin again. Humam pointed to Idris' hut and said decisively, I think some things will be happening. You're too weak to keep trouble away from yourself, let alone from others, Qadri sneered. I think I'll just ignore whatever you say, Humam said disdainfully. Go, Humam, Adam urged him again. I will stay by your side, Humam said, and went into the hut. 19. Nothing was left of the sun but its aurora, and all passers-by were home by now, so Qadri, Humam and the sheep had the desert to themselves. The whole day had passed, but they had exchanged only the few words demanded by their working together. And Qadri had gone away for much of the day, seeking out news of Hind, guessed Humam, who stayed alone in the shade of the boulder, not far from the flock. Tell me, Qadri suddenly asked Humam, with a hint of menace, what are you going to do about the visit to your grandfather? Have you changed your mind? None of your business, said Humam crossly. Rage rose up in Qadri's heart, and showed in his face like dusk falling over Muqaddam. Why did you stay? When will you go? When will you get the nerve to admit what you're going to do? I stayed to bear my share of the hardship created by your troublemaking. Qadri laughed savagely. That's what you say to hide your jealousy. Humam shook his head as if in utter wonderment, and said, You deserve pity, not jealousy. Qadri moved closer, his limbs trembling with anger, and spoke in a voice choked with rage. There's nothing more disgusting than you pretending to be wise. Humam stared at him wordlessly but said nothing. The human race should be ashamed of having you as a member, Qadri continued. Humam gazed unblinkingly into the burning eyes that faced him, and spoke firmly. You should know that I'm not afraid of you. Has the big bully promised to protect you? Hatred makes you stink, it turns you into a loathsome thing. Qadri punched him in the face. The blow did not surprise Humam, who hit him back even harder. Don't be crazy, said Humam. Qadri stooped briefly and snatched up a rock, which he then hurled at his brother with all the strength in his body. Humam started to dodge the rock, but it struck him in the forehead. A gasp escaped him and he froze where he stood, fury flashing in his eyes. Abruptly the fury disappeared from them, like a fire put out by heavy soil. A dark vacancy took its place as his eyes seemed to be gazing within him. He staggered, then fell on his face. Qadri's mood changed. His anger vanished, leaving him like melted iron turned cold, and fear seized him. He waited impatiently for the fallen man to get up or even budge, but in vain. He bent over him and reached out to shake him gently, but Humam did not move. He turned him on his back to clear his nose and mouth of the sand. The other lay still, his eyes staring. Qadri knelt beside him and shook him again, rubbed his chest and hands, staring in terror at the stream of blood gushing from the wound. He called him pleadingly, but he did not respond. His silence was intense and profound, as if it were a part of his very being, like his motionlessness, so different from that of a living person or an inanimate object. There was no feeling, no activity, no concern with anything at all, as if he had fallen to the earth from some unknown height for some unknown reason. Qadri recognized death instinctively, and began to pull the hair of his head despairingly. He looked all around, frightened, but there was no living thing except for insects and the sheep, all of whom moved indifferently away from him. Night will foam and darkness will reign. He got up decisively and found his staff, and went to a spot between the big boulder and the hill. There he dug a hole with his hands, working doggedly, bathed in sweat and shaking all over. He hurried over to his brother, and called him one last time, not expecting a reply. He seized him by the feet, dragged him to the hole and placed him in it. He looked at him, sighed, and after a moment's hesitation began to pile dirt on him. Then he stood and wiped the sweat from his face with the edge of his jalabia. When he saw a stain of blood soaking through the sand, he covered it with dirt. Then he flung himself on the ground, exhausted. His strength deserting him, he felt an urge to cry, but the tears would not come. Death defeated me, said Qadri. He had not invited it. He had not wanted it. It had come on its own. If only he could turn himself into a young goat, he would get lost among the sheep, or a grain of sand, he would vanish into the earth. Since I cannot bring him back to life, I will never be strong again. That sight will never, ever leave my head from now on. What I buried was neither a living thing nor a lifeless object, but something I made with my own hands. 20. Qadri went home, driving the flock before him. Adam's cart was not in its place. His mother's voice called to him from inside. Why are you two so late? He answered as he drove the sheep along the path to the enclosure. I fell asleep. Hasn't Humam came back yet? Umayma raised her voice above the racket of her two younger boys. No, isn't he with you? Qadri swallowed hard and said, he left me at noon without telling me where he was going. I thought he'd be back here. Adam had come in after pushing his cart into the yard. Did you two quarrel? No. I think you must have been the reason he went away. But where is he? Umayma went out into the yard as Qadri closed the gate of the enclosure and went to wash his face and hands in the basin by the clay jug. He had to face facts. The world had changed, but despair was powerful. He joined his parents in the dark, drying his face with the edge of his galabeah. Where has Humam gone? Wondered Umayma. He's never been gone like this before. Adam agreed with her and said yes. Tell us why and how he left. Qadri's heart flip-flopped at the picture he saw in his mind. I was sitting in the shade of the rock, and turned around, and saw him going away, coming this way. I was going to call to him, but I didn't. If only you had called to him, said Umayma uneasily, instead of giving in to your anger. Adam looked helplessly into the surrounding darkness, and saw a dim light through a little window in Idris' hut, indicating that once again life was on the move there, but he ignored it, focusing instead on the mansion. Maybe he went to his grandfather's, he wondered. He wouldn't do that without telling us, Umayma disagreed. Maybe he was too ashamed to, Qadri suggested weakly. Adam gave him a dubious look, worried by the absence of sarcasm and hostility from Qadri's voice. We urged him to go, but he refused. He was ashamed to agree in front of us, said Qadri wearily. That's not like him. What's wrong with you? You look sick. I had to do all the work myself. Adam cried out as if calling for help, I mean it. I am really afraid now. I'll go to the mansion and ask about him, said Umayma hoarsely. Adam shrugged despairingly. No one will answer you, but I swear he hasn't gone there. Umayma puffed anxiously and said, God? I've never been this worried. Do something, man. Adam sighed loudly in the dark. We'll go look for him everywhere. Maybe he's on his way home, said Qadri. We have no time to waste, cried Umayma. She paused uneasily and looked out at Idris' hut. Could he have run into Idris on the road? Idris' enemy is Qadri, not Humam, said Adam irritably. He wouldn't think anything of killing any one of us. I'm going to him. Adam held her back, saying, Don't complicate things even more. I promise, if we don't find him I will go to Idris, and to the mansion too. He pierced Qadri with a fearful glance. What was on his mind to keep him so quiet? Did he have nothing more to say? Where are you, Humam? Umayma began to rush out of the yard, but Adam moved quickly and clasped her shoulder. Suddenly the mansion gate swung open and they all turned toward it. After a moment the figure of old Karim appeared, coming nearer to them. Adam went out to him. Welcome, Karim. Karim greeted him and announced, My master is asking what has delayed Humam. We don't know where he is, wept Umayma. We thought he might be up there with you. My master is asking what has delayed him. God help me from my heart's forebodings, cried Umayma. Old Karim left. Umayma began to wag her head in a way that warned of an outburst. Adam guided her before him into the inner room where the toddlers were crying, and shouted at her ferociously. Don't leave this room. I will come back with him. Just don't leave this room. He went out into the yard and found Qadri sitting on the ground. He leaned over him and whispered, Tell me, what do you know about your brother? Qadri jerked his head up at him, but something kept him from speaking. Tell me, Qadri, what you did to your brother. Gable. 24. The estate put up houses in two facing rows, thus creating our alley. The two rows ran from a spot in front of the mansion and extended straight out in the direction of Gamaliya. The mansion stood isolated on all sides, at the head of the alley on the desert side. Our alley, Gabalawi Alley, is the longest in the whole area. Most of its houses have courtyards, as in Hamdan Alley, though there are more huts from halfway down the alley to Gamaliya. And the picture would not be complete without the house of the estate overseer at the end of the right-hand row of dwellings, and the gangster's house at the end of the left row, just opposite. The mansion had closed its gates on its owner and his closest servants. All Gabalawi's sons had died young, and there was no offspring left who had grown up and died in the mansion, except for Effendi, who was then the estate overseer. Some of the people of the alley were peddlers, though a few ran shops or coffee houses. A great many were beggars, and there was a business employing everyone who was able. That was the drug business, especially hashish, opium, and aphrodisiacs. The mark of our alley then, as now, was crowding and noise. Barefoot and nearly naked children played in every corner, filling the air with their shouts and covering the ground with their filth. The entrances of the houses were jammed with women, this one chopping mulukia, that one peeling onions, and a third stoking a fire, all exchanging gossip and jokes, and curses and swears as needed. There was no end to the singing and weeping, and the insistent drumming of musical exorcisms. Handcarts clattered by constantly, as arguments and fistfights broke out here and there. Cats meowed and dogs whined, and both species fought over mounds of garbage. Rats scampered down the walls and through the courtyards, and it was not rare for people to band up to kill a snake or scorpion. Flies, outnumbered only by lice, joined diners in their plates and drinkers in their mugs, frolicked around their eyes and buzzed by their mouths, on intimate terms with everyone. As soon as a young man found that he possessed daring or brawn, he started interfering with peaceable people, attacking anyone minding their own business and imposing himself as a protector on a neighborhood somewhere in the alley. He would take protection money from working people, and live with nothing to do but be a bully. So you found gangsters like Kidra, Al-Laythi, Abu Sari, Barakat, and Hamada. Zakla was another of these. He picked fights with one gangster after another until he had beaten them all and became the boss of the whole alley, and he made all of them pay him protection money. Effendi, the overseer, saw that he needed someone like this to carry out his orders and keep away any trouble that loomed, so he kept him close by and paid him a salary from the estate income. Zakla took up residence in a house opposite the overseer's, and helped to strengthen his authority. When this happened, fights among the gangsters dropped off, since the biggest one of all did not like these rivalries whose outcome might be the strengthening of one of the lesser gangsters, which would threaten his own position. And so they found no outlet for their pent-up mischief but poor and peaceable citizens. How did our alley reach such a pitiful state? Gabalawi promised Adam that the property would go to benefit his children. The houses with courtyards were put up, money was given out, and for a while people enjoyed a happy life. For a while after the father closed his gate and shut out the world, the overseer followed his good example. But then ambition stirred in his heart, and he began to help himself to estate funds. At first he embezzled small amounts, and reduced the wages he paid out, then closed his hand over all the money, reassured by the protection of the gangster he had bought. The people had no choice but to take up the most menial and despised jobs. Their numbers exploded and their poverty increased, until they were sunk in squalor and misery. The strong turned to terrorizing others, the poor turned to begging, and everyone turned to drugs. They toiled and slaved in return for morsels of food, some of which the gangsters took, not with thanks but with a slap, a curse, and an insult. Only the gangsters lived in comfort and luxury. Above them was their boss, and above everyone was the overseer. The people were crushed beneath all of them. If any unfortunate man was unable to pay his protection money, revenge was exacted against the whole neighborhood, and if he complained to the boss, he was beaten and turned over to the local gangster to be beaten again. If he dared to take his complaint to the estate overseer, he would end up getting beaten by the overseer, the alley boss, and every neighborhood gangster in turn. This was the horrid state of affairs which I myself witnessed in this, our own era, a mirror image of what the storytellers describe of the distant past. The poets of the coffee houses in every corner of our alley tell only of heroic eras, avoiding public mention of anything that would embarrass the powerful. They sing the praises of the estate overseer and the gangs, of justice that we do not enjoy, of mercy we do not experience, of dignity we do not see, of piety that seems not to exist, and honesty we have never heard of. I often wonder why our ancestors stayed, why we stay, in this accursed alley, but the answer is easy. In the other alleys we would only find a life worse than what we endure here, assuming their gangsters did not kill us to pay back what our gangsters have done to them. The most incredible thing is that people envy us. Our neighbors in other alleys say, "What a blessed alley." They have a matchless inheritance, and gangs whose very names curdle your blood. Of course, we get nothing from our estate but trouble, and nothing from our protectors but insults and torment. In spite of all that, we are still here, patient in our cares. We look toward a future that will come we know not when, and point toward the mansion and say, "There is our venerable father," and we point out our gangsters and say, "These are our men," and God is master of all. 25. The patience of the Alhamdin ran out, and waves of rebellion raged through their neighborhood. The Alhamdin lived at the top of the alley near Effendi's house and Zaklat's, around the original site of Adam's hut. Their patriarch was Hamdan, the owner of the Hamdan Coffee House, which was the most beautiful in the whole alley. It stood halfway down Hamdan Alley, surrounded by houses with courtyards. Old Hamdan sat to the right-hand side of the coffee house entrance in his grey cloak, an embroidered turban on his head, keeping a close eye on Abdown, his constantly scurrying waiter, and exchanging gossip with the customers. The coffee house was narrow but long, extending back to the poet's bench at the end, under an idealized color picture of Adam on his deathbed, gazing at Gabalawi, who stood at the door of the hut. Hamdan made a sign to the poet, who reached for his rebec and tuned it. Then, to the melodies of its strings, he began to extol the overseer, beloved of Gabalawi, and Zaklat, the finest of men. Then he chanted a passage from Gabalawi's life, before the birth of Adam. The sounds of sipping coffee, tea and cinnamon brew rose with twisting smoke from the water pipes to form a diaphanous cloud around the ceiling lamp. Every eye was on the poet, and heads wagged in admiration at the beauty of the narration or the piety of an exhortation. The fluent and fabulous moments passed as quickly as passion, and as the end came the poet was showered with cries of approval. It was at this point that the Alhamdin were stirred to the depths by a wave of rebellion. Bleary-eyed Idris spoke from his seat in the middle of the coffee house, commenting on the Gabalawi story they had heard. There was good in the world then, even Adam was never hungry for a day. An old woman named Tamar Henna appeared standing before the coffee house, lowering the basket of oranges from the top of her head, and spoke to bleary-eyed Idris. "God bless your lips, Idris, your words are as sugary as sweet oranges." "Go away, woman," old Hamdan scolded her. "Give us a break from your nonsense." But Tamar Henna sat down on the ground close to the coffee house door and said, "What could be nicer than sitting beside you here, old Hamdan?" She pointed to her basket of oranges. "All day and half the night I've been tramping around and hawking those things, sir. All for just a few coins." The old man nearly answered her, but he caught sight of Dolma approaching, glowering, his face stained with dirt. He stared at him until he stood in front of him in the doorway, and then Dolma shouted, "God damn that bastard! Kidra is the biggest bastard, I told him, be patient until tomorrow, and God will provide so I can pay you." And he threw me on the ground and crushed me until I nearly suffocated. From the farthest end of the coffee house they heard the voice of Dabis, "Come here, Dolma. Sit beside me. God damn the bastards, this alley is ours, but they beat us in it as if we were dogs. Dolma can't pay Kidra, and Tamar Henna roams around peddling oranges even though she can't see an arm's length in front of her. And you, Hamdan, son of Adam, where is your courage? Doma went inside. Son of Adam, where is your courage? Asked Tamarhenna. Go to hell, Tamarhenna, you're 50 years too late for a husband. Why do you still bother these men? Men? What men? The woman asked. Hamdan scowled, but Tamarhenna broke in before he could speak, as if in apology. Look, just let me listen to the poet. Tell her the story of how the Alhamdin were shamed in this alley, Dabiz told the poet bitterly. Calm down, Uncle Dabiz, the poet soothed him with a smile. Take it easy, master. Master. Snapped Dabiz. Our master beats and oppresses people, and kills them. You know who our master is. Kidra or some other devil might turn up among us suddenly, said the poet uneasily. They're all children of Idris, declared Dabiz. The poet spoke to him very softly. Calm down, Uncle Dabiz, before you get this place demolished on top of us. Dabiz rose from where he sat and crossed the coffee house with long steps, then sat on the bench to Hamdan's right. He was about to speak when his voice was drowned out by the sudden racket of boys crowding like locusts in front of the coffee house and exchanging insults. Devil's children! Dabiz shouted at them. Don't you have dens to creep into at night? But they ignored his shouts until he jumped up as if stung and swooped at them. They raced down the alley shouting hurrah. As a chorus of women's voices rang out from the windows of the building across the street from the coffee house. For God's sake, you scared those boys. He waved his hand irritably and took his seat again. What is a man supposed to do? There's no rest, with these children, and gangsters, and that overseer. Everyone agreed with this. The Alhamdin had lost their claim to the estate. The Alhamdin lived in the dust of misery and degradation. The Alhamdin were in the power of a gangster who was not even one of them. He was from one of the most disreputable neighborhoods. Kidra swaggered among them, slapping or demanding protection money from whomever he felt like, and their exhausted patience sent the waves of rebellion raging through their neighborhood. Dabiz turned to Hamdan. Everyone agrees, Hamdan. We are all Alhamdin, there are many of us, our lineage is well known, and we have as much right to the estate as the overseer himself. O God, may this night end well, murmured the poet. Hamdan drew his cloak around him and raised his arched, bushy eyebrows. We have said it and said it again. Something is going to happen. I can smell it now. Ali Fawani's raised his voice in greeting as he entered the coffee house, holding the edge of his jalabia, his gray skullcap tilted over his eyebrows. And quickly added, everyone is ready, and if money is needed they'll give it, even the beggars. He squeezed in between Dabiz and Hamdan, and called out for Abdown, the coffee waiter. Tea, no sugar. The poet harumphed loudly to catch his attention, and Ali Fawani smiled and reached into his breast pocket for a purse, which he opened, extracting a small wrapped item, which he tossed to the poet. He tapped Hamdan's leg questioningly. We are going to court, was Hamdan's answer. It's the only thing to do, said Tamarhenna. Think of the consequences, said the poet, unwrapping his gift. No shame is worse than the way we live now, and numbers are on our side. Effendi cannot ignore where we come from, or the fact that we're related to him, and to the estate owner too. The poet gave Hamdan a meaningful look and said, We've never been short of solutions. I have a great idea, said Hamdan, as if in answer to this. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Let's go to the overseer. What a mighty step, said Abdown, as he offered Ali Fawani's his tea. Then we can start digging our graves. Listen to your future from your children, laughed Tamarhenna. We have to go, said Hamdan resolutely, and we will go together. 26. A crowd of Alhamdin men and women gathered in front of the overseer's house, led by Hamdan, Dabiz, Idris, Doma, Ali Fawani's and the poet, Ridwan. It had been Ridwan's idea for Hamdan to go alone, thus putting to rest suspicions of insurrection and avoiding punishment for it. But Hamdan told him frankly that killing me would be easy, but they could not kill all of the Al Hamdan. The crowd drew stares from everyone in the alley, especially their next-door neighbors. Women's heads appeared in the windows, eyes peeped from below the baskets and trays being carried on people's heads and from behind handcarts, and crowds, old and young alike, asked one another what Hamdan's people wanted. Hamdan seized the brass door knocker and rapped at the gate, which opened a few moments later to reveal the gatekeeper's sour face and breezes laden with the scent of different types of jasmine. The gatekeeper looked irritably at the crowd. "What do you want?" "We would like a meeting with His Excellency the Overseer." "All of you?" "We are all equally worthy of meeting him." "Wait here until I summon you in." He tried to close the gate, but Dabiz swiftly squeezed in, saying, "It's more polite to have us wait inside." The others pushed in behind him like chicks behind their mother, among them Hamdan, in spite of his resentment of Dabiz's impetuosity. The demonstration moved down the covered passage between the terrace and the garden. "You have to get out of here," shouted the gatekeeper. "Guests aren't thrown out. Go and tell your master we're here." The man's lips moved in protest, but nothing came out. His sullen features shifted, and he turned and headed quickly indoors. Their eyes followed him until he disappeared behind the curtain drawn across the hall entrance, and then their eyes either remained on the curtain or roamed over the garden, the fountain surrounded by palm trees, the grape arbors set against the walls of the house, and the jasmine climbing up the garden walls. They gazed around, overwhelmed and yet with senses dulled by worry, and soon resumed watching the curtain drawn across the hall entrance. The curtain was pulled aside and Effendi himself came out, scowling. He took a few decisive, angry steps to the top of the stairs, and stood there. His angry face, his camel slippers and the long loop of worry beads in his right hand were all that could be seen of his securely cloaked person. He cast a disdainful look at the demonstration, then his gaze settled on Hamdan, who now spoke very courteously. "A very good morning to the overseer." Effendi returned the greeting with a mere hand gesture, then asked, "Who are they?" "Al Hamdan, Your Excellency." "Who let them into my house?" "This is their overseer's house," was Hamdan's subtle reply, "and so it is their house and their sanctuary." Effendi's features did not soften. "You're trying to justify your rude behavior." "We are one family," said Dabiz, exasperated by Hamdan's mildness. "We are all children of Adam and Umayma." "That is history," said Effendi crossly. "I wish to God people knew who they were." "We live in an agony of poverty and mistreatment," said Hamdan. "We all share the opinion that we should turn to you to relieve our agony." Here Tamar Henna spoke up. "By your life, our life disgusts even the cockroaches." "Most of us are beggars," said Dabiz in a rising voice. "Our children are starving, and our faces are swollen from being slapped by gangsters. Does that benefit the dignity of children of Gabalawi, inheritors of his property?" Effendi's grip tightened on his worry beads. "What property?" Hamdan tried to keep Dabiz from speaking, but he plunged ahead with the obliviousness of a drunk. "The estate, don't get angry, sir, the great estate owned by everyone in our alley, by every one of us, and which includes every property in the surrounding desert. Gabalawi's estate, sir." Rays of anger darted from Effendi's eyes. He shouted, "This is my father's and my grandfather's property, and you have nothing to do with it. You spread fairy tales and you believe them, but you have no proof and no justification." Many of them, including Dabiz and Tamar Henna, said, "Everyone knows that." Everyone. "So, if you spread stories among yourselves that my house belongs to one of you, is that reason for you to claim my house, you scum? An alley of nothing but drug addicts. Tell me when any of you have seen 1 penny of the income from the property." There was silence, then Hamdan answered, "Our ancestors used to get it." "What's your proof?" "They told us," Hamdan replied, "and we believe them." Lies and more lies. shouted Effendi. Show yourselves out of here before I throw you out. Tell us about the 10 conditions, said Davies purposefully. Why should I? Shouted Effendi. Who are you? What do you have to do with them? They are ours. At this point the voice of Lady Huda, the overseer's wife, rose behind the gate. Leave them and come in. Don't get hoarse arguing with them. Help us reason together, my lady, said Taimar Henna. Lady Huda's voice trembled with fury. Highway robbery in broad daylight. God forgive you, my lady, Taimar Henna replied a little resentfully. The truth is known to our ancestor, who has closed himself up behind his gates. Gabalawi? Bellowed Davies in a voice like thunder, his head upraised. Come and see what has become of us. You have left us to the mercy of ruthless people. His voice echoed so strongly that some of them thought their ancestor might actually hear it from his mansion. Then Effendi spoke in a voice that shook with anger. Get out. Get out now. Let's go, said Hamdan unhappily. He turned from where he stood and went to the gate. They all followed him in silence, even Davies, though he raised his head once again and cried out with the same power, Gabalawi. 27. Effendi strode into his hall, pale with fury, to find his wife standing there glowering. That was something, she said. We haven't heard the last of it either. It will be the talk of the alley, and if we ignore it we will have no peace. Rabble, trash, and they want the estate. Sneered Effendi. Since when can anyone know what his origins are, in an alley like a beehive? Settle it once and for all. Arrange something with Zaklut. Zaklut gets his share of the estate income but does nothing in return. Let him earn what he takes from us. Effendi stared at her for a long time, then asked, and Gaybal? Gaybal. He's our foster son, like my very own son, she reassured him. Our house is all he knows of the world. He doesn't know the Alhamdan and they don't know him. Even if they did consider him one of them, they'd plead his case to us. I'm not worried about him. He'll come back from doing his rounds among the tenants, and he'll attend the meeting. Zaklut came at the overseer's invitation. He was of medium height, bulky but with a strong physique, a ruddy, ugly face and scabby wounds on his neck and chin. They sat close to one another. I've heard some bad news, said Zaklut. How quickly bad news gets around, said Huda irritably. Effendi eyed Zaklut slyly. It hurts your prestige just as much as it hurts ours. It has been a long time since I've used my club or shed any blood, said Zaklut in his voice as deep as the bellow of a bull. How deluded those Alhamdan are, said Huda, smiling. They've never had a strong man of their own, but even the vilest one of them thinks he's the master of the alley. Peddlers and beggars, spat Zaklut. No strong man will ever come from that cowardly trash. So what can we do, Zaklut? Asked Effendi. I'll step on them, crush them like cockroaches. Gaybal, entering the hall, heard what Zaklut said. His face was flushed after his rounds in the desert, and the vitality of youth enlivened his strong, slender body and his face with its frank features, especially his straight nose and large, intelligent eyes. He greeted those present politely and began to speak about the properties rented that day, but Lady Huda interrupted him. Sit down, Gaybal, we've been waiting for you. There's something very important going on. Gaybal sat down, his eyes reflecting the gravity still visible in the lady's. I see that you can guess what's on our minds, she said. Everyone is talking about it out there, he said quietly. The lady looked over at her husband and then shrieked, Did you hear that? Everyone's waiting to see what we're going to do. Zaklut's features grew even uglier. Just a little fire a handful of dirt can smother. I can't wait to get started. What do you say? Huda asked Gaybal. It's none of my business, my lady, He was looking at the floor to hide his anxiety. "I want to know what you think." He thought a while, feeling Effendi's stabbing gaze, and Zaklat's angry looks, then said, "My lady, I'm blessed in being your foster son, but I don't know what to say. I'm only one of the children of Hamdan." "Why do you mention Hamdan when you have no father or mother or other family among them?" said Huda sharply. Effendi made a brief sound of scorn, something like a laugh, but did not speak. It was clear from Gaybal's face that he was in real pain, but he spoke. "My father and mother were from them. That's simply the truth." "My son is disappointing me," observed Huda. "God forbid, even Muqaddam Mountain could never budge my loyalty to you, but denying facts doesn't change them." His patience exhausted, Effendi stood up and spoke to Zaklat. "Don't waste your time listening to this." Zaklat stood, smiling, and the lady spoke to him, looking aside at Gaybal. "Don't overdo it, dear Zaklat. We want to discipline them, not destroy them." Zaklat left the hall. Effendi threw Gaybal a look of rebuke. "So, Gaybal, you're one of the Al-Hamdan?" he asked mockingly. Gaybal took refuge in silence until Huda rescued him. "His heart is with us, but it hurt him too much to deny his family in front of Zaklat." "They are miserable, my lady," conceded Gaybal, "even though they are the aristocrats of the alley, if you consider their origins." "There are no origins in that alley," screeched Effendi. "We are the children of Adam," said Gaybal seriously, "and our grandfather is still alive, may God prolong his life." "Who can prove that he's his father's son?" asked Effendi. "He can say that every so often if he likes, but it should not be used to steal what belongs to others. We don't wish them any ill, on condition that they don't covet our wealth," said Huda. Effendi wanted to end the conversation. He said to Gaybal, "Get back to your work, and don't think of anything but that." Gaybal left the hall for the estate office in the garden reception area. He needed to enter some rental deals in the ledger and review the final monthly accounts, but he was too depressed. It was strange, but the Al-Hamdan did not love him. He knew it. He remembered how coolly he was welcomed in the Hamdan coffee house the few times he called there. Even so, it saddened him, the harm that was in store for them. It saddened him even more, the provocative behavior that enraged him. He wanted to keep the danger away from them, but was worried about angering the household that had taken him in, adopted and raised him. How would it have been for him had Lady Huda's affection not overtaken him? 20 years ago the lady had seen a naked boy bathing in a ditch filled with rainwater. She took pleasure in watching him, and her heart, which barrenness had kept from enjoying the blessing of motherhood, warmed toward him. She sent someone to bring him, crying and afraid, into her. She made inquiries about him and learned that he was an orphan child cared for by a woman who sold chickens. The lady summoned the chicken seller and asked her to give the child up to her, and she welcomed the idea excitedly. And so Gaybal grew up in the overseer's house, and under its roof he was blessed with the happiest family life of anyone in the alley. They sent him to school, he learned to read and write, and when he came of age Effendi turned over the management of the estate to him. Wherever the estate had holdings the people called him Your Excellency, and respectful and admiring looks followed him wherever he went. Life seemed good, promising every wonderful thing, until the rebellion of Al-Hamdan. Gaybal found that he was not one person, as he had imagined he was all his life. He was two people. One of them believed in loyalty to his mother, and the other wondered bewilderedly, what about Al-Hamdan? 28. The rebeck sounded to accompany the tale of Humam's death at Qadri's hand. All eyes turned toward Ridwan the poet with slightly uneasy attention. This was a night different from other nights, a night following a day of insurgency, and many of the Al-Hamdan were wondering whether it would pass in peace. The alley was shrouded in darkness, even the stars were invisible behind the autumn clouds. There was no light other than what shone weakly from locked windows or the lamps on handcarts scattered through the alley. Corners echoed with the racket of boys who collected there like moths around the cart lamps, while Tamar Henna spread a piece of burlap in front of one of the Hamdan houses, singing. At the gate of our alley we have the finest coffee man. Cats howled intermittently, wrapped in sexual rivalries or quarreling over food supplies. The poet's voice rose poignantly in his narration. Adam cried in Quadri's face, "Where is your brother Humam?" At that moment, Zaklat appeared in the circle of light drawn on the ground by the coffeehouse lantern. He appeared suddenly, like part of the darkness made light, glowering, menacing, and terrifying. Evil shone in his eyes as his grip tightened on his fearsome club, and a dreadful, stony stare from his eye sockets fixed on the coffeehouse and its customers as if they were mere insects. The poet's words died in his mouth. Doma and Itris sobered up instantly. Dabiz and Ali Fawani stopped whispering, and Abdown stood still. Hamdan's hand tensed over the hose of the water pipe. There was a silence like death. A few hurried movements ensued. Customers who were not of the Al Hamdan left quickly, and the local gangsters Kidra, Al-Laythi, Abu Sari, Barakat and Hamada appeared and formed a wall behind Zaklat. Word spread through the alley quickly, as if a house had collapsed. Windows were opened, children ran around, and in the grown-ups' hearts worry warred with gloating. Hamdan was the first to break the silence. He stood as if in welcome and spoke. "Welcome to Zaklat, protector of our alley. Please come in, all of you." But Zaklat ignored him as if he did not see or hear him. His eyes shone with cruelty, and he spoke harshly. "Who's in charge in this neighborhood?" Hamdan answered, though the question was not directed at him. "Kidra." Zaklat turned to Kidra and asked mockingly, "Are you the protector of Al Hamdan?" A few steps brought Kidra's short, compact body closer. His face was a picture of provocation. "I am their protector against everyone except you, sir." Zaklat smiled with a certain antagonism and said, "Was this alley of women the only territory you could find?" Then he shouted through the coffeehouse, "Women! Bastards! Don't you know who's in charge in this alley?" "Zaklat, sir, we have no problem with you," said Hamdan, pale. "Shut up, you stupid old man. Now you're going to grovel for attacking your masters, the masters of all your people." "We didn't attack anyone," said Hamdan, sounding deeply worried. "We only brought a complaint to His Excellency the Overseer." "Do you hear what this son of a whore is saying?" shouted Zaklat. "Hamdan, you trash, have you forgotten what your mother used to do? I swear, not one of you is going unharmed into this alley until you've said, as loudly as you can, 'I am a woman's woman.'" Immediately he raised his club and slammed it down on the table so that cups, glasses, plates, spoons, boxes of coffee beans, tea and sugar, cinnamon, ginger and tiles flew all over. Abdown jumped backward, bumped into a table and fell down with it. Abruptly Zaklat aimed a blow at Hamdan's face. Hamdan lost his balance and fell over to the side, smashing his water pipe. Again Zaklat raised his club, shouting, "No sin will go unpunished, you sons of whores." Dabiz grabbed a chair and threw it at the great lantern, smashing it. Just as blackness engulfed the place, Zaklat hit the old woman behind the table. Tamar Henna shouted, and the women of the Al Hamdan echoed it from their windows and doorways. It was as if the whole alley had become the throat of a dog being pelted by stones. Enraged, Zaklat landed blows in every direction, striking people, chairs and even the walls. There were confused waves of screams, cries for help and wails, and bodies flew in every direction and collided with one another. "Everyone is confined to his house," shouted Zaklat in a voice like thunder. There followed the sound of retreating steps as everyone rushed to obey the order, whether they were of the Al Hamdan or not. Al-Laythi brought a lantern, whose light revealed Zaklat and the gangsters around him in an empty alley in which nothing could be heard but women's shouts. "Spare yourself the trouble, teacher of misfortunes," Barakat flattered him. We can discipline these cockroaches. If you like, added Abu Sari, we will grind the Alhamdan into dirt for you to trample on your horse. If you order me to punish them, said Kidra, the protector of the Hamdan, you would be giving me my greatest wish, serving you, sir. Good God, what an animal! Shrieked Tamar Henna from behind the door of a house. Tamar Henna, Zaklat shouted back, I defy any man of the Alhamdan to count the men you fornicated with. Tamar Henna answered, but her last words were muffled by a hand over her mouth that prevented her from going on. God is our witness, the Alhamdan are the true. Zaklat spoke to the gangsters loudly because he wanted Alhamdan to hear. No man of the Alhamdan leaves his house without a beating. If you think you're a man, come on out. Kidra shouted menacingly down the alley. And the women, sir? Asked Hamada. Zaklat deals with men, not women, was the sharp reply. Day came, and no man of the Alhamdan left his house. Each gangster sat before the coffee house in his territory, watching the street. Zaklat passed through the alley every few hours, and the people outdid one another greeting, flattering and praising him with a lion among men, protector man of our alley, good for you, you turned those Alhamdan men into women. And praise God, who humbled the arrogant Alhamdan with your strong arm, Zaklat. And no one voiced the slightest word of complaint. 29. Does our misery please you, Gabalawi? Wondered Gabal as he lay on the ground under the rock where, the stories said, Qadri and Hein sought solitude and Himam was killed. He gazed into the dusk with eyes that no longer saw anything but ruined happiness. He was not the kind of person who likes seclusion because he has a great many problems, but recently he had felt an overpowering desire to be by himself. What was happening to the people of Hamdan convulsed his soul. Perhaps in this desert the voices that abused and tormented him would be still. Voices called, traitor to the Alhamdan, scum, as he passed by, and voices from deep inside him cried, a life lived at the expense of others will never be happy. The Alhamdan were his people. His mother and father had been born into them, and were buried among them. They were oppressed, and by such obscene oppression, and their property had been usurped. Who was their oppressor? The giver of his own happiness, the man whose wife had plucked him out of the mud and raised him up high, with the Mansion family. Everything about the alley was run according to the law of terror, so it was not strange that its finest people should be imprisoned in their homes. Our alley has never known one day of justice or peace. This has been its fate ever since Adam and Amema were expelled from the mansion. Do you know that, Gabalawi? It seems that the injustice will grow darker and more painful for as long as you are silent. How long will you be silent, Gabalawi? The men are prisoners in their houses and the women are exposed to every insult in the alley. I endured the disgrace in silence. And yet, strange to say, the people of our alley laugh. How can they laugh? They celebrate winners, any winner, and cheer any strong man, no matter who he is, and bow down before bullies' clubs, all this to conceal the terrible fear deep inside them. We eat humiliation like food in this alley. No one knows when it will be his turn for the club to come down on his head. He looked up at the sky and found it silent, serene and sleepy, framed by clouds, the last kite flapping away. No people were about, and the time had come for the insects to take over. Suddenly Gibal heard a coarse voice nearby, shouting, "Stop, you son of a whore!" He awoke from his reverie and stood up, trying to remember where he had heard that voice. Then he headed around Heinz Rock to the south and saw a man running away in terror, and another man running after him, almost catching up. He looked more closely and saw that the runner was Dabiz and the pursuer was Kidra, the Al-Hamdan area gangster, and immediately he knew what was happening. He kept watching the chase, which was coming nearer, with an anxious heart. Before long Kidra caught up to Dabiz and grabbed him by the shoulder, and both men stopped running, panting from exertion. "How dare you leave your room, you snake?" shouted Kidra, laboring for breath. You won't get back there unharmed now. Let me go, Kidra, cried Dabiz, protecting his head with his arms. You run our alley, you're supposed to defend us. Kidra shook him so hard that his turban flew off. You son of a bitch, he shouted, you know that I defend you against any creature but not Zaklat. Dabiz gazed straight over to where Gebal stood, and when he saw and recognized him, he shouted out, Help me, Gebal, help me. You're one of us more than you're one of them. No one will save you from me, you bastard, Kidra threatened him furiously. Gebal found himself moving toward them, until he stopped right beside them. Be gentle with this man, Kidra, he said quietly. Kidra glared at him coldly and answered, I know what I have to do. Maybe he left his house for a good reason. He left it because it was his predestined fate. He tightened his grasp on his shoulder until Dabiz moaned audibly. Be gentle with him, said Gebal sharply. Don't you see that he's older than you are, and weaker? Kidra released Dabiz's shoulder and hit him on the back of the head so hard that he bent over, then kicked him in the back with his knee. Dabiz collapsed on his face, and in no time Kidra was kneeling on him, punching him again and asking hatefully, Weren't you listening to what Zaklat said? The anger in Gebal's blood ignited and he shouted, God damn you and Zaklat. Leave him alone, you shameless man. Kidra stopped beating Dabiz and looked up at Gebal, amazed. What are you saying, Gebal? Weren't you there when His Excellency the Overseer ordered Zaklat to discipline Hamdan? Leave him alone, you shameless man, shouted Gebal, his anger rising. Don't think that your service in the Overseer's house can protect you from me, if you want what's coming to you, said Kidra in a voice trembling with rage. Gebal flew at him like a man who had lost his mind, and kicked him over on his side, shouting, Go back to your mother while she still has a son alive. Kidra jumped to his feet and snatched his club from the ground, then raised it nimbly, but Gebal, moving more quickly, punched him in the stomach so hard that he reeled back in pain. Gebal seized this opportunity to grab the club from his hand, and he stood looking warily at him. Kidra took 2 steps back, then stopped quickly and picked up a stone, but before he could throw it the club came down on his head and he screamed, turning where he stood, then fell on his face, blood spurting from his forehead. Night was falling, and Gebal looked around but saw no one but Dabiz, who had stood up and was dusting off his clothes and palpating the injured parts of his body. He then came over to Gebal. Thank you, Gebal. You're a great brother, he said softly. Gebal did not answer, but leaned over Kidra and turned him on his back. He's out cold, he murmured. Dabiz now leaned over him, and spat on his face. Gebal pushed him completely away and leaned over him again. He began to shake him gently, but there seemed no hope of waking him. What's wrong with him? He asked. Dabiz crouched over him and put his ear to his chest, then put his face close to Kidra's. He lit a match, then stood up and whispered, He's dead. Gebal's body went all gooseflesh. Liar, he said. Dead by your life. Oh my God. Dabiz took it lightly. Think how many people he's beaten, how many he's killed. Let him go to the garbage heap. But I have never hit anyone or killed anyone, said Gebal sadly, as if talking to himself. You were only defending yourself. But I didn't intend to kill him, and I didn't want to. You are strong, Gebal, said Dabiz seriously. You have nothing to fear from them. You could become our protector if you wanted. Gebal clutched his forehead in his hand and cried, Oh God, no. Am I a killer from my first blow? Be sensible. Let's bury him before all hell breaks loose. Hell is going to break loose whether we bury him or not. I'm not sorry. Now it's the other's turn. Help me hide this animal. Dabiz picked up the club and began to dig in the earth not far from the spot where Qadri had dug long ago. A moment later, with a heavy heart, Gaybal joined him. They worked silently until Dobby spoke, to ease the melancholy in Gaybal's thoughts. Don't be sad. In our alley, killing is as common as eating dates. I never wanted to be a killer, Gaybal sighed. Good Lord, I never knew I could get so angry. When they had finished digging, Dobby got up, wiped his brow with his sleeve and blew his nose to clear out the smell of dirt that filled his nostrils. This hole is big enough for that bastard and the rest of them too, he sneered. Respect the dead, said Gaybal, sounding troubled. We're all going to die. When they respect us in life, we can respect them in death. They lifted up the corpse and carried it to the hole, and Gaybal laid the club at its side, then they covered it with dirt. When Gaybal lifted his head, he saw that night had hidden the world and everything in it, and he sighed deeply, and stifled the urge to weep. 50. Where is Kidra? This is what Zaklut and the other gangsters were asking. They all wondered where their friend was. He had vanished from sight just as the men of Al-Hamdan had vanished from the alley. Kidra's house was in the next neighborhood over from the Al-Hamdans. He was a bachelor and spent his nights out, and never came back home until dawn or later. It was not uncommon for him to stay away from his house for a night or two, but he had never been away for a whole week with no one knowing where he was, especially in these days of siege when he was expected to be alert and watchful as never before. They had doubts about the Al-Hamdan, and it was decided to search their houses, which were attacked by the gangsters led by Zaklut, and carefully searched from the cellars to the roofs. They dug up the length and breadth of the courtyards, insulted the men of the Al-Hamdan in every possible way, with slapping, kicking and spitting on them, but uncovered nothing suspicious. They split up to go all around the desert questioning people, but no one was able to give them any helpful guidance. Kidra was now the main topic as the hashish pipe was passed in the meeting place by the grape arbor in Zaklut's garden. Darkness swathed the garden except for the wan light of a small standing lamp set just a few inches from the brazier to light Burkate's work as he cut the hashish and flattened out the pieces. He stoked the coals and pressed them into the top of the pipe to keep it going. The lamp shook in the current of breeze and its dancing light was reflected on the stolid faces of Zaklut, Hamada, Al-Laythi and Abu Sari, showing heavy-lidded eyes whose distracted gazes held dark intentions. The croaking of frogs sounded like muted cries for help in the calm of the night. Burkate passed the hashish pipe to Al-Laythi, who passed it to Zaklut. Where has the man gone? It's as if the earth swallowed him up. Zaklut drew in a deep breath and dug into the hollow pipe with his index finger, then exhaled a blast of thick smoke. The earth did swallow up Kidra. He's been lying inside it for a week. They looked at him worriedly, all except for Burkate, who was absorbed in what he was doing. No gangster disappears without a reason, Zaklut went on, and I know when I smell death. After a coughing fit that bent him double as wind bends a blade of grass, Abu Sari asked, Who killed him, sir? Think. Who would it be but one of the men of Al-Hamdan? But they can't leave their houses, and we searched them. Zaklut struck the side of his cushion with his fist and asked, What do the other people in the alley say? In my neighborhood, said Hamada, they think that the Al-Hamdan have something to do with Kidra's disappearance. Pay attention, you idiots. As long as the people think that Kidra's killer was one of the Al-Hamdan, we have to think the same thing. What if the killer was from Atuf? Even if he was from Kafr al-Zaghari, we aren't as concerned with punishing the killer as we are with frightening the others. Wonderful! Exclaimed Abu Sari. Al-Laythi emptied the brazier and returned the pipe to Burkate, and said, God help Al-Hamdan. Their dry chuckles mingled with the croaking of the frogs, and their heads shook threateningly from side to side. A sudden strong breeze blew, followed by the rattling of dry leaves. Hamada slapped his hands together. It's no longer a question of trouble between Al-Hamdan and the overseer, it's a question of our honor. Again Zaklut struck his cushion with his fist. None of us has ever been killed by anyone in his alley. His features hardened in such fury that his companions grew afraid of him, and were careful to make no sound or movement that might turn his fury on them. Silence fell, in which only the gurgle of the hashish pipe, a cough or cautious clearing of a throat could be heard. "Suppose Kidra comes back unexpectedly?" Barricade asked. "I'll shave myself clean, you girlish little hash-head," sneered Zaklat. Barricade was the first to laugh, then they all fell silent again. In their mind's eye they saw the massacre, clubs crushing heads, blood flowing until it dyed the ground, voices screaming from windows and roofs, the mounting death rattle of dozens of men. Immersed in their violent desires, they exchanged cruel looks. They cared nothing for Kidra himself, none of them had liked him. In fact, none of them liked any of the others, but they were united by the common desire to terrorize, and to put down sedition. "What next?" asked Al-Laythi. "I have to go back to the overseer as we pledged," said Zaklat. 51. "Your Excellency," said Zaklat, "the Alhamdan have killed their protector, Kidra." He was watching the overseer, but at the same time he could see Lady Huda to his right and Gaybal to her right. Somehow the news did not come as a surprise to Effendi. "I have heard reports of his disappearance. Have you really given up hope of finding him?" The morning light pouring through the door of the hall redoubled the hideousness of Zaklat's face as he said, "He will not be found. I am an expert in these little schemes." Huda noticed that Gaybal's gaze was fixed on the wall across from him, and said nervously, "If it's true that he's been killed, that is dangerous." The grip of Zaklat's folded hands tightened. "And it calls for a terrible punishment, or we are finished," he said. "He's a symbol of our dignity," said Effendi, playing with his string of prayer beads. "He's a symbol of the whole estate," said Zaklat meaningfully. "Maybe it's just a story, maybe this crime didn't take place," Gaybal said, breaking his silence. Rage ignited in Zaklat's breast at the sound of Gaybal's voice. "We must not waste our time with talk. Show proof of his murder." "No one of the people of our alley would disappear this way unless he had been killed," said Effendi in a tone of voice that affected power in order to hide the anxieties behind it. The sweet breezes of autumn could not soften the atmosphere of bloody intentions. "This crime cries out to us in a voice that will be heard in the other alleys. What's all this talk but a waste of time? The men of the Alhamdan are imprisoned in their houses," Gaybal insisted. Zaklat's voice laughed, but not his face. "A nice puzzle," he said mockingly. He relaxed in his seat and menaced Gaybal with a piercing look. "All you care about is exonerating your people." Gaybal made a valiant effort to stifle his anger, but his voice had an edge to it as he said, "What I care about is the truth. You attack people for the most trivial reasons, sometimes for no reason at all, and right now all you care about is getting permission to stage a massacre of innocent people." "Your people are criminals," said Zaklat. Hatred shone in his eyes. "They murdered Kidra while he was defending the estate." "Sir Overseer," said Gaybal, turning to Effendi, "do not let this man quench his bloody thirst." "If we lose our dignity, we will lose our lives," said Effendi. "Do you want us buried alive in our alley?" Huda asked, looking at Gaybal. "You are forgetting the people who have made you what you are, but you remember the criminals." The wave of rage in Gaybal's breast rose until it unsettled his restraint, and he shouted, "They are not criminals, but our alley is full of criminals." Huda's hand clutched the edge of her blue shawl. Effendi's nostrils flared and he turned sallow. Zaklat, encouraged, spoke out in hateful scorn, "You have an excuse for defending the criminals, as long as you're one of them. It's incredible, you sneering about criminals, when you're the king of crime in our alley." Zaklat surged out of his seat, his face dark with anger. "If it weren't for your status among the people of this house, I'd tear you into pieces right now." "You're out of your mind, Zaklat," said Gaybal in a tone of frightening calm, which, however, disclosed his true feelings. "How dare you two talk like this in my presence?" shouted Effendi. "I'm rough with him to uphold your dignity," said Zaklat malevolently. Effendi's fingers nearly broke the string of beads. "I forbid you to defend Alhamdin," he snapped at Gaybal. "This man is inventing lies about them for his own evil reasons. Let me judge that for myself." There was a silence. From the garden came the twittering of birds, and from the alley a burst of loud cheers accompanied by filthy curses. Zaklat smiled and said, "Does His Excellency the Overseer give me permission to discipline the criminals?" Gaybal, convinced that the fateful moment had come, turned to the lady and said despairingly, "My lady, I will be compelled to join my people in their prison to share their fate." "Oh, all my hopes!" cried Huda, visibly shaken. Gaybal was so upset that he bowed his head, but a sharp feeling made him look over at Zaklat, whose lips were curled in a hateful, gloating smile. "I have no choice," he said miserably. "I will never forget your generosity as long as I live." Effendi stared harshly at him. "I must know, are you with us or against us?" Feeling that his present life was finally at an end, Gaybal spoke sadly. "What am I but the foster son of your kindness? I can never be against you, but I would be ashamed to leave my people to their ruin while I enjoy the grace of your protection." Huda was fidgeting with anxiety at this crisis that threatened her motherhood. She said, "Dear Zaklat, we will postpone this discussion to another time." Zaklat scowled in such pain that a mule's hoof might have struck his face. He shifted his gaze between Effendi and his wife and stammered, "I don't know what will happen in the alley tomorrow." "Answer me, Gaybal," said Effendi, trying to avoid looking at Huda. "Are you with us or against us?" The rage within him rose and filled his head, and he screamed without waiting for an answer, "Either stay with us as one of us or you go back to your people." Stirred by the effect these words had on Zaklat's face, Gaybal said determinedly, "Sir, you are throwing me out, and I will go." "Gaybal!" came Huda's tormented scream. "This is the man his mother gave birth to," said Zaklat mockingly. Unable to sit any longer, Gaybal stood and walked firmly toward the hall door. Huda got up, but Effendi put out his arm to stop her. Gaybal was gone. Outside, the wind blew, stirring the curtains and making the window shutters flap. The hall was filled with tension and gloom. "We must act," said Zaklat serenely. "No," said Huda, with a nervousness and persistence that warned of her obstinacy. "For now the siege is enough. And beware of harming Gaybal." Zaklat kept his temper. He could not be provoked after having scored this triumph. He raised questioning eyes to the overseer. Effendi looked as though he were sucking a lemon when he said, "We'll talk about it later." 52. Gaybal cast a farewell look at the garden and reception hall and recalled the tragedy of Adam, retold every night to the accompaniment of the rebeck, and walked to the gate. The gatekeeper stood up and asked, "What brings you out again, sir?" "I am leaving and I'll never be back, Hassanine," said Gaybal agitatedly. The man's jaw dropped, and he stared at him for a confused moment, then mumbled, "Because of Al-Handin." Gaybal lowered his head silently. "Who could believe that?" asked the gatekeeper. "How could Lady Huda allow it? O God in heaven! How will you live, my boy?" Gaybal crossed the threshold of the gate, looking over at the alley jammed with people, animals and garbage. "The same way the people of our alley live," he answered. "You were not born for that." Gaybal smiled a little distractedly, and said, "Only chance saved me from it." He walked away from the house and the gatekeeper's voice anxiously warning him to beware the gangster's anger. The alley stretched before his eyes with its dust, pack animals, cats, boys and animal dens, and he realized the scale of the upheaval in his life, the troubles that awaited him, the ease he had lost. But his anger eclipsed his pain, and he seemed not to care about the flowers, birds, and compassionate motherhood. Hamada appeared in his path and spoke with smooth insolence. I hope you'll help us punish Al-Hamdan. He ignored him and headed for a certain large house in Hamdan's neighborhood, and knocked. Hamada followed him and asked in surprised disapproval, What do you want? I'm going back to my people, he answered quietly. Astonishment narrowed Hamada's eyes. He did not seem to believe what he had heard. Zaklat saw them as he was on his way home from the overseer's house. Let him go in, he shouted at Hamada. If he comes out again, bury him alive. Hamada's astonishment left him and a stupid smirk spread across his face. Gaybal kept knocking until windows opened in the house and in the neighbors' houses and heads popped out, including those of Hamdan, Idris, Dolma, Ali Fawani's Abdown, Ridwan the poet and Tamar Henna. What does the aristocrat want? Sneered Dolma. With us or against us? Asked Hamdan. They threw him out, so he's come back to his filthy roots, shouted Hamada. Did they really throw you out? Asked Hamdan, moved. Open the door, Uncle Hamdan, said Gaybal quietly. Tamar Henna trilled her shrill joy and shouted, Your father was a good man, and your mother was an honorable woman. Lucky you, recommendations from a slut, laughed Hamada. Not as much as your mother, with her famous nights at the Sultan baths, shrieked Tamar Henna angrily. She was quick to close her window, and the stone that flew from Hamada's hand struck the outer shutter with a report that made the boys on the street corners cheer. The door of the house opened and Gaybal entered its damp air and strange smell. His people welcomed him with hugs and a clamor of loving words, but the welcome was cut short by a loud fight at the far end of the courtyard. Gaybal looked and saw Dabiz arguing fiercely and struggling with a man named Kabalha. He went over to them and pushed himself between them and spoke sharply. You argue with each other while they imprison us in our houses. He stole a sweet potato from a pot on my windowsill, said Dabiz, breathing heavily. Did you see me take it? Shouted Kabalha. Shame on you, Dabiz. Show mercy to one another so that heaven will show mercy to us, shouted Gaybal angrily. My sweet potato is in his belly, I'll pull it out with my hand, Dabiz insisted. I swear to God, I have not tasted a sweet potato in a week, said Kabalha, adjusting his cap on his head. You are the only thief in this building. Don't condemn someone without evidence the way Zaklat did with you, said Gaybal. I'm going to punish this son of a whore, shouted Dabiz. Dabiz, son of a radish seller, Kabalha shouted back. Dabiz flew at Kabalha and punched him. Kabalha stumbled, blood flowing from his forehead, and Dabiz hit him again and again, ignoring the protestations of the bystanders, until Gaybal lost his temper, intervened and seized him tightly by the neck. Dabiz tried futilely to free himself from Gaybal's grip. Do you want to kill me the way you killed Kidra? He gasped. Gaybal pushed him violently and he fell against the wall and glared at Gaybal, enraged. The men looked from Gaybal to Dabiz and back again, wondering if Gaybal had really killed Kidra. Dolma hugged him and Idris shouted, God bless you, you Prince of Al-Hamdan. I only killed him to defend you, Gaybal told Dabiz bitterly. But you loved doing it, said Dabiz softly. You are ungrateful, Dabiz. For shame, shouted Dolma. He pulled Gaybal by the arm. You'll be my guest in my apartment, come, leader of Al-Hamdan. Gaybal gave in to Dolma's grasp, but felt that a bottomless abyss was opening under his feet this day. Is there no way to escape? He whispered in Dolma's ear as they walked together. Gaybal, are you afraid someone will betray you to our enemies? Dabiz is an imbecile. Yes, but he's not that low. I'm afraid that their accusation against you will be strengthened because of me. I'll show you the escape route if you want it, but where would you go? The desert is wider than anyone knows. 55. Gaybal was able to escape only as the night was nearly over. He moved from roof to roof in the peace of the night, and while sleep was still soothing sleepers' eyelids, he found his way to Gamaliya. In spite of the intense blackness, he went on to Al-Darasa, then turned toward the desert, headed for Hind and Qadri's rock. By the time he reached it, by the faint starlight, he could not hold off sleep any longer, after so much weariness and wakefulness. He threw himself onto the sand, wrapped up in his cloak, and slept. He opened his eyes with the first rays of sun that touched the top of the rock, and got up immediately in order to reach the mountain before anyone happened through the desert. But before he set off, his eye was drawn to the spot where he had buried Qadra. His arms and legs trembled as he looked at it. His mouth grew dry, then he fled, very upset. All he had done was kill a criminal, but he ran from the grave like a fugitive. He said to himself, "We were not born to kill, but we can no longer count our dead." He marveled to himself at how he had found no place to sleep but the place where he had buried his victim. He felt his urge to flee mounting. He would have to bid farewell forever both to those he loved and to those he hated, his mother, Hamdan, and the gangsters. He reached the foot of Muqaddam, his soul overflowing with grief and homesickness, but he kept on, moving south, until he reached Muqaddam marketplace in mid-morning. He took a long look at the desert behind him and said, relieved, "Now at least there is some distance between us." He looked closely at Muqaddam marketplace, that small clearing surrounded on all sides by alleys, whose walls rang with an uproar in which the voices of men and the braying of donkeys intermingled. A saint's feast day seemed to be in progress, to judge from the crowds in the square, the peddlers, lunatics, dervishes and entertainers, even though the real action of the feast would not start until sundown. His eyes looked over the surging waves of people, and he saw, at the edge of the desert, a hut made of sheet metal surrounded by wooden seats. Despite its wretchedness, it seemed to be the most popular coffee house in the marketplace. It was full of customers. He made for an empty chair and sat down, his body desperately craving rest. The proprietor came over to him, intrigued by his unusual appearance among the others. He wore a fine cloak, a high turban, and expensive red leather shoes. He ordered a glass of tea and sat back to watch the people. Before long he heard a rising noise from the public pump, and saw people crowding around it to fill their vessels with water. The jam was like a violent riot complete with victims. The shouting grew louder and people were cursing, then there were sharp, high-pitched screams from the center, from two girls trapped in the heart of the struggle. They began to retreat to save themselves, and extricated themselves from the battle with empty buckets. Their bright yellow dresses draped their bodies from the neck to the heels. Only their radiantly youthful faces were exposed. His eyes took in the shorter of the two but did not linger, then focused on the other, with the dark eyes, and stayed there. They walked to an empty spot near his seat, and he saw a family resemblance in their features, though the one that had caught his eye was more beautiful. Elated, Gaybal said to himself, "What amazing features! I never saw anyone like this in our alley." The girls stood, rearranging their hair and putting their kerchiefs on, then set down the buckets upside down and sat on them. "How are we going to fill the buckets in that crowd?" complained the shorter of the two. "This feast, God help us. Father is waiting and getting mad," said the charming one. Gaybal joined the conversation without a second thought. Why didn't he come himself to fill the buckets? They turned to him as if in protest, but his good appearance had a soothing effect, and his girl said only, "What is it to you? Did we complain to you?" Delighted to hear her speak, Gaybal apologized. "I just wanted to say that it would be easier for a man to deal with holiday crowds. It's our job. He has a harder job." "What does your father do?" he asked, smiling. "None of your business." Gaybal got up, paying no attention to the staring eyes around him, and when he was standing before them he said, "I will fill the buckets for you." "We don't need you," said the charming one, turning her face away. Do it, and thank you, said the short one daringly. She stood up and pulled the other girl up. Gaybal took the buckets by the handles and moved his strong body through the throng, bumping into men and being pushed until he reached the pump, behind which the water seller sat at his wooden stand. He gave him 2 coins, filled the buckets and brought them to where the 2 girls stood. He was disturbed to see that they were arguing with some boys who had been harassing them, and he set down the buckets. He turned menacingly to the boys. One of them began to throw a punch at him, but Gaybal knocked him down with a blow in the chest, so the others came to attack him as a group, swearing at him. Suddenly a strange voice bellowed at them, "Get out, you ugly little creeps." Everyone looked at this short, compact middle-aged man with his bright eyes, whose galabia was belted at the waist. "Balkidi, sir," called the boys, ashamed, and ran off, looking closely at Gaybal. The girls flocked to the man and the short one said, "Today it was hard because of the holiday, and those brats." "When you were late, I remembered the festival," Balkidi answered her, looking Gaybal over at the same time. "So I got here just in time." He turned to Gaybal. "You are a good man, how rare they are these days." "It was nothing," said Gaybal shyly, "just a little help, no thanks are in order." Meanwhile the girls had taken the buckets and silently left the place. Gaybal yearned for his eyes to feast on their beauty, but did not dare withdraw them from Balkidi's bright gaze. He imagined that this man could see into his depths, and was afraid that he could read his desires, but Balkidi said, "You chase those evil boys away. Men like you deserve respect." How dare those boys harass Balkidi's daughters? Liquor. Didn't you notice that they were drunk? Gaybal shook his head. "I can smell like a genie." "Let it pass." "Do you know me?" "No, sir, I do not have that honor." "Obviously you aren't from around here." This was said self-assuredly. "That's right. I am Balkidi the snake charmer." Gaybal's face lit up with sudden remembrance. "This is indeed a pleasure. You are well known in our alley." "What alley is that?" "Gabalawi Alley." Balkidi's narrow white eyebrows arched. "I am pleased and honored," he said melodiously. "Is there anyone who does not know of Gabalawi, owner of the estate? Or that Zaklut? Have you come for the saint's day, sir?" "Gaybal, please." Then he added cunningly, "I've come to look for a new place to live." "You've left your alley?" "Yes." Balkidi looked at him more closely. "Wherever there are gangsters there are emigrants. But tell me, did you kill a man or a woman?" Gaybal's heart almost stopped, but he said in a strong voice, "Your jokes aren't as charming as you are." Balkidi's ruined old mouth emitted a laugh. "You aren't one of the common mob the gangsters toy with. You aren't a thief. Someone like you leaves his alley only if it's murder." "I told you," Gaybal began sternly but awkwardly. "Sir," Balkidi interrupted, "I don't mind if you're a killer, especially after you've proved your decency to me. There's not a man here who hasn't stolen or plundered or killed, and just so that you can trust in the truth of what I say, I would like to invite you for a cup of coffee and a few puffs at my house." "I would love it." "I would be honored," said Gaybal, his hopes rekindled. They walked side by side through the marketplace toward an alley up ahead, and when they had left the crowds behind them Balkidi asked him, "Did you want to see anyone special here?" "I don't know anyone." "Or any place to stay?" "Or any place to stay." "Be my guest, if you wish, until you find some place to stay," said Balkidi expansively. "You are so kind, Balkidi, sir," said Gaybal, his heart dancing with joy. "It's nothing to marvel at," the man laughed. "In my house I have snakes and serpents, what problem could a man be? Does this frighten you? I'm a snake charmer, and in my home you will learn how to get used to snakes." They crossed the alley for the open desert. At the beginning of the desert Gaybal saw a small stone house set far from the alley. It was unpainted but was new compared with such a tumble-down alley. Balkidi pointed to it proudly. The House of Balkidi the Snake Charmer. 54. I chose this isolated spot for my house, Balkidi told him when they reached the house, because people think a snake charmer is just a big snake himself. They entered a good-sized hall together. It led to a locked room at the end, flanked by 2 more closed doors. Balkidi pointed to the door facing the entrance and continued, "That's where I keep my work tools, the live ones and the other kind. Don't be afraid of anything, the door is strong and locked, and I promise you that the snakes are easier to live with than a lot of people. The ones you fled from, for example." His ruined mouth emitted a laugh. Rifa. 44. It was nearly dawn. Every living creature in the alley had gone to bed, even the gangsters, the dogs, and the cats. Darkness lingered in the corners as if it would never leave. Amid the perfect silence, the gate of the House of Triumph in the Al-Gaybal neighborhood was opened with extreme caution, and two figures slipped out of it, moving quietly toward the mansion, and they followed along its high wall out to the desert. They stepped warily, and looked back every now and then to make sure that no one was following them, and pressed on into the desert guided by the light of the scattered stars until Hines Rock appeared to them as a blotch of darkness blacker than its surroundings. They were a middle-aged man and a pregnant young woman, each carrying an overstuffed bundle. When they reached the rock, the woman sighed wearily. "Shafi'i, I am tired," she said. The man stopped walking and spoke crossly. "May God afflict those who tired you. But rest." The woman set her bundle down on the ground and sat upon it, resting her large belly on her lap. The man stood for a moment to look around, then sat down on his bundle. Breezes laden with the fresh scent of dawn wafted in their direction, but the woman was preoccupied. "Where will I have my baby, do you think?" she asked. "Any place, Abda, would be better than our accursed alley," Shafi'i said unhappily. He raised his eyes to the mass of the mountain that loomed from the far north to the far south. "We'll go to Macadam Marketplace, where Gaybal went in his time of affliction, and I'll open a carpentry shop and work just as I did in the alley. I have 2 hands as good as gold, and enough money for a good start." The woman drew her veil closer over her head and shoulders and said sadly, "We'll be living in exile, like people who have no family, when we are of the Al-Gaybal, the best people in the alley." The man spat with contempt and said bitterly, "Best people in the alley. What are we but cowering slaves, Abda? Gaybal and his glory days are gone. We got Zanfil, may God send him to hell, who is against us instead of being for us, who swallows up our money and destroys anyone who complains." Abda could deny none of this. It was as if she were still living through those bitter days and sad nights, but feeling reassured by her distance from the misery of the alley, she turned tenderly to her heart's happy memories, and she sighed deeply. "There is no other alley like ours, for all the bad things in it. Where would you ever find another mansion like our ancestors? Or neighbors like we had? Where could you hear the tales of Adam and Gaybal and Hines Rock? God's curse on those evil creatures. They clubbed anyone for the flimsiest reason, and the others stalked around us like fate itself, with their arrogant faces." He remembered the horrible Zanfil and how he had taken him by the collar and shaken him so violently that his ribs nearly broke, then rolled him in the dirt in front of everybody, only because he had talked about the estate just once. He stamped his foot at the memory and spoke up. "That damned criminal kidnapped Saddam's baby, Saddam the head meat seller, and the baby was never heard from again. He had no pity for a 1-month-old. And you wonder where will I have my baby? You'll have your baby in a place where they don't massacre children." Abda sighed and spoke gently, as if to soften the meaning of her words. "I just wish you could be satisfied with the same things that satisfy other people." He frowned angrily, masked by the darkness. "What have I done, Abda?" "Nothing but wonder what happened to Gaybal, and Gaybal's covenant, and where is the power of justice, and what brought the Al-Gaybal back to poverty and humiliation. He wrecked my shop and beat me up, and would have killed me if it hadn't been for the neighbors. If we had stayed in our house until you gave birth, he would have pounced on the baby just as he did with Saddam's." She shook her head sadly. "Oh, if only you had been patient, Shafi'i. Didn't you hear people say that surely someday Gabalawi will come out of his isolation to save his grandchildren from oppression and disgrace?" Shafi'i exhaled a long breath and snapped, "That's what they say. And I've heard them say it since I was a boy. But the truth is that our ancestor has shut himself up in his house, and that the overseer of his estate monopolizes the estate revenues, except what he pays out to gangsters for his protection. Zanfil, the supposed protector of the Al-Gaybal, takes his share and buries it in his belly, as if Gaybal had never appeared in this alley, as if he had never taken the eye of his friend Dabiz to pay for the eye of poor Kabalha. The woman was silent, floating in that sea of blackness. Morning would find her among a strange people. The strangers would be her new neighbors. Her child would be born into their hands. The child would grow up in a strange land, like a limb cut from a tree. She had been reasonably happy among the Al-Gaybal. She had brought food to her husband in his shop, and at night sat by the window to hear old blind Gawad play the rebeck. There was no lovelier music than that, and no lovelier story than Gaybal's. The night he met Gabalawi in the dark and Gabalawi told him, "Be not afraid." He then helped Gaybal, loved and aided him until he triumphed. And he had gone joyfully home to his alley. Was anything sweeter than a homecoming after exile? Shafi'i's face was turned up to the sky and its watchful stars, as he gazed at the first rays of light over the mountain, like a white cloud on the horizon of a black sky. "We should move. We want to get to Macadam before sunup," he warned. "I still need rest." "May God afflict those who tired you." How wonderful life would be without Zanfil. Filled with blessings, pure air, the star-studded sky, delightful feelings, but there was also the overseer, Ihab, and the gangsters Bayami, Gaber, Handissa, Khalid, Batika and Zanfil. It was possible for every house to become like the mansion, and for their cries to turn to song, but the miserable people longed for the impossible just as Adam had longed for it before them. And who were these poor people? Men whose backs were swollen from beating, whose buttocks were inflamed from kicks. Their eyes were tormented by flies, and lice infested their heads. "Why has Gabalawi forgotten us?" "God knows," the woman murmured. "Gabalawi?" shouted the man in mingled grief and anger. His voice echoed back to him. "Trust in God," he told her. Abda stood, and he took her hand. They trudged south, toward Macadam Marketplace. 45. "Here is our alley," said Abda, joy plain in her eyes and her smile. "And here we are coming home to it after our exile, thanks be to Almighty God." Shafi'i smiled and wiped his forehead with the sleeve of his cloak. "It's wonderful to be home," he said gravely. Rifa listened to his parents, his serene, handsome features reflecting surprise mingled with sorrow, and spoke almost reprovingly. "Have you already forgotten Macadam and our neighbors?" His mother smiled and brought the edge of her wrap over her hair, which was graying with age. She realized that the lad loved his birthplace as much as she loved hers, and that with his naturally gentle and friendly disposition he could not forget friendships. "Good things are never forgotten," she answered him, "but this is your original home. Your people are here, the best people in the alley. You will love them, and they will love you. How wonderful Gaybal's neighborhood will be now that Zanfil is dead." "Kunfi's won't be any better than Zanfil," Shafi'i warned them. "But Kunfi's has no grudge against you." "Gangsters' grudges form as fast as mud after rain." "Don't think that way," said Abda urgently. "We have come back here to live in peace. You'll open your shop, and we'll make a living. Don't forget that you lived under gang protection in Macadam. People do it everywhere." The family continued their journey toward the alley, led by Shafi'i carrying a sack, and behind him Abda and Rifa, who was carrying an enormous bundle. Rifa was a good-looking lad, tall and slender, with an innocent face that radiated warmth and gentility. A stranger to the earth he walked upon. His eyes lovingly contemplated everything around him until they were drawn to the mansion that stood alone at the head of the alley, and the tops of the trees swaying above the wall. He gazed at it for a long time. "Our ancestor's house?" he then asked. "Yes," said Abda delightedly. "Remember what I told you about it. Your ancestor is there, the owner of all the land and everything on it. All goodness is his, and all gratitude is due to him. If it weren't for his isolation from us, the alley would be full of light. In his name, Ihab the overseer plunders our alley, Shafi'i added mockingly, and the gangsters attack us. They proceeded toward the alley, along the southern wall of the mansion. Rifa's eyes hung on the locked house. The house of Ihab, the estate overseer, came into view, its gatekeeper seated on a bench by the open gate. Before him stood the house of the alley's gangster, Bayemi, in front of which was parked a horse-drawn cart filled with bushels of rice and baskets of fruit. Servants were making several trips to carry these into the house. The alley seemed to be a playground for barefoot boys, while in front of the doorways families were spread out on the ground or on reed matting, cleaning beans or chopping greens, talking and telling jokes, scolding and snapping at one another with loud shouts and shrieks of laughter. Shafi'i's family headed for Gabal's neighborhood, and encountered an old blind man in the street, slowly feeling his way with his stick. Shafi'i lowered the sack from his back and approached him, his features aglow with pleasure, until he stood before him. "Peace upon you, Gawad the poet!" he cried. The poet stopped and cupped his ear attentively, then shook his head in puzzlement. "And peace upon you. I know that voice. Have you forgotten your friend Shafi'i the carpenter?" The man's face lit up with delight. "Shafi'i, by God!" He opened his arms and the men embraced warmly until passers-by stared at them and two wicked boys imitated their embrace. Gawad squeezed his friend's hand. "You left us 20 years ago or more, a lifetime ago. How is your wife?" "Fine, Gawad," said Abda. "I hope you are well. This is our son Rifa." "Kiss the dear poet's hand." Rifa approached the poet gladly, took his hand and kissed it. The man patted him on the shoulder, and explored his head and the features of his face curiously. "Marvelous, marvelous," he said. "You are just like your ancestor." The praise lit up Abda's face, and Shafi'i laughed. "You wouldn't say that if you saw how skinny he is." "Close enough. There is only one Gabalawi. What does the lad do?" "I have taught him carpentry, but he's a pampered only child. He spends a little time in my shop and then the rest of the day he wanders in the desert and on the mountain. A man never settles down until he's married." The poet smiled. "Where have you been, Shafi'i?" "In Muqaddam." Just as Gabal did, the man said with a deep laugh. "But he came back a snake charmer, and you came back a carpenter as you were when you left. Anyway, your enemy is dead, even if his replacement is no better." "They're all the same," Abda put in quickly. "But all we want is to live like peaceable people." Some men recognized Shafi'i and hurried over to him. They all embraced him, and there was a clamor of welcomes, while Rifa resumed his infatuated examination of his surroundings. His own people were alive and breathing around him, which considerably lightened the gloom that had clouded his heart since he had left Muqaddam marketplace. His eyes roamed around until they settled on a window in the first house, out of which a girl was looking intently at his face. When their eyes met, she lifted her gaze to the horizon. One of his father's friends noticed this and whispered, "Aisha, daughter of Kunfis. One look at her could start a massacre." Rifa blushed. "He's not that kind of boy," his mother said. "He's just seeing his alley for the first time." A man with a bull's muscular bulk came out of the house, swaggering in his flowing jalabiya, a coarse mustache bristling over his mouth. His face was scarred and cratered. "Kunfis, Kunfis," people whispered to one another. Gawad took Shafi'i by the hand and guided him toward the house. "God's peace on the protector of Al-Gabal. May I present our brother Shafi'i the carpenter. He has come home to his alley after a 20-year absence." Kunfis stared into Shafi'i's face but ignored the hand offered him for several moments before extending his own, though even then his face did not soften. "Welcome," he murmured coolly. Rifa considered him resentfully. His mother whispered to him to go and introduce himself, which he did unwillingly, and put out his hand. "My son, Rifa," said Shafi'i. Confis gave Rifa a look of aversion and disdain, which the people understood as contemptuous of the boy's gentleness, so out of place in this alley. He shook his hand indifferently, and turned to Rifa's father. "So, have you forgotten the way things go in our alley?" Shafi'i understood what was meant, but did not show his irritation. "We are at your service any time, sir." "Why did you leave your alley anyway?" Confis asked, searching his face suspiciously. Shafi'i was silent a moment as he tried to think of the right answer. "Fleeing Zanfil," he was asked. "It wasn't for doing anything unforgivable," Gawad the poet said promptly. "You can't flee from me when I'm angry," Confis told Shafi'i in a tone of warning. "You'll find us to be very fine people," said Abda hopefully. Shafi'i and his family passed among their friends to the walk of the House of Triumph to move into the empty rooms to which Gawad guided them. A girl of insolent beauty came into view from a window that overlooked the walk. She stood combing her hair before a glass window, and when she saw the new arrival she asked coquettishly, "Who's the dreamboat?" Everyone laughed. "A new neighbor for you, Yasmina," said one man. "He'll live in the walk right in front of you." "God give us more men." She laughed. Her eyes passed briefly over Abda but settled firmly and admiringly on Rifa, who was even more taken aback by her stare than by that of Aisha, the daughter of Confis. He followed his parents to the door of their home, across from Yasmina's on the other side of the walk. He heard Yasmina's voice singing, "Mama, what a pretty boy." 46. Shafi'i opened his carpentry shop at the entrance of the House of Triumph. Abda went out shopping early in the morning, and Shafi'i and his son Rifa went to work. They sat at the threshold of the shop, waiting for business. The man had enough money to last a month or a little more, so he was not worried. He peered down the passage roofed with residences that led out to the wide courtyard. "This is the blessed courtyard where Gebal drowned our enemies." Rifa gazed at it with dreaming eyes and a smile. "And right here is where Adam built his hut, and the events of his life actually took place, where Gabalawi blessed his son and forgave him." Rifa's comely smile broadened, and his eyes were lost in a dream. All beautiful memories were born here. Were it not for the passage of time, the footprints of Gabalawi and Adam would still be here, and the air would still carry their breath. From these windows the water had gushed onto the gangsters in the pit. From Yasmina's window water had cascaded onto the enemy. Today the window emitted only intimidating gazes. Time satirizes even the sublimest things. Gebal had waited inside the courtyard with weak men, but he had triumphed. Gebal triumphed, father, but what good was his victory? "We have promised not to think about it." "Have you seen Confis?" "Oh, sir," called a flirtatious voice. "You, the carpenter." The father and son exchanged grimaces, and the father got up and craned his neck to see Yasmina looking out her window, her long braids loose and swinging. "Yes." "Send up your boy to get my table. It needs to be repaired," she said in a voice eager with fun. The man resumed his seat and told his son, "Trust in God." Rifa found the apartment door open for him. "Ahem," he said, and she gave him leave to come in, so he went in. He found her in a brown robe trimmed in white around the collar, and the swell of her breasts. Her legs and feet were bare. She was silent for a moment as if to appraise the effect of her appearance on Rifa, and when she saw that his eyes were steady and untroubled, she pointed to a small table standing on 3 legs in a corner of the room. "The 4th leg is under the sofa," she said. "Please repair it and refinish the table." "Yes, ma'am," he said pleasantly. "How much?" "I'll ask my father." "What about you?" she said aggressively. "Don't you know how much that costs?" "He's the one who decides that." Who's going to fix it? She asked, looking intently into his face. I will, but he'll supervise and help me. She laughed indifferently. Batika, the youngest gangster here, is younger than you are, but he can take over a whole wedding procession, and you can't even repair the leg of a table by yourself. Well, no matter, said Rifa, in a voice that made plain his wish to end the conversation. The table will come back to you like new. He picked up the fourth leg from underneath the sofa, lifted the table onto his shoulder, and headed for the door. Good day. When he put it down in front of his father in their shop, the man examined it and spoke with a trace of exasperation. To tell the truth, I would have preferred that our first work come from someone more decent. She's not bad, father, said Rifa innocently, but she seems to be lonely. There is nothing more dangerous than a lonely woman. Perhaps she needs guidance. Our business is carpentry, not guidance, snapped Shafi'i. Pass me the glue. That evening Shafi'i and Rifa went to the Gaybal coffee house. Gawad the poet was sitting cross-legged on his bench drinking his coffee. Thick-lipped Shaldam, the coffee house owner, sat at the entrance, and Kunfiz occupied the seat of honor amid a halo of his admirers. Shafi'i and his son made their way to the gangster to greet him respectfully, then took empty seats near Shaldam. Shafi'i promptly took the pipe and offered his son a glass of cinnamon brew flavored with hazelnuts. The coffeehouse air was lazy. A knotted cloud of smoke rose to the roof, and the motionless air was overlaid with the scent of molasses-cured tobacco, mint and cloves. The men's luxuriantly mustached faces were pale and heavy-lidded. There was coughing and hawking, filthy jokes and harsh laughter, and from down the alley came the shouts of boyish songs. Children of Gabalawi, farm our snakes. Are you Christians or are you Jews? What do you eat? We eat dates. What do you drink? We drink coffee. A cat crouching by the coffee house door sprang under a bench, and there was a rustling sound before she reappeared, racing toward the alley, her teeth closed over a mouse. Rifa set down his glass of cinnamon brew in disgust and raised his eyes just in time to see Kunfiz spitting. Then Kunfiz bellowed at Gawad the poet, "When are you going to start, old man?" Gawad smiled and nodded, then took up the rebec and plucked the opening melodies on its strings. He began with one salutation to Ihab the overseer, a second to Bayemi, the protector of the alley, a third to Gaybal's successor, Kunfiz, and went on from there. And Adam sat in the estate office, receiving new tenants, and was looking into the ledger when he heard the last man's voice announce his name. Idris Gabalawi. And Adam looked up in fright, and saw his brother standing before him. The poet went on with the tale in an air of quiet reverence. Rifa listened raptly. This was the poet, and these were the tales. How often had he heard his mother say, "Our alley is the alley of tales." And truly these tales were worth his love. Perhaps they would compensate for the loss of the games of Macadam and his privacy, and be a repose for his heart, so scorched with a mysterious love, as mysterious as that locked mansion. There was no sign of life there apart from the tops of the sycamore, berry and palm trees. What signs of life were there from Gabalawi, other than trees and tales? What proof was there that he was his descendant, other than the resemblance Gawad the poet had discerned with his hands? Night was coming on, and Shafi'i was smoking his third pipe. The cries of peddlers and shouts of children had died away in the alley, leaving only the rebec melodies, drumbeats from afar, and the shrieks of a woman being beaten by her husband. Adam had now met his fate at the hands of Idris. Out in the desert, followed by sobbing Amema. Just as my mother left the alley with me stirring in her belly. A curse on all bullies. And on all cats, when mice breathe their last in their jaws, and on every mocking look and cold sneer, and on whoever welcomes his homecoming brother by telling him, "You can't flee from me when I'm angry," and on all terrorists and hypocrites. By now there was nowhere for Adam but the desert, and the poet was singing one of Idris' drunken songs. Rifa leaned over to his father's ear and said, "I want to visit other coffee houses. Our coffee house is the best in the alley, said Shafi'i, surprised. What do the poets there say? The same stories, but the way they tell them there you'd never know it. Shaldem heard their whispers and leaned over to Rifa. Our people are the biggest liars in this alley, and poets are the worst liars of all. In the next coffee house you'll hear that Gaybal said he was from the alley, when he just said that he was from Alhamdin, by God. A poet will say anything to please his audience, said Shafi'i. You mean he wants to please the gangs? Whispered Shaldem. The father and son left the coffee house at midnight, when the darkness was so intense as to be palpable. Men's voices came out of nowhere, and a cigarette glowed in an invisible hand like a star falling to earth. Did you enjoy the story? The father asked. Yes, what wonderful stories. Gawad loves you, the father said with a laugh. What was he telling you during the break? He invited me to visit him at home. How quickly you come to love people, but you are a boy who learns slowly. I have a whole life for carpentry, Rifa said in a tone of apology, but for now I want to visit all the coffee houses. They felt their way to the passage, where Yasmina's house resounded with the noise of a drunken brawl and a singing voice. You in the embroidered cap, who made it? You stitched my heart, and now it's yours. She's not as lonely as I'd thought, Rifa whispered to his father. There's a lot of life you've missed, being so solitary, his father said. Sighing. They climbed up the stairs slowly and cautiously, and abruptly Rifa said, Father, I'm going to visit Gawad the poet. 47. Rifa knocked at the door of Gawad the poet, at the third house in the Al-Gaybal neighborhood. Screams of abuse rose from the courtyard, from women who had gathered there to wash clothes and cook. He looked from over the railing of the circular passage that surrounded the courtyard of the house from above. The main fight was between two women, one of whom stood behind a wash bucket, waving her soap-lathered arms, while the other stood at the opening of the passage, sleeves rolled up, answering the obscenities with even more shocking words and jutting out her pelvis contemptuously. The other women had separated into two groups, and their shrieks clashed until the courtyard walls echoed with their hateful curses and filthy libels. He stared at what he saw and heard, and turned toward the poet's door, shocked. Even women, even cats, let alone the gangsters. Claws on every hand and poison on every tongue, fear and hatred in every heart. Pure air was only for the macadam desert or the mansion, where Gabalawi alone was blessed with peace. The door opened on the blind man's questioning face. Rifa greeted him and the man's features broke into a smile as he made room for him to enter. Welcome, my boy. As soon as Rifa entered he was met with the strong smell of incense. It was like the breath of an angel. He followed the man to a small square room with cushions around the walls and embroidered reed mats spread over the floor. Through the slats of the closed shutters the afternoon air was as tawny as honey. The ceiling around the suspended light was decorated with pictures of birds, especially doves. The poet sat down cross-legged on a cushion, and Rifa sat beside him. We were making coffee, the man said. He called his wife, and a woman with a tray of coffee appeared. Come, Mbekatira, this is Rifa, the son of our friend Shafi'i. Welcome, my boy, she said. She was in the middle of her 6th decade, erect and strong, with a piercing gaze and a tattoo above her chin. Gawad motioned toward their guest. He listens to everything, Mbekatira. He's crazy about stories. People like him really excite poets and please them. The others fall asleep from smoking hashish. To him the stories are new, but they've heard them before, she said playfully. That's one of your demons talking, said the poet crossly. He turned to Rifa. This woman is a very fine exorcist. Rifa watched her eagerly, and their eyes met as she offered him a cup of coffee. How he had loved the ceremonies expelling demons in Macadam marketplace. His heart had followed them with delight. He would stand in the street with his head raised to the windows, and tried to see the incense gliding through the air and the dancers rocking heads. Didn't you learn anything about our alley when you lived abroad? The poet asked. My father told me about it, and so did my mother, but my heart was there, and I didn't really think about the estate and its problems. I was amazed at how many victims it had claimed. I tended to have my mother's view, to prefer love and peace. Gawad shook his head sadly. How can love and peace live among poverty and gangsters' clubs? Rifa did not reply, not because there was no answer, but because for the first time his eyes lit upon a strange picture on the right-hand wall of the room. It was painted in oils on the wall itself, like the pictures that ornamented the coffee-house walls. It depicted a tremendous man, and beside him the houses of the alley, tiny as children's toys. Who is that in the picture? The boy asked. Gabalawi, said Mbekatira. Has anyone seen him? No, no one of our generation has seen him, said Gawad. Even Gabal could not see him clearly in the desert darkness, but the painter drew him from the descriptions of him in the stories. Why did he shut his doors against his descendants? Rifa asked with a sigh. Old age, they say. Who knows what time has done to him? By God, if he opened his gates, no one in this alley would stay in his squalid house. Can't you? Don't trouble yourself about him, Mbekatira interrupted. When the people of our alley start talking about the estate owner, they get to talking about the estate itself, and that leads to every kind of tragedy. He shook his head, at a loss. How can anyone not trouble himself with such a fabulous ancestor? Let's do as he does. He doesn't trouble himself with us. Rifa raised his eyes to the picture. But he met Gabal, and spoke to him. Yes, and when Gabal died, Zanfil came, and then Kunfis and heavens. Nothing has ever changed. Gawad laughed. This alley needs someone to rid it of its devils just as you rid people of their demons. Those people are the real demons, ma'am, said Rifa smiling. If you had seen the way Kunfis welcomed my father. I have nothing to do with them. My demons given to me the way snakes obeyed Gabal. I have all the Sudanese incense, and Ethiopian amulets and power-giving chants. Where did you get your power over demons? Asked Rifa earnestly. She held him in a wary gaze and said, It is my profession, just as your father's profession is carpentry. It came to me from the giver of all talents. Rifa finished the last drop of his coffee, and was about to say something when Shafi'i's voice rose in a shout from the alley. Rifa! Boy! Lazy boy! Rifa went to the window, opened it and looked out until his eyes met his father's. Just a half hour more, father. The man heaved his shoulders in what looked like despair, and went back to his shop. As Rifa closed the window, he saw Aisha standing in her usual pose by her window, just as he had first seen her, gazing intently at him. He imagined that she smiled at him, that her eyes spoke to him. He hesitated a moment, then closed the window and sat down again. Gawad was laughing. Your father wants you to be a carpenter, but what do you want? Rifa thought about it. I have to be a carpenter like my father, but I love stories, and these secrets about demons. Tell me more, ma'am. The woman smiled and seemed inclined to grant him a little of her knowledge. Every person has a demon which is his master, but not every demon is evil or has to be exorcised. How can we tell one from another? His deeds tell us. You, for example, are a good boy, and your demon deserves only goodness, but this is not the case with the demons in Bayemi, and Kunfis and Batika. What about Yasmina's demon, does it need to be exorcised? He asked innocently. Your neighbor. Mbekatira laughed. But the men of El Gaybal want her as she is. I want to know these things, he said, intensely serious. Don't hold anything back. Who could deny anything to this good boy? Said Gawad. It would be nice if you visited me as your time allows, said Mbekatira, but only on condition that it doesn't anger your father. People will ask what this good boy wants with demons, but know that the only illness men have is demons. Rifa listened and gazed at the picture of Gabalawi. 48. Carpentry was his living and his future, and there seemed to be no escape from it. If it did not make him happy, what would make him happy? It was better than slaving behind a handcart or carrying baskets, or other lines of work, like being a thug or gangster. How hateful, how detestable they were. Mbekatira had stirred his imagination as nothing ever had, except for the picture of Gabalawi painted on the wall of the room in the poet Gawad's house. He begged his father to have a picture like it painted in their house or in the shop, but his father told him, "We have better uses for that kind of money, and it's only a fairy tale, so what good is that?" All Rifa could do was say, "I wish I could see him." His father laughed heartily and chided him, "Wouldn't it be better to see to your job? You're not always going to have me here, and you have to prepare for the day when you'll have the responsibility of your mother, your wife and children, all by yourself." But Rifa thought about everything Mbekatira had done and said, as he had never thought about anything before. What she said about demons seemed to him supremely important. He forgot none of it, even in the happy times he spent visiting all the alley coffee houses, one after the other. Even the same stories did not make the same profound impression that Mbekatira's stories did. Every man had a demon that was his master, and just as the master was, the slave became. That was what Mbekatira said. How many evenings had he spent with the old lady listening to the drumbeat, and watching the taming of the demons. Some ailing people were brought to the house, powerless and still, and others were carried and shackled because of their evil. The right incense was burned, for every condition had its own incense, and the appropriate drumbeat, as every demon demanded its own beat, and then the wonders occurred. We know that every demon has his cure, but what is the cure? For the overseer and his gangsters. Those evil things mock exorcism, while perhaps it was created solely for them. Killing was the way to be rid of them, while demons submitted to sweet incense and lovely melodies. How can an evil demon be captivated by beauty and goodness? How strange what we learn from demons and exorcisms. He told Mbekatira that he wished from the bottom of his heart to pursue the secrets of exorcism. She asked him, "Do you crave rifles?" He answered her that he did not want riches, only to purge the alley. The woman laughed, saying that he was the first man who wanted that job. What fascinated him about it? He assured her, "The wisest thing in your work is that you defeat evil with goodness and beauty." His soul was soothed when she began to divulge to him her secrets. To declare his delight, he went up to the roof of the house in the rapture of daybreak to witness the awakening of light, but the mansion, rather than the stars, the silence, or the cock, preoccupied his mind, and he gazed at the mansion slumbering among the tall trees and wondered, "Where are you, grandfather? Why don't you appear, even for a moment? Why don't you come out, even en fait? Why don't you speak, just one word? Do you not know that one word from you could change our alley? Or do you like what is going on here? How beautiful are the trees around your house? I love them because you do. Look at them, so that I can read your looks upon them." His father scolded him when he told him of his notions, and said, "What about your work, you lazy boy? Boys your age are roaming every neighborhood trying to find a living, or making the whole alley tremble when they lift their clubs." One day when the family was assembled, after lunch, Abda spoke to her husband with a smile. "Tell him." Rifa saw that this involved him and looked expectantly at his father, but the man addressed his wife. "First you tell him what you have to say." Abda gazed proudly at her son. "Glad news, Rifa. Lady Zakia, the wife of our protector Kunfiz, visited me. I returned her visit, of course, and she received me warmly and presented her daughter Aisha to me, a girl as beautiful as the moon. and then she visited me again and brought Aisha with her. Shafi'i glanced furtively at his son as he raised his coffee cup to his mouth, to see the effect of this story on him. He shook his head at the difficulty that awaited him, and spoke grandly. This is an honor accorded to no other house in the Al-Gaybal neighborhood. Imagine that the wife and daughter of Confis should visit this house of ours. Rifa lifted his eyes to his mother in bewilderment. How elegant their house is, the soft chairs, the fabulous carpet, the curtains that hang from the windows and doors. All that luxury came from Al-Gaybal's usurped wealth. Shafi'i stifled a smile and said, "We have promised not to talk about that. Let's just remember that Confis is the master of the Al-Gaybal and that the friendship of his family is an answered prayer," said Abda earnestly. "Congratulations on your new friend," said Rifa crossly. The mother and her husband exchanged a meaningful look. "The fact that Aisha came with her mother told me something." "Told you what, mother?" asked Rifa, feeling depressed. Shafi'i laughed and made a despairing gesture with his hand and turned to Abda. "We should have told him how we got married." "No," exclaimed Rifa. "Father, no." "What do you mean? What's wrong with you, acting like a virgin girl?" "It is in your hands," said Abda with hopeful urgency. "You can make us part of the running of the Al-Gaybal's estate. They will welcome you if you go to them, even Confis will welcome you. If the woman weren't sure of her influence with him, she wouldn't have come here. You can have status that the whole alley will be jealous of from one end to the other." "Who knows," laughed his father. "Someday you might be overseer of Al-Gaybal's estate, or one of your sons might be." "Are you actually saying this, father? Have you forgotten why you were driven out of this alley 20 years ago?" Shafi'i blinked, a little confused. "Today we live like everyone else. We must not ignore an opportunity that comes begging to us." Rifa stammered and spoke as if to himself. "How can I marry into a demon's family when all I want to do is expel demons? I never expected to make anything more than a carpenter of you," shouted Shafi'i menacingly. "And now luck offers you an important rank in our alley, but you want to be an exorcist like some black woman. What a scandal! What evil eye is afflicting you? Say that you will marry her, and spare us your jokes." "I will not marry her, father." "I will visit Confis to ask him for the match," said Shafi'i, ignoring him. "Don't do it, father," shouted Rifa vehemently. "Tell me why you are doing this, boy," his father asked him impatiently. "Don't be hard on him," Abda begged her husband. "You know how he is." "Don't I know? Our alley will condemn us for his weakness. Go easy on him so he'll think about it. Boys his age are already fathers and the ground trembles under their steps." He stared at him, furious, and went on exasperatedly. "Why does all the blood leave your face? You come from the loins of men." Rifa sighed. He was depressed enough to cry. The bonds of fatherhood are broken by anger. A house may become at times a gloomy prison. What you desire is not in this place or among these people. "Don't torture me, father," he said hoarsely. "You're the one torturing me, just as you have ever since you were born." Rifa bowed his head until his face was hidden from his parents. His father dropped his voice and calmed his anger as much as he could. "Are you afraid of marriage? Wouldn't you like to get married? Tell me what is in your heart, or I'll go to Mbekatira. Maybe she knows more about you than we do." "No," cried Rifa sharply. He stood abruptly and left the room. 49. Shafi'i went down to open up the shop but did not find Rifa there as he had expected. He did not call out for him. It was, he reasoned, wiser to affect coolness over his absence. The day passed, crawling slowly by. The light of the sun left the land of the alley, and the sawdust mounted around Shafi'i's feet with no sign of Rifa. Evening came and he closed the shop, deeply troubled and angry. As usual, he headed for Shaldam's coffee house and took his seat, and when he saw Gawad the poet coming in alone he was surprised and said, "So where is Rifa?" "I haven't heard from him since yesterday," the man replied, feeling his way to his bench. "I haven't seen him since he left us after lunch," said Shafi'i uneasily. Gawad raised his grey eyebrows and sat cross-legged on the bench, tucking the rebec by his side, wondering, "Did anything happen between you?" Shafi'i did not answer him, but quickly got up and left the coffee house. Shaldam was taken aback by Shafi'i's agitation and spoke up with amusement. "Such a drama our Ali hasn't seen since Idris built his hut in the desert. When I was young, I used to run away from the Ali for days and no one would ask about me. When I'd come back, my father, God rest his soul, would shout, 'What brings you back here, you little bastard?' The point is, he wasn't positive you were his son," was Comfy's comment from where he was listening in the heart of the coffee house. The place erupted in laughter, and most of them congratulated Comfy's on his elegant witticism. Shafi'i headed home, and when he asked Abda, "Has Rifa come back?" she was seized with anxiety. She said that she had thought he was in the shop as usual. She grew even more concerned when he told her that Rifa had not gone to the poet Gawad's house. So where did he go? They heard Yasmina's voice split the air as she called a fig seller. Abda gave Shafi'i a suspicious look, but the man shook his head tiredly and gave a brief bark of dry, ironic laughter. A girl like that can figure men out. Shafi'i went to Yasmina's house driven only by despair. He knocked at the door and Yasmina opened it herself. When she recognized him, she tossed her head in surprise and triumph. "You," she said. Well, how surprised should I be?" The man lowered his eyes at her diaphanous blouse. "Is Rifa here?" he asked dejectedly. "Rifa," she said, even more surprised. "Why?" Shafi'i's embarrassment mounted, and she indicated the inside of her house. "Look for him yourself." But the man turned to go. "What, has he come of age today?" she asked sarcastically. He heard her addressing someone within. These days people are more worried about their boys than their girls. Shafi'i found Abda waiting for him in the passage. "We'll go to Macadam Marketplace together," she told him. "That boy!" he shouted angrily. "This is what I get after a day of hard work." They took a mule-drawn cart to Macadam Marketplace and asked about him at their old neighbors, and they asked old friends, but discovered no trace of him. While he used to disappear for hours in the afternoon or early evening in seclusion or on the mountain, no one imagined that he would stay out in the desert until this hour of the night. They returned to the alley as they had left it, but in an even more anguished state. People gossiped about Rifa's disappearance, especially when it went on for days. He became a joke in the coffee house, at Yasmina's house and throughout the Al-Gaybal neighborhood. Everyone ridiculed his parents' anguish. Perhaps Mbekatira and old Gawad were the only ones who shared the parents' grief. "Where has the boy gone?" asked Gawad. "He isn't this kind of boy. If he were, we wouldn't grieve." Once when Batika was drunk he yelled, "Little boy lost, good people." As if he were calling a lost toddler. The whole alley laughed, and the small boys repeated it. Abda was sick with grief. Shafi'i worked distractedly in his shop, his eyes red from lack of sleep. Comfy's wife, Zakiya, stopped visiting Abda and ignored her in the street. One day Shafi'i was absorbed in sawing a board when Yasmina shouted at him as she came in from an errand. "Shafi'i! Look!" He saw her pointing to the end of the alley, into the desert. He left the shop, still holding the saw, to see what she was pointing to, and saw his son Rifa walking shyly toward the building. He dropped the saw in front of the shop and hurried to his son, examining him with surprise. Then he snatched him by the upper arms. "Rifa!" he shouted. "Where have you been?" Don't you know what your absence meant for us? For your poor mother, who nearly died from worry." The boy said nothing, and his father perceived how emaciated he was. "Were you ill?" "No." "Let me see my mother," said Rifa a little confusedly. Yasmina came up to them and asked doubtfully, "But where were you?" He did not look at her. Boys gathered around him, and his father led him home. They were quickly followed by Gawad and Mbekatira. When his mother caught sight of him, she jumped from the bed and clutched him to her. "God forgive you," she said weakly. "How could you do this to your mother?" He took her hand between his and sat her down on the bed, then sat beside her. "I'm sorry." His father lifted his glowering face, which hid the exulting relief within him as a black cloud conceals the moon, and scolded him. "All we were trying to do was make you happy." "Did you think we would force you to get married?" asked Abba, her eyes filled with tears. "I am tired," he said sadly. "Where were you?" everyone asked at once. "I was depressed with life, so I went to the desert. I had to be alone and to go to the desert. I never left the desert except to buy food." His father slapped his forehead and shouted, "Is that what normal people do?" "Let him alone," said Mbekatira kindly. "I know about these conditions. You shouldn't force someone like him to do anything he doesn't want to. His happiness was our only hope, but fate took its course. How thin you are, my boy." "Tell me one thing," said Shafi'i in exasperation. "Has anything like this ever happened in our alley before?" "To me, there is nothing strange about him, Shafi'i, believe me," said Mbekatira approvingly. "He's a wonderful boy." "We're the talk of the whole alley," Shafi'i muttered dejectedly. "There's no other boy in the whole alley like him," said Mbekatira angrily. "That's the whole problem," said Shafi'i. "By the unity of God," exclaimed Mbekatira, "you don't know what you're saying, or understand what others say." 50. The sight of the carpentry shop now suggested activity and success. On one side of the table Shafi'i stood sawing wood, and on the other Rifa clasped the adze or hammered nails, while underneath the table the heap of sawdust reached the middle of the can of glue. Window shutters and the leaves of doors leaned against the walls, and in the middle of the room stood a stack of new crates of light, polished wood, needing only paint. The smell of wood filled the air, along with the sound of sawing, hammering, sanding and the gurgle of the water pipe as four-seated customers smoked and chatted by the door. "I'll really try your skill with this sofa, and God willing, your next job will be furniture for my daughter's wedding," Higatsi said to Shafi'i. He turned to his friends. "I'm telling you again, the times we are living in, if Gaybal came back, he'd lose his mind." They all nodded sadly as they puffed away, and Burhun the gravedigger smiled at Shafi'i. "Why don't you want to make me a coffin? Doesn't everything have its price?" Shafi'i stopped sawing for a moment to laugh. "Absolutely not. A coffin in the shop would scare customers away." "That's true," Farhad agreed. "Damn death and all that." "Your problem," Higatsi resumed, "is that you're too afraid of death. That's why Kumfis can control you, and Bayami can rule you, and Ihab can rob you. Aren't you afraid of death, too?" Higatsi spat. "It's a fault we all have. Gaybal was strong, and with strength and action he won for us rights that cowardice has lost." Rifa abruptly stopped hammering and took the nails from his mouth. "Gaybal wanted to win our rights through fairness. He resorted to force and self-defense." Higatsi laughed derisively and asked, "Tell me, boy, can you hammer nails without force?" "People are not wood, sir," said Rifa very earnestly. His father gave him a look, and went back to his work. "The truth," Higatsi went on, "is that Gaybal was one of the toughest gangsters this alley ever knew, and how he tried to make Al Gaybal be like him. He wanted them to protect the whole alley, not just their own people, Farhat added. And what are they now but mice, or rabbits? What colors do you want, Higatsi? Asked Shafi'i, wiping his nose on the back of his hand. Choose a color that won't get dirty too quickly. That's better for cleanliness. He resumed talking to his friends. The day Daubis took Kabalha's eye, Gabal took his eye. Through power he established justice. We have no lack of power, said Rifa with an audible sigh. Every hour of the day and night we see people beating up people, fighting and murdering. Even women bare their nails and blood flows, but where is the justice? How obscene it all is. They were all silent for a moment, then Hanura spoke for the first time. This little teacher looks down our alley. He's too soft, and it's your fault, Shafi'i. Me. Yes. He's a spoiled boy. Higatsi turned to Rifa and laughed. Better than this you should find yourself a bride. There was loud laughter and Shafi'i frowned. Rifa blushed. Power, power, Higatsi resumed. Without it, there is no justice. The truth is that our alley needs mercy, insisted Rifa despite the way his father glared at him. Burham the gravedigger laughed and said, Do you want to ruin me? Again they roared with laughter. This was followed by fits of coughing until Higatsi spoke up, his eyes the red tint of glue. In the old days Gabal went to ask for justice and mercy from Effendi, who sent him Zaklat and his men instead, and had it not been for clubs, no, not mercy, clubs, Gabal and his people would have perished. Please, everyone. The walls have ears. If they hear you, no one will listen to a word you have to say, Shafi'i warned. He's right, said Hanura. What are you but good-for-nothing hashish addicts? There's no good in you. If Kunfis passed by now, you'd all prostrate yourselves in front of him. He turned to Rifa. Don't take offense, my boy. Hashish addicts have no shame. Haven't you ever tried hashish, Rifa? He doesn't like parties. If he takes more than 2 puffs, he either chokes or drops off to sleep. What a fine boy, said Farhat. Some people think he's an exorcist because of his attachment to Mbekatira, and others think he's a poet because he loves old stories so much. And he hates hashish parties the same way he hates marriage, laughed Higatsi. Burham called the coffeehouse boy to take the pipe away, then they got up quietly, their little party at an end. Shafi'i abandoned his saw and gave his son a look of rebuke. Don't make yourself the talk of those people. Boys showed up to play in front of the store. Rifa walked around the table to stand before his father, then took his hand and withdrew with him to a far corner of the shop where no one could listen. He seemed agitated and uneasy, but his lips were set determinedly. There was a strange light glowing in his eyes that made his father's eyes questioning. I cannot be silent after today, Rifa said. His father was irritated. How maddening this dear child was. He squandered his precious time in Mbekatira's house. He spent long hours all alone at Heinz Rock. When he spent as little as an hour in the shop, he caused trouble with his talk. Are you tired? I cannot hide from you what I have in my soul, said Rifa with the strange calm that had replaced his unease. What is it? Yesterday, said Rifa, drawing nearer, after I left the poet's house at midnight, I felt like I had to get away. I went to the desert. I walked in darkness until I got tired, then I chose a place under the mansion wall overlooking the desert, and sat down, and leaned my back against the wall. The concern was clear in the man's eyes, and prompted him with one look to resume his story. I heard a strange voice speaking, as if someone were talking to himself in the dark. I was gripped by this wonderful feeling that it was the voice of our ancestor, Gabalawi. The man stared at his son's face. The voice of Gabalawi. He stammered. What made you imagine that? I didn't imagine anything, Father. You'll have proof. I got up as soon as I heard the voice, and turned toward the house. I backed up so that I could see it, but I saw nothing but darkness. Thank God. But listen, Father. I heard the voice say, Gabal carried out his mission and I think well of him, but things have gotten worse, it is more abominable than it was before. Shafi'i felt his heart burning, and sweat trickled down his forehead. How many people have sat where you did, under that wall, and they never heard a thing? But I did, Father. It might have been someone lying down in the darkness. The voice came from the mansion, said Rifa with a resolute shake of his head. How did you know that? I called out, Grandfather, Gabal is dead, and others have replaced him. Help us. I hope to God no one heard you, said Shafi'i crossly. Gabalawi heard me, said Rifa, his eyes bright. I heard him say, what an abomination, for a boy to ask his old grandfather to do something. It is the beloved son who should act. I asked him, what can I do against those gangsters? I am weak. He answered me. The weak man is a fool who does not know his strength, and I have no love for fools. You think that you had this conversation with Gabalawi? Asked Shafi'i with something like panic. Yes, by the Lord of Heaven. Shafi'i moaned. Dreams bring the worst disasters. He lamented. Believe me, Father, I know what I am saying. Give me hope that perhaps you don't, the man sighed. I know now what is wanted of me, said Rifa, his face shining with rapture like a sweet song. Shafi'i struck his forehead in despair. Something is wanted of you yet, he shouted. Yes. I am weak, but I am not a fool. It is the beloved son who should act. Your acts will be shameful, cried Shafi'i, feeling that his heart was being pounded with a hammer. You will perish and destroy us with you. They only kill those who covet the estate, Rifa said with a smile. What do you covet besides the estate? Adam used to long for a good, full life, said Rifa in a voice brimming with confidence, and Gabal too. He sought his rights to the estate only in search of that good, full life. But we were corrupted by the idea that this life will never be worthwhile for anyone unless the estate is divided among everyone. So everyone got his share and invested it, so that he was delivered from hard work, and was freed for a good, full life. But how trivial the estate is to one who can appreciate this life without it, and that is possible for whoever wishes. We can do without it from this moment on. Old Shafi'i sighed, somewhat relieved. Did Gabalawi tell you that? He said he had no love for fools. He said that a fool was a person who did not know his own strength, and that I would be the last one to fight for the sake of the estate. The estate is nothing, Father, and the happiness of a full life is everything. Nothing stands between us and happiness but the demons hiding within us, and it is not for nothing that I should love the treatment of demons and improve on it. Perhaps the will of the Lord of Heaven has compelled me to it. Shafi'i relaxed after this torment, but the torment had exhausted him and he sank down on his saw and stretched out his legs, resting his back against the leaf of the window waiting to be repaired, then turned to his son a little ironically. Why, he asked, have we not achieved a full life, when we had Mbekatira before you were even born? Because, said Rifa confidently, she waits for sick rich people to come to her, instead of going herself to the poor. Shafi'i looked into the corner of his shop and spoke with doubt in his voice. Look at the work we have. What does tomorrow have in store for us, thanks to you? Every good thing, Father, said Rifa joyously. Healing the sick won't upset anyone but the demons. A light glowed in the shop from a mirror by the door that reflected the rays of the sinking sun. 51. That night the uneasiness spread to Shafi'i's house. Although Abda heard the story composedly, and knew only that Rifa heard his ancestor's voice speaking to him, and that after that he had decided to visit the poor to cleanse them of demons, she was racked with unease and kept dwelling on the consequences. Rifa was outside. At the farthest end of the alley, far from the Al-Gaybal neighborhood, there was a wedding loud with the sounds of drums, pipes, and women's joyful trilling. Wanting to face the truth, the woman said sadly, "Rifa does not lie." "But he might have been deceived by delusions," said Shafi'i. "It could happen to any of us." "What do you see in what he heard?" "How should I know? There's nothing impossible about it. After all, our ancestors are alive. We're finished if the word gets around." "Let's keep it a secret," she said hopefully, "and thank God that it's people rather than the estate that concerns him. As long as he doesn't harm anyone, no one will harm him." "How many people in our alley are harmed and they hurt no one?" said Shafi'i tonelessly. The wedding melodies were drowned out by a clamor that broke out in the passageway. They looked down from the window and saw crowds of men in the passage, and by the light of a lantern one man held they made out the faces of Higatzi, Burham, Farhat, Hanura, and others, and all of them were talking or shouting, and their voices intermingled as the noise level rose. Then a voice bellowed, "The honor of Al-Gaybal is at stake. We will allow no one to stain it. Our son's secret is discovered." Abda whispered tremulously into her husband's ear. Shafi'i drew back from the window and moaned, "My instincts have never been wrong." He walked out of the house unmindful of danger, and his wife followed right behind him. He cut through the throng, calling out, "Rifa! Where are you, Rifa?" The man did not see his son in the space lit by the lantern, nor did he hear his voice, but Higatzi came up to him and spoke loudly, to be heard above the din. "Is your son lost again? Come listen to what's going on, how evil people are playing with Al-Gaybal again," shouted Farhat. "Say there is no God but God," cried Abda anguishedly. "Be tolerant." There was a crescendo of angry voices, some of them shouting, "This woman is crazy." Others yelled, "She doesn't know the meaning of honor." Terror gripped Shafi'i's heart. "Where is the boy?" he implored Higatzi. Higatzi struggled through the crowd to the gate, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Rifa! Come here, boy, and talk to Shafi'i." Now Shafi'i was confused. He had been under the impression that his son was being held in the corner of the passage, but here was Rifa, appearing in the beam of light. His father grabbed his arm and pulled him back to where Abda stood. In no time a lamp appeared, in Shaldam's hand, as Shaldam came in with Kunfiz behind him, Kunfiz, whose face was contracted in a scowl of hostility. Everyone looked at the gangster. Silence fell. "What do you want?" asked Kunfiz in a voice brimming with rage. "Yasmina has disgraced us." "Let a witness speak," said Kunfiz. A donkey cart driver named Zaytuna stepped forward until he stood opposite Kunfiz. "A little while ago, I saw her coming out of the back door of Bayami's house," he said. "I followed her here and asked her what she had been doing in the gangster's house. I saw that she was drunk. The smell of liquor on her breath filled the passageway. She broke loose from me and locked the door after her. Now, ask yourselves what a drunken woman was doing in a gangster's house." Shafi'i and Abda's nerves relaxed, and Kunfiz tensed. This man knew that his prestige was faced with a severe test. If he failed to punish Yasmina, he would lose his standing with the Al-Gaybal, and if he let these angry people attack her, he would be forced into a confrontation with Bayami, the protector of the whole alley. What could he do? The men of Al-Gaybal were streaming from their houses and crowding into the courtyard and the alley in front of the House of Triumph, making Kunfi's position even more difficult. "Kick her out of Al-Gaybal," angry voices shouted. "She should be lashed before we kick her out. Kill her." There was a shriek from Yasmina, who was secretly listening in the darkness beyond her window. All eyes turned on Kunfiz, as Rifa was heard to ask his father, wouldn't it be more fitting for them to vent their rage on Bayami, who violated her? This infuriated most of them, including Zaytuna, who answered him. She's the one who went to his house. If you don't have any sense of honor, then just shut up, someone else shouted. His father rebuked him with a glare, but Rifa persisted. Bayami didn't do anything the rest of you don't do. She is from the Al-Gaybal, screamed Zaytuna frenziedly at him. She is not for others. This boy is stupid and has no sense of honor. Shafi'i poked Rifa to silence him. Let's hear Kunfi's, shouted Burham. The fury in Kunfi's heart boiled up and nearly choked him. Yasmina was screaming for help. Anger was spreading, and dark, invasive states were fixed on the girl's house. Yasmina screamed until Rifa's heart broke and he could not stand it anymore. He broke away from his father's arm and made his way to Yasmina's house. Mercy! He cried urgently. Have mercy on her weakness and fright. You weakling! You woman! Shouted Zaytuna. Shafi'i too shouted to him passionately, but Rifa ignored him to answer Zaytuna. God forgive you. He turned to the throng. Do whatever you want to me, but have mercy on her. Don't her cries for help hurt your hearts. Don't pay any attention to this clown. Zaytuna turned to Kunfi's. We want to hear from you, sir. Do you want me to marry her? Asked Rifa. The shouts of rage were interrupted by hoots of mockery. All we care about is that she gets her punishment, said Zaytuna. I will take care of her punishment, said Rifa desperately. We'll all take care of it. Kunfi saw deliverance from his predicament in Rifa's suggestion. While he was not convinced by it in his heart, it was the best chance he had. He scowled fiercely to hide his weakness. The boy has bound himself to marry her, in front of us all. He has his wish. Zaytuna's eyes rolled, blinding him with rage. This cowardice destroys our honor. Suddenly Kunfi's fist smashed his nose, and Zaytuna fell back, wailing as the blood spouted from his nostrils. Everyone saw that Kunfi's would protect his weak position by terrorizing anyone who stood against him. His eyes moved among the faces whose fear was plain in the lantern light. There was no sign of sympathy for the man whose nose had been shattered. Farhat even scolded him, saying, Your problem is that you talk too much. Burham told Kunfi's, Without you we would never have found a solution. Hanura told him, Your anger saved us, sir. They began to disperse, leaving only Kunfi's, Shaldam, Shafi'i, Abda and Rifa. Shafi'i went over to Kunfi's to greet him, and put out his hand, but the other, overcome with rage, struck it away with the back of his hand and Shafi'i stepped back, gasping. His son and wife hurried to his side as Kunfi's left the passage, cursing the men and women, the Al-Gaybal and Gaybal himself. Shafi'i soaked his hand in warm water, and Abda massaged it. You see, Zakiya must have been turning her husband against us. The coward forgot that our idiot son saved him from Bayami's club, lamented Shafi'i. 52. Rifa had been the focus of all his parents' hopes. How terribly these were dashed now. The boy's marriage to Yasmina would reduce him to nothing. Even before it happened, the family was the talk of the town. Abda wept secretly until it made her ill, and Shafi'i frowned as gloomily as fate had frowned upon him. But they tried to keep it from Rifa and avoided showing anger. Perhaps Yasmina limited the damage of the whole misadventure with her behavior afterward, when she ran to Shafi'i's house and threw herself weeping at the feet of the man and his wife to pour out some of the gratitude that flooded her heart, sincerely and fervently proclaiming her repentance. There could be no going back on the match after the young man had publicly bound himself to it before the Al-Gaybal. Shafi'i and his wife accepted that fact and reconciled themselves to it. Their hearts were torn in two by the desire to observe tradition by celebrating Rifa's wedding with a procession, and the desire to limit it to a reception at home, to avoid exposing a procession to the mockery of the Al-Gaybal, who among themselves talked of nothing but their total disapproval of the marriage. How often have I dreamed of seeing the wedding procession of Rifa, my only child, wend its way through the neighborhoods, sighed Abda, wistfully expressing her stifled emotions. Nobody from Al-Gaybal will want to take part in it, snapped Shafi'i. It would be better to go back to Muqaddam marketplace than stay here among people who don't like us. Abda said, scowling. We won't go outside the alley, mother, said Rifa, who was sunning his legs under the window. I wish we had never left there. Shafi'i exclaimed, adding to his son, weren't you sad, the day we came back here? That was then, this is now, Rifa said, smiling. If we went back, who would deliver the Al-Gaybal from their demons? The demons can keep them forever for all I care, growled Shafi'i. He paused. You yourself are going to bring into this house, eh? I'm not going to bring anyone into this house, Rifa interrupted him. I'll go and live in their house. Your father didn't mean that, said Abda. But I mean it, mother. The new house isn't far. We could shake hands from the windows every morning. Despite his depression, Shafi'i decided to celebrate the wedding day, though just barely. He hung decorations in the passageway and over the doors of the two families' houses, and brought in a singer and a cook. He invited all their friends and acquaintances to come, but only old Gawad, Mbekatira, Higatsi and his family and some of the very poor, who mainly wanted to be fed, accepted the invitation. Rifa was the first lad ever to be wed without a procession. The family crossed the passage to the house of the bride, and the performers sang listlessly, what with the small number of guests. While they ate, Gawad the poet extolled Rifa's noble-mindedness and morality. He said that he was a wise, chaste, pure-hearted lad, but that he was in an alley that valued only bullying, clubs and adultery. Then came the voices of some boys standing out in front of the house singing, Rifa, Rifa, you little louse, who told you to do what you did? Then they cheered and yelled. Rifa looked at the ground while Shafi'i turned pale. Dogs, sons of bitches, fumed Higatsi, but old Gawad said, how degraded this alley is, but let us never forget the goodness in it. How many gangsters have ruled here? But we remember only Adam and Gaybal fondly. He urged the entertainer to sing something to drown out the heckling outside, and the party continued, struggling against leaden silence, until everyone went home. No one was left in the house except Rifa and Yasmina, who was the soul of beauty in her wedding dress. Rifa wore a roomy silk jalabiya, an embroidered turban and bright yellow leather shoes. They were sitting on a sofa, facing their pink bed. The dresser mirror reflected the basin and ewer under the bed. She clearly was expecting his assault, or at least the preliminaries for his awaited assault, but he kept gazing at either the hanging lamp or the colored mat. When she had waited a long time and wanted to break the heavy silence that had fallen, she spoke to him tenderly. I will never forget your kindness. I owe you my life. He looked at her kindly and said, we all owe our lives to someone, in a tone that suggested that he did not wish to stay on the subject. How noble he was! The night of the incident he had refused to give her his hands to kiss. Now he did not want to be reminded of the good thing he had done. There was nothing to compare with his goodness unless it was his patience. But what was he thinking about? Was he unhappy that his goodness had driven him to marry someone like her? I'm not as bad as people think. They loved me and despised me for the same reason. I know, he consoled her. How unjust our alley is. They're always so boastful of being descended from Adam, she said resentfully. At the same time, they brag about their crimes. As long as it is possible to exorcise demons, we will get closer to happiness. She did not see what he meant, but suddenly she realized how ridiculous it was to be sitting this way, and she laughed. What kind of talk is this for our wedding night? She lifted her head a little grandly, as if she had forgotten all her gratitude, drew her wrap off her shoulders and threw him a look that smoldered with seduction. You will be the person our alley is proudest of, he said hopefully. Really? said Yasmina. I have wine here. I had some with dinner, it was enough. I have some good hashish, she said after a little perplexed thought. I've tried it, but I didn't like it. I can't stand it. Your father is a real addict. She snickered. I saw him one time coming out of Shaldam's den. He didn't know whether it was day or night. He smiled but said nothing, and she turned away from him, defeated and bursting with anger. She got up and went to the door, turned around and came back to stand under the lamp, which backlit her lovely body through her flimsy dress. She gazed into his calm eyes until despair came over her, and she asked, "Why did you save me?" "I can't stand seeing a person being tormented." This enraged her. "That's why you married me. That's all. Don't go back to being an angry person." She bit her lip in what looked like remorse and spoke softly. "I thought you loved me." "I do love you, Yasmina," he said simply and truthfully. "Really?" She mumbled, the surprise plain in her eyes. "Yes, I love every living creature in our alley." "I understand." She sighed dejectedly and stared at him suspiciously. "You'll stand by me for a few months and then divorce me." His eyes widened. "Don't think that way anymore. I don't understand you. What's in this for you? True happiness." "I experienced that often enough before I even saw you. There is no such thing as happiness without honor." "But we're never made happy by just honor," she said, laughing in spite of herself. "No one here knows true happiness," he said sadly. She walked heavily to the bed and sat languidly on the edge, and he came toward her. "You're like everyone here," he said gently. "All you can think of is lost time." Her exasperation was plain in her face. "God help me to solve your mysteries. They will solve themselves when you get rid of your demons. I'm happy with myself the way I am." She snapped. "That's what Kunfis and the others say." He sighed. She exhaled sharply. "Are we going to talk about this all night?" Sleep. Pleasant dreams. She sat back and then threw herself on her back, looking him in the eyes and then at the empty space beside her. "Rest easy, I'll sleep on the sofa." She had a fit of laughter, but did not give in to it for long. "I'm afraid your mother will visit us tomorrow and warn you against wearing yourself out." She sneered, looking over to enjoy the sight of his shamed face. But he was gazing straight at her with pure and untroubled eyes. "I want to deliver you from your demon. Leave women's work to women." She shouted angrily, and turned her face to the wall. Her chest heaved with fury and despair. Rifa reached up to the lamp and lowered the wick, then blew it out. The light died, and darkness fell. 55. The days following the marriage saw tireless activity in Rifa's life. He hardly ever went near the shop, and had it not been for the love and pity of his father he would have had nothing to live on. He invited every one of the Al-Gaybal he met to rely on him to cleanse them of their demons, and secure for them a pure happiness they had never dreamed of before. Al-Gaybal whispered that Rifa bin Shafi'i was not right in the head, and had to be considered hopelessly insane. Some pointed to his peculiar behavior. Others said it was because of his marriage to a woman like Yasmina, and people talked of nothing else in the coffeehouse, in homes, among the handcarts, and in the drug dens. And how shocked Mbekatira was when Rifa bowed down to whisper in her ear, with his characteristic sweetness, "Won't you allow me to save you?" "Who told you I have an impure demon?" she asked, smiting her chest. "Is that what you think of the woman who loved you as a son?" "I offer my services only to people I love and respect," he said earnestly. "You are a source of goodness and holiness, but you are not free of a covetousness that drives you to traffic in sick people. If you were saved from this master of yours, you would do good free of charge." The woman could not refrain from laughing. "Do you want to ruin me completely? God forgive you, Rifa?" People retold them Bekatira's story with shouts of laughter. Even Shafi'i laughed mirthlessly at it, though Rifa had an answer for him. Even you yourself need me, father, and it is only right that I should start with you. The man shook his head sadly and pounded the nails with a force that betrayed his irritation. God give me patience, he said. The youth tried to sway him, but the man asked in a tormented tone, Isn't it bad enough that you've made us the talk of the alley? Rifa retreated dispiritedly to a corner of the shop under his father's skeptical gaze. Seriously, Shafi'i asked, did you make the same appeal to your wife that you made to us? She was like you too, said Rifa regretfully. She did not want happiness. Rifa went out to Shaldam's den in the dilapidated ruin behind the coffeehouse, and found Shaldam, Higatsi, Burham, Farhat, Hanura and Zaituna around the hearth. They looked up at him curiously. Welcome to Shafi'i's boy, said Shaldam. So marriage has taught you the value of a drug den. Rifa laid a little package of kunafa pastry on the table and took a seat. I brought you this as a gift. Welcome, thank you, said Shaldam, passing the pipe. But Burham laughed, and spoke up boorishly. And then he's going to throw us an exorcism party to cleanse us of our demons. Your wife has a demon called Bayami, called Zaituna with an angry nasal twang, drilling Rifa with a hateful stare. Cleanse her if you can. The men gasped, and all their faces plainly showed embarrassment. Zaituna pointed to his smashed nose. Thanks to him I lost my nose. Rifa did not seem angered. Farhat looked at him sadly. Your father is a good man and a fine carpenter, but when you act this way you hurt him and humiliate him. The man had scarcely got over your marriage when you abandoned the shop to go and save people from demons. May God heal you, my boy. I am not sick. I want you all to be happy. Zaituna held a drawer from the pipe for a long moment, staring harshly at Rifa, then spat out the smoke and asked, Who told you we were unhappy? We are not as our ancestors wanted us to be. Farhat laughed. Leave our ancestors alone. How do you know he hasn't forgotten us? Zaituna fixed him with a look of contemptuous rage. But Higatsi kicked him and warned, Respect this group, don't even think of starting trouble. He wanted to improve the general mood, so he nodded and gave his friends a special cue, and they began to sing. My sweetheart's ship is coming across the water. How sadly the sails hang over the water. Rifa left, and some of them looked sorrowfully after him. He went back to his house, his heart broken. Yasmina met him with a serene smile. She used to scold him for the way he acted, which made him, and by extension, her, something of a joke, but she had given up scolding him as futile. She endured her life, though she did not know how it would come out, and even handled it with grace. Someone came up to the door and knocked. It was Kunfiz, protector of the Al-Gaybal, and he came in without being asked. Rifa welcomed him, and Kunfiz clapped him on the shoulder with a hand as powerful as a mad dog's jaws. Without preliminaries, Kunfiz asked, What did you say about the estate at Shaldam's? Yasmina was frightened and the blood drained from her face, but Rifa, though he was like a bird in an eagle's talons, spoke calmly. I said our ancestors want us to be happy. Kunfiz gave him a violent shake. Who told you that? It's one of the things he told Gaybal. He talked to Gaybal about the estate, said Kunfiz, gripping his shoulder even more tightly. The estate means nothing to me, Rifa replied. Bearing the pain exhausted him. The happiness I have been unable to give anyone yet has nothing to do with the estate, or with liquor or hashish. I have said that everywhere in the Al-Gaybal neighborhood, and everyone heard me say it. He shook him again. Your father used to be rebellious, but then he was sorry. Don't be like him, or I'll crush you like a bedbug. He gave Rifa a shove that landed him on his back on the sofa, then left. Yasmina ran to help Rifa up and massage the shoulder he had turned his head to in pain. He seemed half-conscious, and murmured as if to himself, "It was my grandfather's voice I heard." She watched his face with pity and terror, wondering if he had truly lost his mind. She did not repeat what he had said. She was assailed by an anxiety she had never felt before. One day when he left the house, his path was blocked by a woman not of the Al-Ghaibal. "Good morning, Rifa, sir," she said hopefully. The note of respect in her voice took him by surprise, as did the sir. "What do you want?" he asked. "I have a son who is disturbed," she said submissively. "Please cure him." Every one of the Al-Ghaibal despised the people of the alley, and he hated the idea of putting himself in the service of this woman. It would double his own people's contempt for him. "Couldn't you find an exorcist in the alley?" "Of course," she said, choking up, "but I'm a poor woman." His heart was touched, and he was fascinated that she had turned to him, he who had met with only derision and contempt from his own people. He looked at her resolutely. "I am yours to command," he said. 54. Yasmina was looking from the window, enjoying the new view. Boys were playing in front of the house and dumb-fruit peddlers were crying their wares. Al-Batika grabbed a man by the collar and began to slap him across the face. The man pleaded with him, but in vain. Rifa was sitting on the sofa clipping his toenails. "Do you like our new house?" he asked her. "We have the alley below us here," she said, turning to him. "There, we had only that dark passage to look out on." "I wish we still had that passage," said Rifa sadly. "It was a blessed passage. That was where Ghaibal triumphed over his enemies, but there was no way I could go on living among people who made fun of everything we did. Here, the poor are good people, and being a good person is much more important than being one of the Al-Ghaibal. And I have hated them since they decided to banish me," said Yasmina disdainfully. Rifa smiled. "So why do you tell the neighbors that you're from Al-Ghaibal?" She laughed, revealing her pearly teeth, and boasted, "So they'll know I'm better than they are." He laid his scissors on the sofa and put his feet down on the reed mat. "You would be a better and more beautiful person if you got over your snobbery. The Al-Ghaibal are not the best people in our alley. The best people are the kindest ones. I used to be wrong like you, and only cared about the Al-Ghaibal, but only people who try sincerely to find happiness deserve it. Look at how these good people come to me and are cleansed of demons. But you're the only one here who works for free. If it weren't for me, the poor would have no one to heal them. They can be healed, but they can't afford it. I never had friends until I came to know them." She decided not to quarrel, but looked angry. "Oh, if you would only trust me the way they do. Then I could rid you of what spoils your pleasure in life. Do you find me that unpleasant?" "Only a person who loves her demon without even knowing it. What a terrible thing to say to me." "You are one of the Al-Ghaibal." He smiled. "All of them refused to submit to my remedy, even my own father." There was a knock at the door. A new customer had arrived, and Rifa prepared to receive him. The truth is that these were the happiest days of Rifa's life. Everyone in this new neighborhood called him sir, and they said it sincerely and lovingly. They knew that he expelled demons and gave health and happiness for free, only to please God. No one before him had ever acted so nobly, which was why the poor people loved him as they had never loved anyone before. Of course, the protector of the new neighborhood, Batika, did not love him, both because of his kind ways and because he could not pay any protection money, but at the same time he had no pretext for attacking him. Everyone he healed had a story to tell. Daoud, who in a nervous fit had bitten her small child, was today a model of serenity and mental health. Sinera, who had no hobby but quarreling and picking fights, was now gentle and mild-mannered, the embodiment of peace. Toba the pickpocket had sincerely repented and became the coppersmith's apprentice. Uwais, of all people, got married. Rifa chose 4 of those he had treated, Zaki, Hussein, Ali and Karim, as friends, and they became like brothers. None of them had known friendship or love before they knew him. Zaki had been dissolute, Hussein a hopeless opium addict, Ali a gangster, and Karim a pimp, but they became good-hearted men. They would meet at Hines Rock, amid the desert and the pure air, to exchange tales of fellowship and happiness, and to gaze at their physician through eyes brimming with love and loyalty. They all dreamt of a happiness that might fold the alley in its white wings. One day Rifa asked them a question as they sat watching the red glow of the quiet dusk. "Why are we happy?" "You," said Hussein impetuously. "You are the secret of our happiness." "Rather because we have been cleansed of our demons," said Rifa with a grateful smile. "We have been freed of the hatred, ambition, hostility, and other evils that are destroying the people of our alley. Happy even though we are poor and weak, and we have no part of the estate, and no muscle," Ali said. Rifa shook his head sadly. "How much people have suffered because of the lost estate and blind power. Curse, with me, power and that property." They cursed them all at once, and Ali picked up a stone and threw it with all his strength toward the mountain. Ever since the poets told how Gabalawi had Gabal make the houses of his people to be like the mansion in its beauty and majesty, people have coveted Gabalawi's power and glory. It made them forget his other attributes, so that Gabal was unable to change their hearts by obtaining their right to the estate. When he left this world, the strong took over, the weak became bitter, and everyone suffered. While I opened the gates of happiness without any estate, power or rank. Karim embraced Rifa and kissed him. And tomorrow, when the strong sense the happiness of the weak, they will know that their power, glory and usurped wealth are worthless. There were words of agreement and love from his friends. The breeze carried a shepherd's song to them from deep within the desert. A single star shone in the sky. Rifa looked into his friends' faces. "But I cannot care for the people in our alley all alone. The time has come for you to do it for yourselves, for you to learn the mysteries of saving the sick from demons." The delight was plain in their faces. "That was our greatest hope," cried Zaki. "You will be the keys to the happiness of our alley," Rifa said, smiling. When they went back to their neighborhood, they found it glittering with lights for a wedding in one of the houses. The crowds saw Rifa and welcomed him with hand-clapping. Batika, enraged, left his seat in the coffee house, cursing and swearing, slapping people at random, then went to Rifa and spoke crudely. "Who do you think you are, boy?" "A friend of the poor, sir." "Then get out of here, and walk like the poor, not like a bridegroom leading a parade. Have you forgotten that you're an outcast, and Yasmina's husband, and just a stupid exorcist?" He spat angrily, and the people dispersed amid a mood of anxiety, but the sound of joyful trilling from the wedding drowned everything else out. 55. Bayumi, protector of the alley, stood behind the gate of his back garden that opened onto the desert. The night was young, and the man watched and listened. When a hand knocked softly at the gate, he opened it, and a woman slipped into the garden. In her black cloak and veil, she was like a part of the night itself. He took her hand and led her through the garden paths, avoiding the house, until they came to the reception hall, where he pushed open the door and entered. She followed. He lit a candle and put it on a windowsill, and the hall seemed not to be there. The sofa stood along the sides, and in the center, inside a circle of cushions, lay a wide tray holding a water pipe and its accessories. The woman threw off her cloak and veil, and Bayumi drew her to him with a warmth that penetrated to her bones until she gave him a pleading look. She broke nimbly away from him, and he sat down on a cushion and laughed softly. He began to probe the coal ashes with his fingers until he found a live coal. She sat beside him and kissed his ear, pointing to the pipe. "I'd nearly forgotten that smell." He started to kiss her cheek and neck profusely, then tossed a lump of hashish in her lap. No one smokes this in our alley but the overseer and little old me. Sounds of a furious battle, of cursing, the blows of sticks crashing together and breaking glass sounded from the alley, then running footsteps, a woman's shrieks and the barking of a dog. Worried curiosity lit up the woman's eyes, but the man, oblivious, began to cut up the lump of hashish. It wasn't easy, my coming here, she said. I go from the alley to Gamaliya, so no one will see me, and from Gamaliya to Al Darasa, and from Al Darasa to the desert until I get to your back door. He bent over her, not interrupting the work of his hands, and smelled her armpit delightedly. I have no problem visiting you in your house. If you do, none of the cowards will give you any trouble. She smiled. Even Batika will pat down the sand for you to walk on. Then they'll work off their anger on me. She toyed with his thick mustache and said playfully, but you sneak out to this place for fear of your wife. He dropped the lump and encircled her with his arm, pulling her close so tightly that she moaned. God help us from the love of gangsters, she whispered. He released her as he lifted his head and threw out his chest like a rooster. There is only one gangster. The rest are his children. She played with the chest hair that curled out of his shirt collar, and said, gangster over others but not over me. He tweaked her breast slightly. You are the crown on my head. He reached behind the tray and grasped a jug. Great stuff. It has a strong odor my dear husband might smell, she said regretfully. He drank deeply from the jug until he had enough, and lined up the hashish, frowning. Some kind of a husband he is. I've seen him so many times, wandering around like a lunatic, the first ever male exorcist in this bizarre alley. I owe him my life, she said, watching him smoke. That's why I'm patient with him. There's no harm in him, and it's so easy to fool him. He offered her the pipe and she took the stem in her mouth eagerly and sucked at it avidly, exhaling the smoke with her eyes closed, her senses already stuporous. Then he took his turn smoking, drawing intermittent puffs and murmuring between each puff. Leave him, he's wasting your time, stupid boy. She shrugged disparagingly. My husband has nothing to do in this world but rid poor people of demons. And you don't rid him of anything. Never, I swear. One look at his face and there's nothing to be said. Not even once a month. Not even once a year, he's distracted from his wife by other people's demons. So let the demons keep him. What good does it do him? She shook her head in confusion. None. If it weren't for his father we would have died of starvation by now. He thinks he's obliged to please the poor people and save them. And who obligated him? He says this is what Gabalawi wants his children to do. Interest shone in the slits of Bayami's eyes, and he set the pipe down on the tray. He said that's what Gabalawi wants. Yes. Who told him what Gabalawi wants? The woman felt anxious and annoyed. She was afraid of spoiling the mood or discussing something dangerous. That's how he interprets his sayings as the poets sing them. He began to finger a new lump of hashish. What a bitch of an alley, and the Al-Gay ball are the worst part of it. They produce most of these quacks, and spread strange news about the estate and the 10 conditions, as if Gabalawi were their ancestor alone. Yesterday their quack gay ball came with a lie and used it to steal the estate. And today this simpleton is interpreting things that cannot be interpreted. He'll say that he heard them from Gabalawi himself. All he claims to do is expel demons from poor people, she said uneasily. The gangster snorted contemptuously. For all we know, the estate could have a demon. He raised his voice to a pitch that did not suit the secrecy of their meeting. Gabalawi is dead or as good as dead, you bastards. Yasmina was afraid of ruining the mood and missing this opportunity. She moved her hand to her dress and then slowly took it off. The man's features softened after their sullenness, and he gazed at her with gleaming eyes. 56. The overseer looked tiny in his cloak. The worry was clear in his round white face, the exhaustion that depressed his eyelids, the premature old age in his eyes and the wrinkles worn under them by ardent lusts. Bayami's fat face did not reflect the inner satisfaction he enjoyed at his master's unease that reflected the momentousness of the news he had brought him, and by extension, the momentous role he fulfilled in the service of the overseer and the estate. He was speaking to the overseer. I had to trouble you with this in spite of myself. I could not take action without consulting you in any matter having to do with the estate. On the other hand, this simple-minded troublemaker is from Al-Gaybal, and we have an agreement whereby none of us may attack any of them except with your permission. Ihab, the overseer, asked gloomily, has he really claimed he spoke to Gabalawi? I've heard it from more than one source. The people he treats believe it, even if they make a great secret of it. Maybe he's crazy, the same way Gaybal was a quack, but this filthy alley loves men and quacks. What do the Al-Gaybal want now that they've plundered the estate, with no right to? Why doesn't Gabalawi talk to someone besides them? Why doesn't he come to me? I'm his closest relative. He's confined in his room, and the gate of his mansion is opened only when his possessions are brought to him. He sees no one and no one sees him except his slave girl. But how easy it is for the Al-Gaybal to meet him, or hear from him. They won't be satisfied until the whole estate is theirs, said Bayami hatefully. The overseer's face was pale with anger, and he jumped to his feet to give orders, but then changed his mind and asked, did he say anything about the estate, or did he confine his activities to expelling demons? Like Gaybal, who confined his activities to expelling snakes, sneered Bayami, adding jeeringly, what does Gabalawi have to do with demons? I don't want the same curse on me that did Effendian, said Ihab decisively as he stood up. Bayami summoned Gaber, Handusa, Khalid and Batika to his den and told them that it was up to them to cure the madness of Rifa, the son of Shafi'i the carpenter. For this you summoned us here? Asked Batika crossly. Bayami nodded, and Batika slapped his hands together in amazement. Ha! The gangsters of the alley meet to talk about a creature that's either man nor woman. Bayami threw him a look of contempt. He has pursued his activities before your very eyes and ears, and you sensed no danger. And of course you never heard any of his claims about hearing from Gabalawi. They exchanged fiery looks through the spreading smoke, and Batika spoke in bafflement. Son of a bitch. What's this, Gabalawi and demons? Was our ancestor an exorcist? They started to laugh, but quickly desisted when they noticed Bayami's terrible scowl. Batika, you are stoned, he said. Gangsters get drunk and smoke hashish, but sniffing cocaine is beneath them. Sir, said Batika in self-defense, at Antar's wedding I was the target of 20 men's clubs. My face and neck were covered with blood, but my own club never fell from my hands. Let's leave it to him to deal with as he chooses, said Handusa urgently. Otherwise he'll lose his standing. I wish he could find some way besides attacking the simpleton. Attacking someone like that would only degrade us. The alley slept, its people unaware of what was being contrived in Bayami's den. The next morning Rifa left his house, and when he saw Batika standing in his way, he greeted him. Good morning, Batika, sir. A bad morning to you and your mother, growled the man, throwing him a look of revulsion. Get back in your house and don't come out or I'll break your head. What has angered our protector? Asked Rifa, surprised. You're talking to Batika now, not Gabalawi, he stormed. Just get going. Rifa was about to speak, but the gangster slapped him so hard that he fell back against the wall of the house. A woman saw the incident and screamed until her voice filled the alley and other women imitated her. Cries to aid Rifa rose into the air. In no time crowds ran to the scene, among them Zaki, Ali, Hussein and Karim. Then came Shafi'i, and Gawad the poet, feeling his way with his cane, and before long the place was crowded with Rifa's followers, both men and women. Batika, who had expected none of this, was surprised, but lifted his hand and brought it down on Rifa's face. He took the blow without defending himself, but the crowd shouted in confusion, for they were seized with an intense agitation. Some of them pleaded with Batika to leave him alone, while others enumerated Rifa's virtues and good deeds. Many of them asked why he had been attacked, and they protested loudly. Batika's anger flared up. "Have you forgotten who I am?" The truth is that the crowd's love for Rifa, which had moved them to congregate unconsciously, was what emboldened them to respond to Batika's warning. "Our protector, the crown on our head," said a man in the front row of the crowd, "we have come only to ask your pardon for this good man." "You are our protector, and we obey you," shouted a man from the middle of the demonstration, emboldened by the size of the crowd and his location in it. "But what has Rifa done?" "Rifa is innocent, and woe to anyone who harms him," shouted a third man, at the rear of the crowd, reassured that he was invisible to the gangster's eyes. Batika's fury shot up, and he raised his club over his head. "You women," he bellowed. "I'll teach you a lesson." The women's voices sounded from all corners until the alley was convulsed with screams, and every angry throat hurled bloody threats. Bricks landed at Batika's feet, barring him from taking a step. The man found himself in a terrible spot such as he had never experienced, not even in a nightmare. Death would be easier than asking any of the other gangsters for help, and the downpour of bricks was threatening him with death. He showed his leadership by his silence, and sparks flew from his eyes as the bricks continued to fly and the crowd still menaced him. Nothing like this had ever happened to any of the gangsters before. Abruptly Rifa went over to stand before Batika, and held up his hands to the people until silence fell. "Batika has done nothing wrong," he called in a powerful voice. "I am to blame." Their faces showed their skepticism, but no one uttered a word. "Go home before he gets angry with you." Most of the people understood that he wanted to spare the gangster's honor, and thus end the crisis, so they dispersed, followed by others who were merely confused. The rest sped away out of fear of being alone with Batika, and the neighborhood was left empty. 57. Tension in the alley rose after the incident. What frightened the overseer more than anything was the thought that the alley would assume that their solidarity gave them the power to resist gangsters. So it was imperative, in his view, to get rid of Rifa as well as those who stood by him, though this could only happen with the collusion of Kunfiz, the protector of the Al-Gaybal, in order to avoid the outbreak of open warfare in the alley. The overseer told Bayami, "Rifa is not as weak as you think. He has followers who are able to save him in spite of the gangster. What would happen if the whole alley followed him the way his neighborhood does? He'll put his demons aside and announce that the estate is his real aim." Bayami shook Batika violently by the shoulders and spewed his wrath out at him. "We gave this business to you alone, and what did you do? You're a disgrace to all of us." Batika ground his teeth angrily and said, "I'll get rid of him for you, even if I have to kill him," and Bayami shouted, "The best thing for you to do is to vanish from this alley forever." He sent a messenger to Kunfi summoning him to a meeting, but Shafi'i blocked Kunfi's way. He was more frightened than he had ever been in his life. He had tried to persuade his son to go back to the shop and abandon the work which had brought him so much hardship, but he failed in his effort and went back disappointed. When he heard that Kunfiz had been summoned to meet Bayami, he blocked his path and told him, "Kunfiz, sir, you are our protector and defender. They are asking for you to turn Rifa over to them, but don't turn him in. Promise them what they want, but don't turn him in. Just give me the order and I'll leave the alley and take him with me, by force if necessary. Just don't turn him in." Kunfi said very cautiously, "I know better than anyone what to do, and where Al-Gaybal's interests lie." The truth is that Kunfiz had been deeply worried for Rifa's sake ever since hearing of the incident with Batika, and thought that it was he himself, not the overseer or Bayemi, who should be wary. So he went to Bayemi's house and met with him in the reception hall. The gangster told him freely that he had called him there in his capacity as the protector of the Al-Gaybal so that they might have a meeting of the minds about Rifa. "Don't take him lightly," Bayemi said. "These incidents prove how strong his influence is." Confis agreed, but pleaded that no one should attack him in front of me. "We are men, and our interests are the same," said Bayemi. "We attack no one in our own houses. This boy is coming now, so that I may examine him in your hearing." And Rifa came. With his radiant face, he greeted the two men and sat where Bayemi indicated, on a cushion before them. Bayemi stared searchingly into his calm, beautiful face, marveling at how this meek child had become the source of these dreadful convulsions. "Why did you leave your neighborhood, and your people?" he asked Rifa coarsely. "None of them paid any attention to me," Rifa said simply. "What did you want from them?" "To cleanse them of the demons that corrupted their happiness." "And are you responsible for the people's happiness?" asked Bayemi, his voice distorted with rage. "Yes, for as long as I can achieve it," said Rifa with frank innocence. "They have heard you expressing disdain for majesty and power." Bayemi scowled. "In order to prove to them that happiness is not in their delusions but in what I do." "Doesn't that express contempt for those who possess majesty and power?" asked Confis angrily. "No, sir," he replied, untroubled by the man's anger. "But it does express a warning that happiness is something else, other than power and majesty." Bayemi studied him with a penetrating gaze. "They have heard you say that this is what Gabalawi wants for them." Concern shone in Rifa's limpid eyes. "They say that. What do you say?" For the first time, he hesitated. "I speak as much as I understand." "Atrocities come from such stupidity," sneered Confis. "But they say that you repeat to them what you heard from Gabalawi himself," said Bayemi, narrowing his eyes. Confusion appeared in his eyes and he hesitated for a second time before answering. "That is how I understood what he told Adam and Gaybal." "What he told Gaybal does not need interpreting," screeched Confis furiously. Bayemi's malice intensified, and he thought to himself, "You are all liars, and Gaybal was the first liar among you, you thieves. You say that you heard Gabalawi," he said, "and you said, this is what Gabalawi wants. No one may speak in Gabalawi's name except the overseer of his estate and his heir. If Gabalawi wanted to say anything he would have said it to him. He is in charge of his estate, and the executor of its 10 conditions. You simpleton, how can you despise power, majesty and wealth in the name of Gabalawi when these are his own attributes?" Rifa's gentle features disclosed his pain. "I speak to the people of our alley, not to Gabalawi. They are the ones afflicted by demons. They are the ones tortured by problems. What are you but simply someone incapable of power and majesty?" Bayemi shouted at him. "That's why you curse them, and to raise your pathetic rank among the stupid people of our alley above the rank of people with prestige, and when they follow you, you use them to steal power and majesty." Rifa's eyes widened in surprise. "My only aim is the happiness of the people of our alley. You sly little son of a bitch. You delude people into thinking they're sick, that we're all sick, that no one is sane in this alley but you. Why do you despise happiness when you are so close to having it? You sly little son of a bitch. Happiness coming from someone like you is cursed." "Why do people hate me," sighed Rifa, "when I have never hated anyone?" "You don't fool us the way you fool those stupid people," Bayemi shouted at him. "Forget your lies and understand that I may not be disobeyed. Thank God that you are in my house, otherwise you might not be leaving here so healthy." Rifa stood despairingly, took his leave and went out. "Leave him to me," said Confis. The fool has many followers, Bayami cautioned him. We don't want a massacre. 58. After leaving Bayami's house, Rifa headed for his own house. The skies were swathed in autumn mist, and a mild breeze was in the air. The whole alley was crowded around the lemon stalls. It was pickling season, and there was a roar of storytelling and laughter. Some boys had got into a fight and were pelting each other with dirt. Several people greeted Rifa, but he was also spattered with dirt, so he went on to his house, dusting off his shoulders and his turban. He found Zaki, Ali, Hussein and Karim waiting for him, and they embraced as they did whenever they met, and he told them, and his wife, who joined them, what had gone on between him and Bayami and Kunfiz. They listened carefully and worriedly, and by the time he finished his story all their faces were grim. Yasmina asked herself, so what would be the outcome of this trying situation? Was there a solution that would save this good man from ruin without threatening her happiness? All their eyes were curious. Rifa rested his head somewhat wearily against the wall. An order from Bayami is not something to take lightly, said Yasmina. Rifa has friends, said Ali, the most impetuous of them all. They defeated Batika, and he vanished from the alley. Bayami is not Batika. Yasmina scowled. If you challenge Bayami, you've spoken your last words. Let's listen to our master first, said Hussein, turning to Rifa. Don't even think of fighting, said Rifa, his eyes nearly closed. Anyone who struggles for people's happiness cannot take lightly the shedding of their blood. Yasmina's face was radiant. She hated the idea of widowhood, fearing that she would be watched again, and thus unable to get away to her wonderful other man. The best thing you can do is to spare yourself that mess, she assured him. We will never stop our work, Zaki protested. We'll leave the alley. Yasmina's heart pounded with fear as she imagined living far from her lover's alley, and she spoke up. We are not going to live like lost strangers, far from our alley. Every gaze hung on Rifa's face. Slowly he moved his head to face them and said, I don't want to leave our alley. There was a sudden long, impatient knocking on the door, and Yasmina opened it. The seated men heard the voices of Shafi'i and Abda asking for their son. Rifa got up and greeted his parents with hugs. They all sat down, and Shafi'i and his wife were out of breath. Their faces expressed the unpleasant news they brought. My boy, the father was saying before they knew it, Kunfiz has given you up. Your life is in danger. My friends tell me that the gangsters' men are surrounding your house. Our house, said Abda, drying her bloodshot eyes. If only we'd never come back to this alley that sells lives for nothing. Don't be afraid, ma'am, said Ali. All our neighbors are our friends, and they love us. What have we done to deserve punishment? Sighed Rifa. You're from the Al-Ghaibal, whom they hate, said Shafi'i anxiously. How my heart has suffered fear ever since you first mentioned Gabalawi. Only yesterday they fought Ghaibal because he claimed the estate. Marveled Rifa, and now they're fighting me because I disdain the estate. Shafi'i made a despairing gesture with his hand. Say whatever you like about them, but it won't change them one bit. All I know is that you are lost if you leave your house, and I doubt whether you're safe even if you stay in it. For the first time, fear stole into Karim's heart, but he hid it with a firm will and spoke to Rifa. They are lying in wait for you outside. If you stay here they will come for you, if they're the gangsters of our alley that I know. Let's escape to my house over the rooftops, and think there about what to do next. From there you can escape from the alley in the dark, shouted Shafi'i. And let everything I've built up be demolished. Do what he says, his mother begged him, crying. Please, for your mother. Resume your work across the desert somewhere, if you want, said his father sharply. Karim got up, looking concerned. Let's make a plan. Shafi'i and his wife will stay a little longer, then go to the House of Triumph, as if they were coming home after a normal visit. The Lady Yasmina will go out to Gamaliya as if to go shopping, and when she comes back you will slip out to my house. That's easier than escaping over the rooftops. Shafi'i liked the plan. We must not waste a single minute, said Karim. I'll go and check out the roofs. He left the room, and Shafi'i rose and took Rifa by the hand. Abda ordered Yasmina to pack some clothes in a bundle. Yasmina began to pack a few clothes, with a constricted chest and wounded heart, a tempest of hatred gathering inside her. Abda kissed her son, hugged him and tearfully murmured a few incantations to protect him from the evil eye. Rifa left, pondering his situation with a sorrowing heart. How he loved people with his heart, how he had labored for their contentment, how he had suffered their hatred. Would Gabalawi condone failure? Follow me, Karim, now back again, was saying to Rifa and his companions. We'll follow you, said Abda, overcome with weeping, maybe in a little bit. God bless you and protect you, Rifa, said Shafi'i, trying hard not to cry. Rifa hugged his parents, and then turned to Yasmina. Pull your cloak and veil around you tightly so that no one will recognize you. He leaned closer to her ear. I can't stand to think of any hand harming you. 59. Yasmina left the house swathed in black, Abda's parting words ringing in her ears. Goodbye, daughter, may God keep you and protect you. Rifa is in your hands. I will pray for both of you day and night. Night was beginning to fall. The coffee house lamps were being lit, and boys were playing in the light shed by the handcart lanterns. At the same time, cats and dogs were fighting, as they always did at that time of day, around the heaps of garbage. Yasmina walked toward Gamaliya with no room for mercy in her passionate heart. She did not hesitate, but was filled with fear, and imagined that many eyes were watching her. She had no sense of composure until she had left Al-Darasa for the desert, and felt truly safe only when she was in the reception hall, in Bayami's arms. When she pulled the veil away from her face, he looked at her attentively. Are you afraid? Yes, she answered, panting. No, you're a lot of things but not a coward. Tell me, what's wrong? They fled over the rooftops to Karim's house, and they'll leave the alley at dawn. At dawn, sons of bitches, muttered Bayami scornfully. They talked him into going away. Why don't you let him go? Long ago, Gaybal went away, then came back, he said with a smile of mockery. These vermin don't deserve to live. He renounces life, she said distractedly, but he does not deserve death. The alley has enough madmen, he said, his mouth distorted in disgust. She looked at him earnestly, then lowered her gaze and whispered, as if to herself. He saved my life once. And here you are handing him over to his death, said Bayami with a coarse laugh. An eye for an eye, and the one who started it loses. She felt an alarm as painful as a sickness, and glanced at him rebukingly. I did what I did because I love you more than my life. He stroked her cheek tenderly. We'll be free. And if things get hard for you, you have a place in this house. She felt a little better. If they offered me Gabalawi's mansion without you, I wouldn't take it. You are a loyal girl. The word loyal pierced her, and the sickening sense of alarm came back to her. She wondered if the man was mocking her. There was no more time for talk, and she got up. He stood to say goodbye to her, and she stole out the back door. She found her husband and his friends waiting for her, and sat beside Rifa. Our house is being watched. It was wise of your mother to leave the lamp lit in the window. It will be easy to get away at dawn. But he's so sad, Zaki said to her, looking sorrowfully at Rifa. Aren't there sick people everywhere? Don't they need healing too? There is a greater need for healing where the disease is out of control. Yasmina looked at him pityingly. she said to herself that it would be a crime to kill him. She wished that there was one thing about him that deserved punishment. She remembered that he was the one person in this world who had been kind to her, and that his reward for that would be death. She cursed these thoughts to herself, and thought, let those who have good lives do good. When she saw him returning her look, she spoke up as if commiserating with him. Your life is worth so much more than this damned alley of ours. That's what you say, Rifa said, smiling, but I read sadness in your eyes. She trembled, and said to herself, God help me if he reads minds as well as he casts out demons. I'm not sad, I'm just afraid for you, she said. I'll get supper ready, said Karim, getting up. He came back with a tray and invited them to sit down, and they seated themselves around it. It was a supper of bread, cheese, whey, cucumbers and radishes, and there was a jug of barley beer. Karim filled their cups. Tonight we'll need warmth and morale. They drank, and Rifa smiled. Liquor arouses demons, but it revives people who have got rid of their demons. He looked at Yasmina beside him, and she knew the meaning of his look. You'll free me of my demon tomorrow if God spares you, she said. Rifa's face shone with delight, and his friends exchanged congratulatory looks and began to eat their supper. They broke the bread, and their hands came together over the dishes. It was as if they had forgotten the death that surrounded them. The owner of the estate wanted his children to be like him, said Rifa. But they insisted on being like demons. They were foolish, and he has no love for foolishness, as he told me. Karim shook his head regretfully, and swallowed. If only I had some of the power he used to have, things would be the way he wants them to be. If, what good does if do us? Said Ali crossly. We must act. We have never failed, said Rifa firmly. We have fought the demons ruthlessly, and whenever a demon departs, love takes its place. There is no other goal. Zaki sighed. If only they had let us do our work, we would have filled the alley with health, love and peace. It's incredible that we're thinking of fleeing when we have so many friends. Ali objected. Your demon still has roots deep inside you. Rifa smiled. Don't forget that our aim is healing, not killing. It is better for a person to be killed than to kill. Rifa turned abruptly to Yasmina and said, You're not eating or paying attention. Her heart contracted with fear, but she fought down her agitation. I'm just marveling at how cheerfully you all talk, as if you were at a wedding. You'll get used to being cheerful when you're cleansed of your demon tomorrow. He looked at his brothers. Some of you are ashamed of conciliation. We are the sons of a nation that respects only power, but power is not confined to terrorizing others. Wrestling with demons is hundreds of times harder than attacking the weak, or fighting the gangsters. Ali wagged his head sadly. The reward of good deeds is the terrible situation we find ourselves in now. The battle will not end as they expect, said Rifa decisively. And we are not as weak as they imagine. All we have done is shift the battle from one field to a different one. Only our battlefield now calls for more courage and tougher force. They resumed their dinner, thinking over what they had heard. He seemed to them just as calm, reassured and strong as he was handsome and meek. In the long lull came the voice of the local poet, reciting, One noon Adam sat in Wadawit Alley to rest, and fell asleep. A movement woke him, and he saw boys stealing his cart. He got up and threatened them, and one boy who saw him warned his friends with a whistle. They overturned the cart to distract him from going after them. The cucumbers tumbled all over the ground while the boys dispersed like locusts. Adam was so enraged that he forgot his decent upbringing and screamed obscenities at them, then bent down to retrieve his cucumbers from the mud. His anger redoubled with no outlet, so he asked emotionally, Why was your anger like fire, burning without mercy? Why was your pride dearer to you than your own flesh and blood? How can you enjoy an easy life when you know we are being stepped on like insects? Forgiveness, gentleness, tolerance have no place in your mansion, you oppressor." He seized the handles of the cart, and set out to push it as far as he could get from this accursed alley, when he heard a taunting voice. "How much are the cucumbers, uncle?" Idris stood there with a mocking grin. Then there was a woman's shout, over the poet's voice, crying, "Little boy lost, good people." 60. Time passed, with the men in conversation and Yasmina in torment. Hussein wanted to look around out in the alley, but Karim opposed the idea. Someone might see him and get suspicious. Zaki wondered whether Rifa's house had been attacked, and Rifa pointed out that all they could hear was the lament of the rebeck and the cheering of the street boys. The alley was leading its usual life, and there was no sign that any crime was being planned. Yasmina's mind was such a whirlpool of worry that she was afraid her eyes would give her away. She wanted her torment to end any way possible and at any cost. She wanted to fill her belly with wine until she no longer knew what was happening around her. She said to herself that she was not the first woman in Bayami's life, and she would not be the last. That stray dogs always collected around piles of garbage. Only let this torment end at any cost. With the passage of time, silence slowly overcame the racket, and the voice of the children and cries of the peddlers died down, leaving only the lament of the rebeck. A sudden revulsion at these men seized her, for no other reason than that, in a way, it was they who tormented her. "Should I prepare the pipe?" asked Karim. "We need clear heads," said Rifa firmly. "I thought it would help us pass the time." "You're too afraid." "It looks like there's no need to be afraid at all," Karim protested. Yes, there had been no incidents, and Rifa's house had not been attacked. The melodies had fallen silent, and the poets had gone home. They could hear the sounds of doors slamming, the conversations of people going back to their houses, laughter and coughing, and then nothing. They continued to wait and watch until the first cock crowed. Zaki got up and went to the window to see the street, then turned to them. Quiet and emptiness. The alley is just the way it was the day Idris was kicked out. "We should go," said Karim. Yasmina was overcome with anguish, wondering what would become of her if Bayami was late for the appointment, or had changed his mind. The men got up, each carrying a bundle. "Farewell, hellish alley," said Hussein, leading the way out. Rifa gently guided Yasmina ahead of him, and followed with his hand on her shoulder, as if afraid of losing her in the darkness. Then came Karim, Hussein and Zaki. They slipped out of the apartment door one by one, and ascended the stairs, using the railing as a guide in the total blackness. The darkness on the roof seemed less intense, though not a single star could be seen. A cloud absorbed all the light of the moon concealed behind it, and its surface reflected the scudding clouds. "The walls of the roofs almost touch," said Ali. "We can give the lady help if she needs it." They followed, and as Zaki, coming last, arrived, he felt a movement behind him and turned to the door of the roof, where he detected 4 phantoms. "Who is there?" he asked in alarm. They all halted and turned around. "Stop, you bastards," said Bayami's voice. Gaber, Khalid and Hendusa fanned out from his right and left, and Yasmina gasped. She slipped away from Rifa's hand and moved toward the door of the roof. None of the gangsters stopped her. "The woman has betrayed you," said Ali dazedly to Rifa. In a moment they were surrounded. Bayami began to examine them at close range, one by one, asking, "Who's the exorcist?" When he found him, he grabbed him by the shoulder with an iron hand and sneered. "The demon's companion. Where did you think you were going?" "You don't want us here," said Rifa indignantly. "We're leaving." After a brief sarcastic laugh, Bayami turned to Karim. What good did it do, hiding them in your house?" Karim gulped with a dry mouth, and his muscles trembled. "I didn't know of any trouble between you and them." Bayami struck him in the face with his free hand, and he fell to the ground, but quickly jumped up again and ran, terrified, toward the adjacent roof. Suddenly Hussein and Ali ran after him, but Handusa pounced on Ali and kicked him in the stomach. He fell down, groaning from his depths. At the same time, Gaber and Khalid went after the others, but Bayumi said contemptuously, "There's nothing to fear from them. Neither of them will say a single word, and if they do they're dead." Rifa, whose head was bent toward Bayumi's fist by the terrible grip, said, "They have done nothing to deserve punishment." Bayumi slapped him and taunted, "Tell me, didn't they hear from Gabalawi the way you did?" He pushed Rifa in front of him and said, "Walk in front of me and don't open your mouth." He walked, resigned to his fate. He descended the dark stairs carefully, and the heavy footfalls followed him. He was so overcome by the darkness, confusion, and evil that threatened him that he could scarcely think of those who had fled or betrayed him. A profound and absolute sadness seized him, eclipsing even his fears. It seemed to him the darkness would prevail over the earth. They came out into the alley and crossed a neighborhood, in which, thanks to him, no sickness remained. Handusa went before them to the Al-Gaybal neighborhood, and they passed under the closed-up house of Triumph, until he imagined that he could hear his parents' hesitant breaths. He wondered for a moment about them, and imagined that he heard Abba crying in the quiet night, but he was speedily brought back to the darkness, confusion, and evil that threatened him. The Al-Gaybal neighborhood seemed like a collection of colossal phantom hulks shrouded in darkness. How intense the darkness was, how deep its sleep. The footfalls of the executioners in the pitch blackness, and the creaking of their sandals were like the laughter of devils playing in the night. Handusa turned toward the desert, opposite the mansion wall, and Rifa raised his eyes to the mansion, but it was as dark as the sky. There was a figure at the end of the wall. "Confis?" asked Handusa. "Yes," said the man. He joined the men wordlessly. Rifa's eyes were still raised to the mansion. Didn't his ancestor know his situation? One word from him could save him from the claws of these monsters and spare him from their plot. He was capable of making them hear his voice, just as he had made Rifa hear it in this place. Gaybal had been in a predicament like this, and he had been delivered, and triumphed. But Rifa passed the wall and heard nothing but the footfalls of these evil men, and their regular breathing. They pressed on into the desert, where the sand made their steps heavy. Rifa had a feeling of banishment in this desert as he thought back on how the woman had betrayed him and how his friends had sought refuge in flight. He wanted to turn back to the mansion, but abruptly Bayumi's hand shoved at his back and he fell on his face. "Confis," called Bayumi, lifting his club. "With you to the end, sir," said Confis, also lifting his club. "Why do you want to kill me?" Rifa asked despairingly. Bayumi slammed his club down on his head, and Rifa cried out, then called out from the depths of his soul, "Gabalawi." In the next instant, Comfy's club came down on his neck, and then the clubs took turns. Then there was silence, broken only by his death rattle. Their hands began to dig furiously in the sand in the dark. 61. The killers left the desert, heading for the alley, and quickly vanished in the darkness. Four human shapes rose to stand at a spot near the scene of the crime, and could be heard sighing and weeping quietly. "Cowards!" one of them shouted. "You held me back and wore me out, so he died undefended. If we had obeyed you, we would all have been lost, without saving him," another told him. "Cowards!" Ali repeated. "You are nothing but cowards." "Don't waste time talking," sobbed Karim. "We have a terrible job to finish before morning." Hussein raised his head and trained his tearful eyes on the sky, and muttered anxiously, "It will be dawn soon. Let's be quick." A man whose life was as short as a dream, but in him we lost the most precious thing we knew in life, wept Zaki. "Cowards," muttered Ali through his clenched teeth as he headed toward the scene of the crime. They followed him, and all knelt in a half circle to examine the ground searchingly. Here! Shouted Karim abruptly, like a man stung. He sniffed his hand. This is his blood. And this fresh area is where he's buried, shouted Zaki at the same moment. They crowded around him and began to scoop the sand away with their hands. No one in the world was more wretched than they, because of the loss of their cherished one, and their helplessness at his death. Karim experienced a moment of madness, and said simple-mindedly, "Maybe we'll find him alive." "Listen to the delusions of cowards," snapped Ali, his hands still working. Their noses were full of the smell of dirt and blood. A dog howled from the direction of the mountain. "Slow down," called Ali softly. "This is his body." Their hearts pounded, and their hands relented slightly as they heartbrokenly felt the edges of his clothing. Then they began to weep loudly. They all helped to draw the corpse out of the sand, and gently lifted it up as the cocks in the alleys and lanes began to crow. Some of them said to hurry, but Ali reminded them that they would need to fill up the hole. Karim took off his cloak and spread it on the ground, and they laid the body on it. They all helped to refill the hole. Hussein removed his cloak and covered the body with it. Then they took it up and marched toward Bab al-Nasr. The darkness was lifting over the mountain, revealing clouds, and the dew fell on their tearful faces. Hussein led them along the way to his tomb until they arrived there, and they preoccupied themselves silently with opening the tomb. The light of day spread gradually, until they could see the shrouded body, their blood-stained hands, and eyes red from weeping. Then they lifted up the body and descended with it into the tomb's interior. They stood humbly around it, pressing their eyes to stop the unseen tears that flowed. "Your life was a brief dream," said Karim in a voice choked with tears. "But it filled our hearts with love and purity. We did not imagine that you would leave us so quickly, let alone that you would be murdered by a member of our infidel ally, which you healed and loved, our ally, which wanted only to murder the love, mercy and healing that you represented. It has brought a curse upon itself until the end of time." "Why do the good die?" sobbed Zaki. "Why do the criminals live?" "If it had not been for your love that lives on in our hearts," moaned Hussein, "we would have hated people forever." "We will never know peace until we expiate our cowardice," added Ali. As they left the tomb, heading back into the desert, the light was dyeing the horizons with the melting hue of a red rose. 62. None of his 4 companions appeared in Gabalawi Alley again. People thought they had left the alley secretly, after Rifa, out of fear of the gangsters' retribution. But the friends lived at the edge of the desert in a state of frayed nerves, wrestling with all their might against the oppression of their pain and sharp regret. Rifa's passing pained their hearts more than death, and being deprived of his company was a lethal torment. None of them had any further hope in life than to mourn Rifa's death properly by keeping his message alive and seeing to the punishment of his killers, as Ali insisted they must. While it was true that they could not return to the alley, they hoped to accomplish what they wished outside it. One morning the house of Triumph awoke to Abda's cries, and the neighbors hurried to her to hear the news. "They killed my son Rifa," she shouted hoarsely. The neighbors were shocked into silence, and looked to Shafi'i, who was drying his eyes. "The gangsters killed him in the desert," he said. "My son, who never hurt anyone in the world," wept Abda. "Does our protector Kunfiz know about this?" some of them asked. "Kunfiz was one of the killers," said Shafi'i angrily. "Yasmina betrayed him, she led Bayami to him," wept Abda. Horror was plain in their faces. "So that's why she's been staying in his house after his wife left," someone said. The news spread through the Al-Gaybal neighborhood, and Kunfiz came to Shafi'i's house. "Are you crazy?" he shouted. "What have you been saying about me?" Shafi'i stood before him unafraid, and said sternly, "That you took part in killing him, when you were his protector." Kunfiz pretended to be angry. "Shafi'i, you are crazy," he shouted. "You don't know what you're saying. I won't stay here, so I won't be forced to punish you." He left the house frothing at the mouth. The news spread to Rifa's neighborhood, where he had lived after leaving the Al-Ghay balls. The people were shocked, and raised their voices, raging and weeping, but the gangsters went out into the alley and patrolled it up and down, clubs in their hands and trouble blazing in their eyes. Then the news spread that sands west of Hines Rock had been found blotched with Rifa's blood. Shafi'i and his best friends went to look for the corpse there. They searched and excavated but found nothing. The people were frenzied and anxious at the news, and many of them expected trouble in the alley. The people of Rifa's neighborhood wondered what he could have done to have been killed. Al-Ghaybal said, "Rifa was killed, and Yasmina is living in Bayyami's house." The gangsters infiltrated by night the place of Rifa's murder, and dug up his grave by torchlight, but they found no trace of the corpse. "Did Shafi'i take it?" Bayyami asked. "No," said Confiz. "My spies have told me he found nothing." "It's his friends," shouted Bayyami, stamping his foot. "It was a mistake to let them escape. Now they're fighting us behind our backs." When they returned, Confiz leaned close to Bayyami's ear and whispered, "Your keeping Yasmina is giving us problems." "Admit that you're a weak leader in your territory," said Bayyami, exasperated. Confiz bid him an exasperated farewell. The tension had mounted in the Al-Ghaybal and Rifa neighborhoods, and the gangsters continued to attack any complainers. The alley was so thoroughly terrorized that its people hated going out unless it was unavoidable. One night, when Bayyami was in Shaldam's coffee house, some of his wife's relatives sneaked into his house with the intention of attacking Yasmina, but she became aware of them and fled in her nightgown into the desert. They chased her, and she ran like a crazed thing through the darkness even after her pursuers had given up the chase, and kept running until she could scarcely breathe, and had to stop. She panted violently, threw her head back and closed her eyes until she had regained her breath, then looked behind her and, though she saw nothing, shied at the idea of going back to the alley by night. She looked ahead and saw a faint, faraway light that might be from a hut, and made for it, hoping to find there a place to stay until morning. It took her a long time to get there, but it did seem like a hut, so she went up to the door and called out to the people inside. Suddenly she found herself facing her husband's most intimate friends, Ali, Zaki, Hussein and Karim. 65. Yasmina froze where she stood and looked from one face to another. They seemed to her like a wall blocking her escape in a nightmare. They stared at her with aversion, and the aversion in Ali's eyes had an iron severity. "I'm innocent," she shouted instinctively. "By the Lord of Heaven, I'm innocent. I went with you until they attacked us, and ran away the same as you did." They scowled. "And who told you we ran away?" asked Ali hatefully. "If you hadn't run away," she quavered, "you wouldn't be alive now. But I am innocent. I didn't do anything. All I did was run away." "You ran to your master, Bayyami," said Ali through clenched teeth. "Never. Let me go. I am innocent." "You'll go into the belly of the earth," shouted Ali. She tried to escape, but he jumped at her and grabbed her shoulders tightly. "Let me go, for his sake. He never loved killing or killers." His hands closed around her neck. "Wait until we've thought about this," said Karim uneasily. "Be quiet, cowards," he shouted, grasping her neck with all of the rage, hatred, pain, and remorse at war inside him. She tried in vain to free herself from his grip. She clutched his arms, kicked him, and shook her head, but all her effort was lost, and in vain. Her strength gave out, her eyes bugged out, and then she began to spit blood. Her body convulsed violently, and then was still for good. He let go of her, and she fell at his feet, a corpse. The next morning, Yasmina's body was found dumped in front of Bayyami's house. The news spread like the dust of a hot sandstorm, and everyone, men and women alike, ran toward the gangster's house. There was a huge din of competing comments, but everyone kept his true feelings secret. The gate of Bayami's house flew open, and the man rushed out like a raging bull and began to club everyone he could. Everyone ran away terrified and took shelter in homes and coffee houses while the man stood in the empty alley cursing and threatening, and striking the dirt, the walls, and the empty air. The same day, Shafi'i and his wife abandoned the alley. It seemed that every trace of Rifa had vanished. But there were things that spoke of him constantly, such as Shafi'i's home in the House of Triumph, the carpentry shop, Rifa's house in the neighborhood that was called the Hospice, the site of his death west of Heinz Rock, and most of all his loyal companions, who stayed in contact with his admirers and taught them the mysteries of his way of cleansing souls of demons to treat the sick. Thus, they were certain, they were restoring Rifa to life. Ali, however, could not rest unless he was punishing criminals. "You have nothing to do with Rifa," Hussein once scolded him. "I know Rifa better than any of you do," said Ali sternly. "He spent his short life in a violent struggle against demons. You want to go back to gangsterism, the most hateful thing in the world to him. He was a leader, bigger than any gangster, but his gentleness fooled you," cried Ali fervently. Each of them went on to promote his own view, in total sincerity. The Ali retold Rifa's story, with all the facts, which most people had not known. It was reported that his body had lain in the desert until Gabalawi himself came and got it. Now it was concealed in the soil of his own fabulous garden. The perilous events were just trailing off there, when the gangster Handusa vanished mysteriously. His mutilated corpse was discovered dumped in front of the house of Ihab the overseer. The overseer's house was just as convulsed as Bayami's had been, and the alley went through a terrible period of fear. Violence fell like rain on anyone who had had any relation, or imagined relation, with Rifa or any of his men. Clubs crushed heads and feet trampled bellies, words pierced hearts and hands inflamed necks. Some people locked themselves in their houses, and some abandoned the alley altogether. Some, contemptuous of the danger, were executed in the desert. The alley, covered in blackness and gloom, was loud in its screams and wails, and smelled of blood, but strangely, this did not impede further actions. Khalid was killed as he left Bayami's house before dawn, and the rage of the terror mounted to madness. But our alley was awakened from its last sleep one night by a tremendous fire that destroyed the house of the gangster Gaber, and killed his family. Rifa's crazy people are everywhere, like bed bugs," shrieked Bayami. "I swear to God, they are going to be killed, even in their houses." Word got around the alley that their houses were to be attacked at night, and people were practically insane with fear. They ran out of their houses in a frantic mob, carrying sticks, chairs, cooking pot lids, knives, clogs, and bricks. Bayami planned to strike before things got completely out of control. He lifted his club and came out of his house surrounded by a ring of his followers. Ali appeared for the first time, leading the rioters with some other strong men. As soon as he saw Bayami coming, he ordered bricks to be thrown, and a swarm of bricks as thick as locusts landed on Bayami and his men, and the blood began to spout. Bayami pounced like a man, screaming like a savage, but a rock struck the top of his head, and he stopped, and in spite of his rage, his strength and his boldness, he staggered, and then fell down, his face a mask of blood. His followers were quick to flee, and waves of angry rioters swept into the gangster's house. The sounds of smashing and breaking could be heard by the overseer in his house. Mischief reigned as punishment was meted out to the remaining gangsters and their followers, and their houses were laid waste. The danger mounted, and total chaos was near when the overseer summoned Ali, and Ali came to meet him. Ali's men held off from further revenge and destruction, awaiting the results of this meeting, and things calmed down, and people cooled off. The meeting produced a new covenant in the alley. The followers of Rifa were recognized as a new community, just like Gabal's, with its own rights and prerogatives, and Ali was appointed overseer of their estate, and their protector. He would receive their share of the revenues, and distribute them on the basis of total equality. All those who had fled the alley during times of trouble now returned to the new community, led by Shafi'i and his wife, Zaki, Hussein and Karim. Rifa enjoyed respect, veneration and love in death that he had never dreamed of during his lifetime. There was even a wonderful story, retold by every tongue and recited to Rebek tunes, particularly of how Gabalawi lifted up his body and buried it in his fabulous garden. All Rifa's followers agreed on that, and they were unanimously loyal and reverent to his parents, but they differed on everything else. Karim, Hussein and Zaki insisted that Rifa's mission had been limited to healing the sick and despising power and majesty. They and their sympathizers in the alley did as he had done. Some went further and refrained from marriage, to imitate him and live their lives his way. Ali, however, retained his rights to the estate, married and called for the renewal of their community. Rifa had not hated the estate itself, but only to prove that true happiness was achievable without it, and to condemn the vices inspired by covetousness. If the revenue was distributed justly, and put toward building and charity, then it was the greatest good. In any case, the people were delighted with their good lives, and welcomed life with radiant faces. They said with confident security that today was better than yesterday, and that tomorrow would be better than today. Why is forgetfulness the plague of our alley?